Chapter 165. Gulp. Gulp. A series of bubbles appeared at the bottom of the clear lake. And then a small figure emerged from the bottom of the lake. First, it was a wet little head, then the wet princess dress stuck to the body. Vivian appeared as if she was drunk, and then walked on the water with swaying steps. She seemed to be a little dizzy, and after walking a few steps, she suddenly raised her little hand in surprise and covered her mouth. Oh. Ah. The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at her feet. There were slight ripples on the water, and she walked on it as if it was flat ground. She didn't use any magic at all, and just walked on the calm lake. As if she felt uncomfortable with her wet body, she raised her white little hand and snapped her fingers, and then her whole body quickly became clean. The little girl curiously walked a few steps on the water, and then directly ran. Her petite body lightly jumped on the water, like a fairy from the lake. Amazing. Oh. When did I become so amazing? The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while, and then a series of memories appeared in her mind. Maybe it was because she was suddenly distracted. Plop! She stepped on air and fell into the lake again. Pay. Her wet little head emerged again, and the little girl opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of lake water. Then she climbed out of the water like climbing a wall, and stood on the calm lake again. This time she didn't dare to run around. After cleaning her wet clothes, the little girl walked towards the lake. She looked a little cautious, as if she was afraid that she would fall in again. She didn't know how to swim. After stepping onto flat ground, Vivian patted her chest with her little hand, and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. We're safe now. But where am I now? The little girl tiptoed to look around, but she was short and her body was small, so she couldn't see too far. Helplessly, she could only trot to the hillside in front of her. Then she tried her best to jump up and look around. It was very interesting. Even though she tried her best to jump up, the height she could jump was still very average. However, she was still able to clearly see the surrounding environment. In front of her was a vast wilderness. Beside it was a very large lake. On the left was a dense forest, and on the right was a very tall mountain. There were no signs of human activity in front of her. She should be near the wilderness. This is bad. The little girl immediately put on a long face and muttered, "That idiot Lillian. She actually called me an idiot? She's the idiot. Why did he run so far away for no reason? Great. I'm getting lost." Perhaps he was not used to this kind of tone. The little girl hurriedly rubbed her cute little face and muttered, "Oh no. He was influenced by that guy. Even the way she spoke sounded a little like her. We can't let her out next time." Vivian muttered to herself. Then, she took out a lot of small things from her delicately embroidered multidimensional bag. First, she tied her hair up with a pink hairband, turning it into a beautiful ponytail. Then, she took out a pair of deerskin boots and replaced the slightly high-heeled boots on her feet. Then, she tied up her snow-white socks and pure white pants with cloth strips. She looked a little like Soren preparing for a long journey. Sister Gloria said that I can't wear small things in the wilderness. Those things look good, but they're very troublesome. The little girl seemed to be talking to herself. She shrank her head and looked around. Then she bent over and crawled into a bush. After a while, the princess dress she was wearing was gone, replaced by simpler clothes. If it weren't for her beautiful face and silky long hair, she would look like a tomboy. Of course, she looked like she was only 8 years old. I wonder how Sister Gloria is doing? I hope she's fine. By the time the little girl was done, quite some time had passed. She looked around blankly and murmured, "Which way should I go?" The little girl didn't have the slightest clue. In the end, she took out a kindler and tossed it around. Then she headed southwest. Behind her was a large forest. Goliath had told her not to enter the dense forest. She didn't know how far she had been teleported, but she was sure that she had left the north. It was much warmer here. Vivian was actually a little scared, but she was also a very strong girl. Her experience in the slums had made her very sensible since she was young. She knew that she needed to cheer herself up at this moment. Since her brother wasn't by her side, she could only rely on herself. Let's find a place with people first. Vivian's small body moved forward in the grass. She wasn't slow because she had cast a spell on herself. She looked up at the sky and muttered, "There are a lot of monsters in the wilderness. I'm so small, I'm easy to bully. Those monsters will definitely want to eat me. Now I can only find a city and see if I can catch a caravan to find my brother and sister." Sister Gloria said, "There are a lot of bad people out there. Goddess of wealth, bless me and let me meet some good people. I'll work hard and make a lot of money in the future." The little girl didn't know much about faith, but she thought that since the goddess of wealth was in charge of wealth, it would be good for her if she made a lot of money. That way, she would be rich and the goddess of wealth would be happy. In fact, from the beginning, the little girl was taught by Gloria that witches had to learn how to make money. A witch without money was not a powerful witch. A witch with money was a powerful witch. So for the first time, the little girl had the idea of believing in a god. After thinking carefully for a long time, Vivian finally chose to believe in the goddess of wealth and became a pan-believer of the goddess of wealth. That was to say, she basically wouldn't pray seriously and would occasionally make a last-minute effort. This situation was very common. After all, devout believers had to pray every day and talk about gods from time to time. Most people in the world were pan-believers. By the time they left, the sky was already dark. Vivian felt that she was much stronger than before. She didn't feel tired at all after walking so much. She was just a little nervous when she didn't see anyone around. After all, she wasn't very brave. Many people at her age were actually more timid. They were afraid of the dark, being alone, and being in an empty house. Only when adults were around would they feel more at ease. Whoa! There seemed to be the howling of wolves in the distance, which made her quicken her pace. All of a sudden, the little girl seemed to have seen something and hurriedly ran towards the woods. She noticed that the rising smoke was near the wilderness road. It might be other adventurers. Wilderness creatures rarely lit bonfires, and they basically wouldn't do it by the road. Gloria had always taught her a lot of useful knowledge. "Who is it?" An alert voice sounded in front of her, and then she saw a figure flying out. Vivian, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped because she saw the person in front of her. The strange scene of the other party made her feel a little scared. It was a man, and there were 2 men and 3 women next to him. The men's faces were a little strange, and the women's faces were quite coquettish. They looked no different from ordinary adventurers, except for a little charm on their faces. But what Vivian saw was different. She saw that each of them had 2 faces. The first face was the appearance of a human, which was what other people saw with the naked eye. The second face was a vague shadow. These people's faces had more silver scales, and their pupils had become strange light yellow vertical pupils. There were sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were all covered with tiny scales. This was a Naga, a race that had been hiding in the dark among the human race, a kind of evil and dangerous creature. They had the natural ability to change, and they could disguise themselves as humans in front of ordinary people. Most of them were mixed-blood Nagas, but occasionally they would encounter very powerful pure-blood Nagas. Vivian had seen this kind of creature in books. They were a very cold-blooded and ruthless species. One of the mixed-blood Nagas showed a surprised expression. It seemed that it was hard to imagine why he would see a lonely little girl in the wilderness. She didn't look as if she was 10 years old. But the vigilance of an adventurer made him dare not relax. He made a gesture behind him, and then slowly walked towards Vivian. The little girl didn't think much, and immediately turned around to run. A seductive woman who seemed to be the leader frowned, and then coldly said to the others around her, "Catch her." Several figures flew out. The little girl's arms and legs were short, and she ran very slowly. In the blink of an eye, she was about to be caught up. When the other party was about to catch her, Vivian suddenly screamed, raised her small white hand, and pointed forward. A faint magic aura appeared, and then 5 arcane missiles shot out. The nearest male Naga trembled all over. When he lowered his head, there was a huge bloody hole in his chest. Plop! Clang! One of the mixed-blood Nagas fell to the ground, and the other Nagas immediately pulled out their weapons. Vivian seemed to be a little frightened. Almost subconsciously, she pointed her finger, and then a wave of arcane missiles raged out. The other 4 Nagas that rushed in front of her became riddled with holes, and one by one, they fell down bloody. The female Naga who gave the order at the beginning was dumbfounded. When she saw Vivian's gaze turn to her, her face was full of fear. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground with a plop, buried her head deep in the ground, and trembled all over. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master." "What a powerful master. Your humble servant is willing to be loyal to you forever. I beg you to spare my lowly life." Chapter 166. A lot of things happened in that instant. First of all, Vivian's movements were very quiet, but she was still discovered by these mixed-blood Nagas. This was because Nagas had the talent ability snake perception. At the same time, their average attributes were about 6 points higher than ordinary people. This was a race with strong innate abilities, but their growth rate was relatively slow. Their lifespan could sometimes reach the level of the elves. The little girl was frightened by the appearance of the Nagas. She then turned around and ran, but they still caught up with her. Vivian basically had no battle experience. Although Gloria had taught her a lot, when it came to a real battle, the little girl was still a little flustered and subconsciously used the spell she was best at. Arcane Missile, Level 1. This was a very useful low-level spell. The casting speed was fast and the damage was not weak. Vivian's Arcane Missile could be cast instantly. Because she was a casting genius, she could cast all the spells in 1 second. However, unlike the last time, Vivian cast 5 Arcane Missiles at the same time. This level 1 spell could add 1 Arcane Missile every 2 casting levels. The maximum number of Arcane Missiles that could be added at Profession Level 9 were 5 Arcane Missiles. In other words, Vivian's Profession level had suddenly increased to Profession Level 9 for some reason. One spell could cast 5 Arcane Missiles at once. So how many Arcane Missiles did Vivian remember? She was a wizard and a sorcerer, so the spell slots of the 2 classes were calculated separately. Even if she didn't take into account the attribute bonuses, as a level 9 wizard and a level 9 sorcerer, she could cast at least 12 level 1 spells. Wizards could not cast spells without remembering the spell slots in advance, but warlocks could increase the number of times they could cast spells as long as their profession level increased. This was because warlocks could cast spells according to the number of times they could cast spells. As long as they mastered the spells, they could cast them at will, but the total number of times they could cast them was the same. The little girl was obviously frightened, so she subconsciously threw out all her Arcane Missiles. Every instant cast was 5 Arcane Missiles, and as a result, more than 60 Arcane Missiles were shot out in an instant. What kind of concept was that? Even if Soren was standing in front of her, he would be instantly killed by the barrage of Arcane Missiles. And that didn't even take into account the penetration bonus brought by the spell energy. A high-grade wizard's Arcane Missile could penetrate a thin metal plate, and Vivian's Arcane Missile was almost the same. It directly shattered the armor of the mixed-blood Naga in front of him. Suddenly, a large number of Arcane Missiles appeared and instantly killed the 4 mixed-blood Nagas. Even their races, minor magic resistance, was completely useless. Before they could dodge, they were shot to death at close range. Their corpses fell to the ground, already riddled with holes. A second or so. Vivian had killed 5 mixed-breed Nagas, and all of them were around level 5. The only remaining female Naga was scared out of her wits. When she saw her companion's body, which was riddled with holes, she looked at Vivian with fear in her eyes. Although the little girl in front of her looked so beautiful and completely harmless, in her eyes, she seemed to be an existence that caused people to be incomparably fearful. It was a kind of fear that came from the soul. Fear had almost shrouded her heart, making her completely lose the thought of resisting. Aura of Fear, Divine Realm. All creatures within 100 feet of the user must be forced to undergo a test of will. Otherwise, they will fall into fear and be unable to extricate themselves. As long as any creature has a trace of fear within the range of the spiritual aura of fear, then it will have to go through another test of will with difficulty +1. If it fails to pass the test of will, the target will be affected by a spell similar to fear. This was Vivian's divine realm. Compared to it, Soren's gaze of fear could only be used to scare civilians. The little girl seemed to be a little scared. She didn't expect to be able to kill so many enemies at once. In fact, it was completely a subconscious reaction because she had never experienced a real battle. However, the bloody scene in front of her didn't make her panic. Vivian used to live in the most chaotic slums, where gang fights in the streets would result in missing limbs. Her experience since young made her more accustomed to such scenes. However, what made her feel a little helpless was the trembling woman kneeling on the ground. She didn't even understand what was going on, and the woman in front of her had already started to call her master. However, she wasn't completely helpless. She tried to keep a straight face and imitated the tone of the Witch of Fear, Lillian, and said condescendingly, "Raise your head. Are you really willing to serve me forever? Dedicate your life and soul to me?" Yes. The female Naga in front of her was scared out of her wits. She almost nodded her head repeatedly. Vivian tried to keep a straight face and said with a slightly childish voice, "Good. From today onwards, you are my servant. When you prove your loyalty, I will give you the reward you deserve." Time seemed to stop for a moment. When Vivian said this sentence, an invisible light of magic appeared. Then, the fear on the female Naga's face began to dissipate gradually. Her expression was dull, and her eyes were blank like a woman who had been played with. Then, she gradually regained her consciousness. She humbly knelt on the ground, leaned over and kissed Vivian's shoes. She murmured, "Master, your servant will be loyal to you forever." This scene was so inconceivable. It seemed like some evil god believers held a depravity ritual, and then a blasphemous priest used blasphemous words to give all believers a spiritual hint. Vivian swayed slightly as if she felt a little tired. Vaguely, she also seemed to hear a disgusting voice as if the idiot who called herself Lillian was gloating. "Ha! So you will become weak when you consume too much power. You idiot and idiot! Hurry up and let me out." Vivian shook her little head as if she wanted to go away. The annoying voice muttered, "You are the idiot. Why are you so crazy? I won't let you out." She didn't know why. After knowing the existence of Lillian, who called herself the Witch of Fear, Vivian did not reject her as much as she thought, because she knew everything about her. It seemed that since she began to remember, she had been there for everything she had experienced. It felt like another her, or a twin sister that did not exist at all. Vivian was actually a very kind little girl. As long as it was not related to her brother, her nature was very kind and friendly. But if things became related to her brother, then no matter who was right or wrong, she would definitely stand on her brother's side. Kindness and justice were not important to her. The world in her eyes was supported by her brother, so her brother was more important than anything else. She didn't like Lillian very much, but she didn't hate her either. Perhaps she also thought that hating Lillian was like hating herself, because their memories were similar. It was just that Lillian seemed to be born with the ability to control the power of the Son of Fear. She was Vivian who represented the mortals. She was the real Lillian who represented the Son of Fear. If Soren did not appear, or if the original Soren was completely dead, with the little girl's deep feelings for Soren, it was very likely that she would completely give up herself after the fear came and die with Soren. That was because her brother was everything to her young heart. He was also her only family in this world. He used his blood and sweat to support her everything. Soren's death was very likely to make her give up hope of living, because when she first fell asleep to resist the fear, she could hold on for so long because she believed that her brother would come to save her. She was not very strong. In fact, she was a little timid. But as long as Soren was still alive, then she would not give up hope, because her brother was her hope. She believed in Soren. She believed that no matter what the situation was, Soren would stand in front of her and hold up the world for her. This was her will. As long as Soren was still alive, her will would never collapse. Vivian was Vivian. Lillian was Lillian. If Soren hadn't come, perhaps Vivian would have died in Amber City, and the one alive would be the Witch of Fear, Lillian. At that time, Lillian would probably not be the Lillian now. Glacier City. Soren saw the tower in the distance. It was Gloria's wizard tower. This was a relatively prosperous city. It could be seen that the people here were quite rich, and their faces did not look sallow and emaciated. The city lord of Glacier City was actually an official. It was not a title inherited from generation to generation, but a manager elected by the city council every 10 years. The real ruler here was the northern witch, Gloria in the wizard tower. The city lord was just her spokesperson. This was because the witches did not have the energy to manage too many trivial matters. This city was actually not big, but there were many shops and trade caravans coming and going. Soren did not stay in the city for too long. After eating a little, he headed in the direction of the wizard tower. It was a special territory. Usually no one would go there because it was taboo to disturb the northern witches. Even Glacier City only sent a report of the city's income and expenditure every year, and then handled some things according to the requirements of the northern witches. Soren approached the wizard tower. However, just as he was about to enter, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared nearby. It was a coquettish woman who looked very familiar. When she noticed Soren's presence, she immediately gnashed her teeth, because she was Gloria's mother. This was really a small world. Chapter 167. Inside the wizard tower, the coquettish woman glared at Soren all the way. But Soren's expression was very calm as he walked all the way up the wizard tower. Since Gloria already knew that they were coming, she naturally wouldn't let her mother do anything to him. Moreover, with Soren's current strength, even if he couldn't beat the coquettish woman in front of him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. It could be seen that the relationship between Gloria and her mother was relatively stiff. Perhaps because of the uniqueness of the northern witches, they probably didn't have much interaction with each other. This was a very normal thing. Many wizards were focused on magic research, and if they had children, they would be more distant from them. For wizards who lived for hundreds of years, their attitude towards their children was very similar to that of the elves. The elves were famous for their indifference to family relationships, and most elven families lived together for a period of time during their childhood. After that, they would basically live separately, and even couples might live apart for a long time. The more powerful they were, the more so because they basically didn't need to raise their children themselves. This was slightly better in the palace and the royal family. At least they could live together for a long time during their childhood. Although Gloria didn't mention anything, Soren saw the coquettish woman's character, and knew that she wouldn't be a good mother. The coquettish woman's face was stiff, as if she couldn't wait to kill Soren in front of her, but she couldn't figure out how much Soren's strength had improved. In such a short time, he was qualified to fight with her. This undoubtedly made her feel a little shocked, and she couldn't help but have a little more fear in her heart. She suspected that Soren was the son of God, because other than the son of God, she couldn't think of anyone else who could quickly advance to a grade 3 rogue in just a month. And it seemed that he was more dangerous than other rogues. The top of the wizard tower was quite spacious. When Soren saw Gloria, who was all alone in front of him, his face turned pale. It seemed that Vivian was really in trouble. Soren's gaze landed on Gloria's body. He could see that her face was slightly pale, and her silky long hair had a trace of silver. This change shocked him. "Your hair? What happened?" Gloria glanced behind him indifferently and said, "Mother, I'm sorry. I think you must be tired too. I've heard some things. You can stay here for a while, but you'd better leave as soon as possible, because you have violated the banishment punishment of the Witch Council. If Her Excellency the Eye of the North knows, you may be banished forever. Maybe you should take a good rest and think about how to deal with those droll." The coquettish woman had been banished, but she had escaped punishment first, and the Witch Council had no right to protect her. Gloria, as her daughter, could temporarily provide her protection because of family affection, but she couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, the Witch Council would find out, and the droll wouldn't let it go so easily. The coquettish woman's face was very ugly. She glanced at her daughter with a somewhat complicated expression and murmured, "Okay." After that, she turned and left the room. When she walked out of the door, her face became gloomy. In fact, she was almost at her wit's end. Because of the taboo experiments in the past, she was on the top 3 of the droll's blacklist. The Witch Council spent a lot of effort to temporarily appease the droll. Originally, she thought that she could quickly crack the secret of the Card of Fate, and then become a legendary witch. But in fact, she couldn't even activate the power of the card. Her wizard tower and laboratory had been taken back by the Witch Council, and some important magic devices were also sealed. The droll was probably waiting for her to walk into the trap. A wizard could only rely on their own spell slots, and after all, they couldn't fight against too many enemies. Before walking out of the room, she glanced at Soren and seemed to be thinking about something. When the coquettish woman walked out of the room, Gloria sighed softly and slowly said, "Mother escaped punishment." This made the Witch Council very angry, and some people proposed to imprison her permanently. Even I can't change that. She didn't seem to want to talk about this. She turned and looked at Soren and whispered, "I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Vivian. Some accidents have happened these days, and I can't do anything about it." Something that could render a high-grade northern witch helpless must have something to do with a legend. Soren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What happened?" Gloria raised her hand and lifted her long hair. There were strands of silver in it. She looked at Soren with a complicated expression. She could feel his rapid improvement in strength, and slowly said, "Someone sneaked into my wizard tower. It was an assassin above the legendary level. It should be the legendary Hand of Despair. I was no match for him at all, but I didn't expect Vivian to suddenly awaken. She not only saved me, but also killed the legendary assassin. However, she called herself Lillian. The Witch of Fear, Lillian." Soren was shocked. Then the expression on his face instantly turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "Lillian? The Witch of Fear, Lillian?" A series of memories emerged in his mind. Amber City, before the start of the Time of Troubles, the first child of fear awakened. She was the Witch of Fear, the most powerful child of the Dread Lord, and the last host of the resurrection of the Dread Lord. This child of fear was naturally stronger than the other children of fear. The Dread Lord did not leave many children, but there were dozens of them. The great divine power was distributed among these children of fear. The Witch of Fear, Lillian, killed most of the children of fear. In the end, because she angered the Lady of Silvermoon, she was killed by the Lady of Silvermoon in a battle. History had been changed. However, when Soren heard this name, especially when it came from Vivian's mouth, his heart sank. Vivian is Lillian? No. Vivian is Vivian. How could it be Lillian? Lillian's consciousness must be controlled by the Dread Lord. After the child of fear awakened, her personality would easily change. It must be the will of the Dread Lord that affected her. No. I must find Vivian. If Vivian killed the other children of fear, then the divinity in her body would become stronger and stronger, and the will of the Dread Lord would become stronger and stronger. At that time, she would really become the Witch of Fear, Vivian. Although Soren was very anxious, he did not act rashly because he did not even know where Vivian was now. He asked about everything in detail, and then fell into deep thought. Legends were appearing more and more frequently, but the name, Hand of Despair, reminded him of something. He seemed to have fought with this legendary assassin in the past. The location should be in the Shadow Plane. The opponent was a legendary rogue who had transformed into a shadowy life form. Killing him was as difficult as dealing with a lich. Although Soren had joined forces with others to kill him once, he did not completely kill him. This guy's soul was somewhere in the Shadow Plane. If he did not imprison his soul, he would only destroy his body at most. Soren looked up at Gloria in front of him and said with a hesitant expression, "Can you use prophecy to determine Vivian's location?" Gloria pondered for a moment. She unconsciously raised her hand and stroked her long hair. Her white fingertips twirled a strand of silver hair, and then slowly said, "Yes. But I need to prepare." The price to pay for using prophecy to locate the children of fear was not low. There was a trace of gratitude in Soren's eyes. He gently bowed his head and said slowly, "Anyway, I am very grateful to you. In the future, I will repay you for everything you have done today." Gloria shook her head gently. Her expression was a little complicated, and she said faintly, "I also like Vivian very much. I can see my past self in her." As if she had seen something, she frowned slightly, looked at Soren's sword and wondered, "Icing Death." She knew this curved sword? Soren nodded gently and replied, "Yes. A weapon obtained in the Frost Kingdom. You know it?" "Yes." Gloria slowly walked over. She reached out and wanted to touch the curved sword, but she suddenly seemed to feel something. Her fingers trembled, and she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. It seemed that she was shivering because of the cold. Gloria's expression was a little incredulous. She murmured, "It's really the same as the legend. You can't touch it unless it chooses its owner." "But why can you use this curved sword? It seems that it can only be used by kind people. Is there a faction requirement?" Soren's expression was quite surprised. He raised his hand and pulled out icing death. In his palm, the legendary curved sword emitted a faint white light. He did not seem to feel any abnormalities and could use it freely. "This is impossible." Gloria's expression was very puzzled. She murmured, "You don't seem to be a person who believes in kindness, do you?" Could it be? Soren seemed to remember something. His expression was a little incredulous. He quickly opened his data display. Omnipotent Hand's legendary skill, Weakened Soul. It was still in a state where it could not be used. Soren stretched out his finger and stroked the curved sword in his hand. He did not feel the slightest repulsion. If the legendary curved sword in his hand really had a faction requirement, then the only possibility that he could still use it was that his omnipotent hands was still in a sealed state, but it had already taken effect. There were some special legendary equipment in this world. To use them, one must meet certain requirements. If they could not be met, they might not be able to play a role, and they might even hurt themselves. Most of the northern witches believed in the principle of neutrality, so Gloria shivered slightly when she touched it, because she felt a bone-piercing cold. If the deviation was too severe, it might even be hurt by the energy on the weapon. For example, creatures of the evil alignment would be hurt by legendary items with a kind requirement. This kind of weapon often had a trace of spirituality, and it must have gone through a long period of time. Maybe it was because its previous owner had killed too many evil beings, or it had been blessed with some special spells. There were many weapons in the Underdark and the Abyss that could only be used by the evil alignment. If the omnipotent hands did not work, then Soren should have been hurt by the cold when he touched it. This kind of legendary item was not rare. The most iconic one was the weapon of the paladins. Their legendary weapons must be shrouded in holy power. If too many evil creatures were killed, it might even produce a faction requirement. Some of them would awaken spiritual consciousness, subconsciousness. When they found an evil target, they would automatically attack the enemy like the level 7 spell, Sword of Mordenkainen. Chapter 168. Did the omnipotent hands really recover? Soren was still not completely sure because the requirements for legendary equipment were still a little weak, and it was possible to forcibly suppress it with power. For example, some abyssal weapons could be used after being purified to reduce the requirement for alignment. If something happened to this legendary curved sword in the past, or if it was forcefully erased by someone, then the requirement for using it would be much more relaxed. Perhaps it could really be used by people from the evil alignment. The best tools to test the omnipotent hands were divine artifacts and soulbound equipment. The former was basically impossible to erase the requirement for alignment, and to change it, the gods had to do it themselves. The latter had soul imprints on them, and most of them were made by legendary spellcasters. After completion, they could only be used by themselves or their descendants. Among them, there were 3 legendary rings. One was in the hands of an elf, one was in the hands of a dwarf, and the last one was inherited by an ancient human family. These 3 rings were legendary items that were soulbound and could only be worn by direct descendants. Otherwise, it must be a legendary thief with omnipotent hands. Soren originally wanted to make a legendary soulbound ring, but unfortunately he couldn't find a legendary spellcaster with a profession level of 25 or above to cooperate. If possible in the future, he still wanted to make a ring because the soul imprint had a special effect. Note: ring in the hands of a human plus 1 legendary spell slot. In a dark room, Soren stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Because he didn't have a divine artifact, he couldn't test the omnipotent hands. Gloria was preparing a prophecy to determine Vivian's location. She had to wait until the prophecy was complete. He was a little confused now. He was worried about Vivian's safety, But he was also afraid that Lillian would wake up completely. He had fought against the will of the Dreadlord before, so he naturally knew how terrifying the will of a god was. At the top of the wizard tower, the figure of a beautiful woman appeared on the astrology platform. She glanced at her daughter and said slowly, "You've already exhausted your life. Why do you still want to use the divination ritual?" Gloria was wearing a white robe, and her long hair was dancing in the wind. She didn't look back at her and just said, "You don't have to care about my business." The beautiful woman seemed to be angry and said with dissatisfaction, "Idiot! You're playing with your life. Don't you know the price of prophesying a son of God? You will only drag yourself into a quagmire. In my opinion, it would have been better to capture them earlier. Perhaps we could have used some experiments to extract the divinity from them. Soren should also be a god's child, right? Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly." Gloria frowned slightly and turned to look at her mother. She slowly said, "Did you come here today just to tell me this?" The beautiful woman's face stiffened. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "You can do whatever you want. I just hope that you won't regret it in the future." "Regret?" Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair. There seemed to be an extra strand of silver on it. She shook her head and said, "You chose your own path. There's no need to regret anything. Moreover, I have a strange premonition that something terrible will happen in the future. Being by their side makes my premonition even stronger. I feel like I'm touching the river of fate. That was a flood, but I chose my side in advance. I like that little girl, and I'm willing to help her and stand by her side. Look at the sky. Have you noticed that the stars that represent the gods are a little dim? Maybe the appearance of the son of fear is just the beginning." The beautiful woman's expression froze for a moment. She looked at the stars in the sky, but unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. She was a master of evocation and enchantment spells, but she didn't do much research on prophecy. Her daughter was a master of prophecy. Even the Eye of the North was amazed by her talent. Inexplicably, she believed that her daughter had indeed felt something, or rather seen something. The gods had been silent for a long time. It was because of this that she fled from the banished land. She thought that Droll had no energy to take care of her. Unfortunately, she still underestimated Droll's stubbornness and her own reputation. "Mother." Gloria sighed softly and slowly said, "You have violated the rules of the Witch Council. Your behavior of escaping punishment has made the Eye of the North angry. Although she won't take you back herself, she won't stop Droll from taking action. You'd better leave here and live in seclusion in a place where they can't find you. Maybe when the changes really start, those Droll won't be in the mood to pursue what you did in the past." The beautiful woman's expression gradually became angry, and her voice was a little sharp. "What do those idiots know? They don't know how great my research is. If I can succeed, the arcane empire will be revived because of my existence. The unprecedented arcane era will be started by me." Gloria frowned slightly and sighed, "Mother, I don't think so. Unfortunately, you still failed. Although I don't know what you found in the ruins in the desert, I know that the core knowledge of the arcane empire has been lost. The research you carried out only brought terrible damage and irreversible energy radiation. You probably don't know that the place where you carried out the experiment has mutated, right? The Northern Witches and the Droll Order have joined forces to block all the news and set up a maze in that area to prevent other creatures from entering." "What?" There was a trace of surprise on the beautiful woman's face, and she murmured, "Mutated? But my research is almost successful. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. As long as I can figure out the energy core that supported the operation of the floating city during the Arcane Empire, I can create a new era." Her expression seemed to be very disappointed and a little hysterical. She suddenly looked up and said, "There's still a chance. As long as I can enter the legendary realm, I'll be qualified to enter the Clockwork Nirvana's mechanical mirror. As long as I can find the energy core that runs the floating city, I'll be able to build my very own floating city. At that time, no one will dare to threaten me, exile me, or hunt me down. I'll become a great arcanist who can stand side by side with the gods." "Daughter," Will you help me? Gloria sighed softly and shook her head. Mother, haven't you woken up yet? Since the disappearance of the Arcane Empire until now, so many forces have tried to find the core secrets of the Arcane Empire. But what happened in the end? The goblins originally had good alchemy skills. As the servants of the Arcanists, they had a lot of knowledge, but they were almost completely destroyed in a terrible explosion. Now they can only survive in the desert near the sea. The dwarves also tried to find the secrets of the Arcane Empire, but their cities were completely destroyed and buried deep underground by the collapsed mountains. The Wizard Alliance has been secretly conducting research for thousands of years, but except for a few destructive explosions, there are almost no results. Mother, it's too dangerous. A little mistake, and that terrible power will bring a devastating disaster. Give up on the element obliteration research. The beautiful woman took a step back and shook her head firmly. No, I won't give up. Half of my life has been spent on this research. Good daughter. I know you hate me. I've never fulfilled the responsibility of a mother. But please believe me. You're the only person I care about in this world. If the research hadn't reached the most critical point, I wouldn't have given you to the Eye of the North to raise. Gloria took a deep look at her and sighed. Mother, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't hate you. In fact, I've always been vague about your existence. In my childhood memories, the number of times you appeared could be counted on one hand. By the time I started to understand things, your experiments had brought about a terrible disaster. Many innocent lives were lost, and the people nearby were forced to migrate to other places. When I started to know you, you were already imprisoned in Whiterun. At that time, you were no longer the you in my memory. Do you know? Until now, I still can't see you clearly. As your daughter, my only request is that you give up this dangerous experiment. With your current strength and wisdom, you can't control this terrible power. The beautiful woman was silent. Finally, she looked up at Gloria in front of her, then turned and walked outside. She didn't escape just for freedom. She refused. She felt that the gap between her and her daughter was getting bigger and bigger, but she really wasn't willing to give up because she believed that as long as she crossed this threshold, she would be comparable to the gods. At that time, her daughter would naturally know that it was her fault. She wasn't an incompetent idiot in the Wizard Alliance, nor was she a low-intelligence goblin or a stupid dwarf. In fact, she had already completed part of her experiment. Otherwise, the damage would have been more than this. She had to find a way to get back what belonged to her, no matter the price. She needed an ally. Since her daughter wasn't willing to help her, she could only look for a new ally. Arcane Empire. In the ancient and glorious Arcane era, she didn't need to complete all the research. As long as she could find the core secret of the floating city, she wouldn't be afraid even if it was the gods. She wouldn't give up so easily. Because of this, she had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. P.S. There's another update today. It won't be later. Chapter 169. The night passed quickly. When Soren saw Gloria again, he found that there was another strand of silver hair on her head, which made him feel a little guilty. Prophecy spells came with a price, especially when it came to predicting Vivian's location. The price was even greater. After all, Vivian's identity was the child of fear, and the price of prophesying her was probably comparable to the fate of a king. Soren's heart was full of gratitude, and this was the first time he felt that he owed someone so much. South. Mountains. Near the sea. Gloria's expression was still so calm and indifferent. She quietly looked at Soren and slowly said, "The last card is a snake. I don't know what it means, but it must be related to the whereabouts of Vivian." The snake represented a lot. The complicated meaning was difficult to infer in a short time. In some beliefs, the snake represented wisdom, but it could also mean something else. Even if Gloria was a northern witch who was proficient in divination, it was difficult to predict anything clearly. The legendary prophecy spell could only make a rough prediction, and this was the same even if it was cast by the gods. Otherwise, the believers of fear would have found Vivian long ago and wouldn't have waited for Soren to take her away from Amber City. Soren bowed slightly again, then turned and walked out of the wizard tower. Now that there was a clue, it was much easier than searching aimlessly. At least it wouldn't be as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he had traveled the whole continent, and even went to the outer islands several times. In his memory, there were not many places where he could connect the south, the mountains, and the sea. It was very likely to be near a city near the sea. The last card representing the snake was the key to finding Vivian, and Soren didn't know what it meant. Soren left. He was not a person who was good at communicating with words, and he didn't know what he should say. He was grateful to Gloria and was willing to repay her, but he was still too weak. Even if he was promoted to grade 3 in a month, he was still very weak in front of Gloria. He couldn't compare with the Northern Witch in terms of wealth, and he wasn't as strong as Gloria, so there was almost no way he could repay her. The only thing Soren could do was to remember all of this in his heart, and wait until the day he was strong enough to repay her for her help today. Gloria didn't go with them. She stood at the top of the tower and silently watched Soren leave. She then reached out her hand and touched her heart. The wound there had not yet healed. The appearance of the hand of despair had strengthened her determination to reach the realm of legends. She was now moving towards the realm of legends. In fact, she had divined more than once last night. She had also divined something else. The prophecy told her that Soren would find Vivian because their fates were intertwined. The Northern Witch's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was still so beautiful. She looked into the distance and murmured, "Soren, I'm afraid you're also a son of God. But whose bloodline did you inherit?" Promoted to grade 3 in a month. This was something Gloria didn't even dare to think about. She was sure that Soren had some kind of power. The beautiful woman stood in front of the window. When Soren left, she had already felt it. She looked at the back of the gradually disappearing figure and whispered, "Who is he? His half-brother and half-sister are both sons of God. Is his mother also a descendant of God?" She couldn't help but fall into deep thought, as if she was thinking about something. The city of wealth. There was an endless stream of caravans going in and out of the city. Merchants with rich faces could be seen bargaining everywhere. From time to time, they would even say, "Oh, goddess of wealth," and then ask the other party to lower the price a little bit more. This was the center of the southern coastal trade. The open canal connected the inland, and the geographical location near the Soros Islands was convenient for shipping. This was the city with the most developed trade. It was also the place that the goddess of wealth paid attention to. There was the largest temple of wealth here, and every transaction was worth thousands of Kindler coins. The merchants were all believers of the goddess of wealth. This city was so rich that even the buildings liked to be painted with golden paint. Of course, it wasn't really gilding, but just a kind of paint that looked golden after being painted. The overdeveloped trade also stimulated all kinds of dark depravity and the pursuit of pleasure. This was also the place where the goddess of pleasure developed her believers. Whether it was a luxurious banquet or a variety of unique enjoyment, as long as you could afford it, the priests of the goddess of pleasure would prepare it for you. They could even invite the priests of the goddess of love to attend. While this city maintained its prosperity, it was also full of all kinds of evil situations. Countless eyes looking for wealth were cast here. Even with the power of the temple to maintain the balance, the sewers here never lacked corpses. Copper Kettle Tavern. The hustle and bustle here almost alerted the guards outside. A large group of drunkards, tourists, and adventurers laughed loudly as they looked at the halfling standing on the table in front of them. From time to time, they would shout for another round of singing. Next to him, there was a depressed bard. Almost no one ordered his pitiful songs anymore. Everyone's attention was attracted by the drunken halfling. Although he seemed to be completely drunk, there was a guy who wanted to take the money bag from him, and he was directly knocked down by him. This skill made many people exclaim. The adventurers next to him also looked at each other and evaluated each other's strength. Skillful rogues were very popular everywhere. There were always such people on the adventure journey. Aladdin held a wine glass that was bigger than his face and raised it high. After taking a sip, he burped and said, "The situation at that time was very dangerous. A total of 5 10 feet tall earth elementals surrounded us. Its arm was thicker than the pillar. With a punch, the ground would be a pit. If I was careless and was touched by them, it was possible to meet the Grim Reaper directly. But fortunately, I had a companion with good skills. Although his skills were still a little worse than mine. But he still helped me pin down 2 enemies. The situation at that time was really dangerous. I fought back alone under the encirclement of 3 earth elementals. If it weren't for my short stature, I would have been naturally agile. It would have been impossible to avoid their attacks. But I still had to take care of my companion who was a little worse than me. Goddess of wealth above. I almost thought I was going to die here. What followed was a thrilling process. How the brave and powerful halfling Aladdin defeated 5 earth elementals in an absolutely inferior situation, and at the same time saved his companion who was a little worse than him. The other guests in the tavern clearly knew that he was bragging, but they couldn't resist this guy's eloquence. The tone of the story was full of suspense, and from time to time, he could imitate the situation at that time. It was really very immersive. After being treated to 3 drinks in a row, Aladdin finally finished telling this wonderful adventure story. He wisely defeated a large group of earth elementals, and at the critical moment, he took his companion who was a little worse than him, and used the gap in the valley to avoid the awakening earth giant. After completing his daily bragging routine, Aladdin walked out of the Copper Kettle Tavern with a swagger. At this moment he was a little different from before. The clothes he was wearing were much more exquisite, and there were also some scattered decorations. It seemed that after selling the gemstones his wealth had increased a lot. After he walked out of the tavern, he took a detour to a small alley, untied his belt to pee, and a money bag appeared in his hand. He obviously had a drunken look, but he weighed it with a smile on his face and said, "Today's harvest is not bad. I didn't spend any money on drinking, and I even made a fortune from a fool." Ah. Sure enough, the south is better. The weather is warm and the sun is bright. It's much easier to make money. Aladdin shook a little, put away the money bag, and then turned around and walked towards the place where he lived. He still had a drunken look, and from time to time people would greet him. It seemed that he was doing well these days, and he had a little reputation in the neighborhood. All of a sudden, he seemed to have seen something, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He shook his head, raised his hand to rub the corner of his eyes, and then murmured, "Am I seeing things? Why did I just see Vivian? An illusion. It must be an illusion. She went to the north with Soren. It seems that I'm really drunk. Haha." Chapter 170. Quicksand Fairy. This was the intersection between the north and the south. The lake water from the snowy mountain flowed down, and divided into 2 rivers, one north and one south. In the middle was a large delta area. Due to excessive reclamation and deforestation, this place had once suffered serious soil erosion. The sandy soil rushed into the surging river, causing the entire river to appear somewhat turbid and yellowish. If it wasn't for Droll's intervention, there might be another terrible disaster like the Yellow River changing its course. At least in Soren's geographical knowledge, this place was similar to the 800 miles Liangshan Lake, because of the river changing its course. This was the territory of the intelligent lizard men. They were different from the small lizard men in the wilderness. These creatures knew how to build a village and make weapons. They were protected by a weak god called the God of the Lizard Men. Every once in a while, these lizard men would try to trade with the nearby humans. They would use the gemstones and gold coins they found to buy a lot of food and supplies. Weapons were prohibited. The lizardmen's nature was fickle and cunning. They attacked humans from time to time. Even the greediest merchants didn't dare to sell weapons to them on a large scale. Large groups of lizardmen were scattered in this lake. They were amphibious creatures, so this was the most suitable place for them to live. The nearby humans believed in the god of justice. With the delta as the center, the laws within a radius of 150 kilometers were stricter than other places. Even if there was a slight violation of the law, it could be punished. The priest of the god of justice was also a judge. Many of his followers became guards. Here, people who were evil would be excluded. It was like the Underdark ridiculing people who were good and seeing them as weak. Every place had its own customs and rules. If you didn't have the corresponding knowledge, you would soon run into trouble. Soren's figure appeared near the delta. He took off his hood. The guards of the god of justice thought that people who hid their heads and tails were easy to be bad guys. This might attract more attention. Compared to other cities, this place was much cleaner. Even the buildings seemed to be in good order. The god of justice was a relatively good god. Although he leaned towards the lawful good god, he wasn't as extreme as other lawful good gods. However, his priest was also famous for being stubborn. For so many years, he had been trying to promote the idea that the prince was as guilty as the common people. Unfortunately, this doctrine had always been strongly rejected by the nobles. Even the nobles here had only compromised to the point where they had to be punished. For example, if a noble killed an innocent civilian, they would have to pay compensation or be punished in other ways, or even be stripped of their status. However, he would not be executed. This was a relatively kind-hearted place. Although there was a semi-slavery system, indiscriminate executions of slaves would result in fines. Slaves in other places were completely equivalent to private property. Slavery was widespread in this world, but there were strict requirements. Slaves had to have corresponding identification and contract documents. The black market slave trade had always been an industry that the paladins had severely cracked down on. Soren planned to take a boat south from here. This was the fastest way to get to the seaside. It only took 1 or 2 days to reach Shipwreck Bay, which was close to the Soros Islands and the City of Wealth. It was once called Booty Bay. The main reason was that it was once the center of trade with the tropical jungle. Due to the special geographical environment, many ships filled with wealth hit the rocks and sank nearby. It took a long time for humans to find a safe route there. Navigating in Shipwreck Bay was the most popular job. Soren had cleaned up the dark tide murlocs there. These creatures had found a lot of underwater treasures, but unfortunately, they rarely went to the land. Note undead guards. To deal with them, one had to use underwater breathing potions, and they had to fight in a swimming state. Soren was not very suitable for this kind of battle, so he did not stay for too long. Underwater combat was too difficult to master. Soren paid 15 Kindler coins, and then found a merchant ship going south. The bottom cabin was filled with goods, and the top cabin had some high-end rooms. A round trip could earn hundreds of Kindler coins. These ships were all owned by the Chamber of Commerce, and the guards were not worse than the caravans. When Soren went up, he saw more than 20 guards, and there was even a guard captain who was above grade 3. This kind of life was no doubt much easier than adventuring, and it could even bring a family a better life. There was not much danger on the river. A few years ago, there were lizardmen who attacked ships, but now that the guardian of the lizardmen had fallen into a deep slumber, those unruly bastards had become much quieter. Soren booked a first-class room. It was above the cabin, and the decorations were not bad. A sailor led him to the door, and left with a respectful look on his face. After all, the profession of a wizard was very intimidating. Because the ship would sway when sailing, there were hammocks and wooden beds that were fixed. The tables and chairs were directly attached to the wall. Most of the things were fixed, or else they would break easily. Soren took off his wizard robe and took out a book to read. He bought some books when he passed by the city. The sailing environment was not suitable for magic research, and he did not like to just sit around, so he might as well read some books. There was never too much knowledge. Soon the merchant ship swayed slightly. It seemed that they had set sail to the south. The ship was sailing smoothly for now, but the later parts were a bit more troublesome. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to meditate or research magic. If you were not careful, you might get hurt. Anything related to magic required a certain degree of concentration. Footsteps could be heard from outside. Soren hung his robe on the wall and sat on the bed to read. The door of the room next to his opened, and it seemed that the person who lived next to him was the guest. Bang! There was a slight noise, as if someone's back had bumped into the wall. Soren's listening skills had improved a lot recently, and he was very sensitive to certain sounds. Sometimes he could even tell what was going on outside based on the sound, such as whether the footsteps were fast or slow, the mood of the passerby, what they were doing, and so on. The basic skills might not seem like much, but the effect of the accumulation of experience was very shocking. Soren seemed to have heard the sound of panting. This made him frown slightly, and he put down the book in his hand. The sound from next door was obviously louder, and he could vaguely hear the moans of a woman and the panting of a man. There was another bang on the wall, and the other side was probably the wooden bed that was fixed to the wall. The guest next door seemed to be a bit too impatient, and he actually wanted to go to bed as soon as he got on the ship. The ship swayed a little. Then there was the sound of a woman's laughter, and a man's slight cry of pain, as if he had bumped into something. After a while, there was a creaking sound, and the panting became more and more obvious. Soren couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like hearing this sound, especially when he had been restraining himself for a long time. There was a faint sound. Ah, dear, dear. Are we going to be rich now? Rich. Creak. Creak. Phew. That's right. We are going to be rich. Wait until we bring this back. Karen. Dina. Countess. Will definitely be willing to buy it at a high price. The sound was a little fainter. Soren heard the rest of the words intermittently, and it wasn't very clear. It seemed to be saying, that vain woman always wanted to seduce Prince William. Unfortunately, she's not very beautiful. Always wanted. Phew. This thing is said to increase one's charm. Her father is a rich businessman. He mined a gold mine. She'll definitely be willing to pay a high price. The woman's moans became louder, and the creaking sound became more rapid. After a while, the sound gradually became softer, and the man's tired voice could be heard. Dear, why don't you try it first? No way. Creak. It's said that this thing has a curse. We can sell it to her. Why do you care so much? As long as she's willing to pay. It's said that in order to seduce Prince William, she's tried some forbidden methods to make herself more beautiful. Once we get the money, we'll go far away. Then the sound disappeared. Soren couldn't help but stand up and walk around a little. There were no footsteps, and the other party didn't seem to have noticed that there was someone next door. The guest rooms in the cabin were separated by a thick wooden board. In fact, the soundproofing was very poor. Soren's face showed a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be a little moved, because everything that the other party mentioned seemed to be related to a rare item. It could increase one's charm? It seemed to be some kind of special equipment. Did the people next door find one of them? Soren was itching to get his hands on it. Rare items weren't easy to get, and items that could increase one's attributes were even rarer. It was possible that the other party found a legendary item. As for the cursed item, it didn't matter. There were many cursed items in this world, and any rare item from the evil faction was cursed in the eyes of ordinary people. He just didn't know how strong the two people next door were, but they were definitely not ordinary people. People who could get their hands on this kind of equipment were basically skilled. Soren opened the window and looked at the sky outside. He quickly made up his mind. He planned to take action after dark. Soren was not a person who advocated kindness. With a piece of rare grade equipment beside him, he would more or less have some thoughts about it. P.S. Due to a delay today, the second update will be a little late. Chapter 171. The sky gradually turned dark. The merchant ship didn't stop. This river was relatively safe, and the person at the helm was also an experienced person. If there were no accidents, it would take a day and a half to reach Shipwreck Bay, which was the estuary of this river. At night, there were noises coming from the room next door. It seemed that the man and woman were quite energetic, and they even went to the hammock to have sex. Soren's expression was quite calm. He was just quietly waiting for the opportunity, and from time to time, he would pay attention to the movements outside. Stealing was not a good idea. The other party was in the room, and in such a small space, it would be troublesome if they weren't legendary rogues. Moreover, there was still a long way to go. If the other party found out that something was stolen, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Soren was a person who hated trouble, so sometimes he would be more ruthless. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to be a good person. If he wanted to do it, he had to be fast because there were other sailors in the cabin, and there were merchant ship guards on the deck. These were all unexpected factors, and they certainly didn't want anyone to have an accident on the ship. Time passed little by little. Soren patiently waited for the arrival of midnight. The man and woman next door had done it 3 times in a row, and they seemed to be really tired. He also heard the man snoring. From time to time, merchant ship guards would pass by once every hour, mainly to patrol the cabin's cargo. After all, the value of these goods was not low. The sailors would work in shifts. There was a large area of hammocks below, the kind where the 2 ends were hung with gauze nets. There were 2 groups of people in the first half of the night, and the second half of the night. The situation on the deck was unknown, and Soren basically didn't go out today. No one came to disturb him, because people knew that wizards had a strange temper. The food was in the kitchen, and the guests could get it if they wanted. If no one came to take the initiative to get it, no one would send it over. After all, this was a merchant ship, not a passenger ship. Soren's fingers tapped on the table lightly. He was calculating the patrol time. The merchant ship guards would appear once every 10 minutes. Their footsteps were 3 people, and they would occasionally talk a few words. Then they would enter the cabin, walk around a little, and go to the deck. Soren narrowed his eyes and waited for the footsteps to fade away before he turned around and picked up his clothes. Then he slowly pulled out his scimitar. It was not the legendary curved sword obtained by the Frost Kingdom, but the one he had at the beginning. The legendary curved sword was too eye-catching. Creak. Soren gently opened the door without alerting anyone. His figure blended into the darkness, and his stealth ability made him completely invisible in the shadows. He carefully walked to the next door, and then a set of lockpicking tools appeared in his hands. Soren was quite familiar with his old profession. He moved a little and heard a slight click. He had already pried open the door. The people inside did not wake up. They seemed to be in deep sleep. They had been tossing and turning for quite some time. Soren gently pushed open the door. His palms were steady, and he was careful not to make any noise. His night vision allowed him to see everything inside clearly. The scene inside was rather lewd. Women's clothes and dresses were thrown on the ground, along with many small trinkets. There were weapons at the foot of the bed. The other party should also be an adventurer, but he looked like a warrior because the muscles on the man's body were clearly defined. Some of them were very strong and obvious. The woman was curled up in the corner of the bed. Her hair was fiery red, her back was white, her hips were full, her breasts were full, and her legs were slender and strong. She looked quite beautiful. She should also be a professional because Soren saw the calluses on her palms, near the area between her thumb and index finger. His rich experience told him that the other party was good at using short weapons. There was only the sound of breathing in the room, and the man snoring from time to time. Creak. Soren quietly closed the door, and then quietly crept over. In an instant he struck like lightning, directly stabbing his curved sword into the other party's heart on the spot. Originally, he intended to knock out the 2 people, but since the man was a warrior, his fortitude must be very high. Soren's strength was probably not as good as his, and the possibility of alerting others was too high. So, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly stabbed the man to death. Then in an instant he grabbed the woman's throat. Bang! There was a slight sound of impact. The sound was a little abrupt, but it did not alert the sailors below. The woman opened her eyes in an instant. She opened her mouth and wanted to scream, but her beautiful face was full of fear. Because Soren was tightly choking her throat, she could not make any sound. She could only kick her legs against the deck. The sound made Soren frown, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Then he twisted his wrist, and with a crisp crack, the woman's neck was directly broken. A faint smell of blood appeared. Soren frowned and covered the blood, then stacked the 2 bodies together. Some people were very sensitive to the smell of blood, so it was best for him to do something to reduce the smell of blood here. A row of data appeared. Activated backstab. 85 piercing damage to target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy, received 550 slaughter EXP. Activated garrote. 24 bruise damage to target. Target's neck broken. Triggered test of death. Target's fortitude failed. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. Received 350 slaughter EXP. The man was stabbed in the heart by Soren, which was equivalent to activating backstab. He died on the spot. The woman was attacked by garrote, which caused bruise damage, but because her neck was broken, she died from the test of death. The two people's profession levels were not high, probably around grade 2. Soren could easily deal with them. He did not even use any skills, just normal attacks were enough to kill them. This made him lower his expectations for rare grade items. Unless they were extremely lucky, it was basically impossible for them to find anything good. Soren began to search the room. He found a lot of miscellaneous items. These two guys didn't have any rare grade equipment on them. They only had some ordinary military goods. However, he soon found a special item. It was a rather large cloak that was dark red in color. It looked very gorgeous and smooth to the touch, as if it was made of silk. This should be the extraordinary item that they were talking about. Soren tried to appraise the item, and soon saw a row of data. Item type: Sorrow of the Moh, Aqua Spirit Cloak +2 item grade. Grade 2 legendary item description. This is a cursed cloak. Normal Aqua Spirit cloaks are made from the hair of Aqua Spirits, but this one is made from the skin of a Aqua Spirit that was born in a river called the Moh. The whole process was very bloody and cruel. The creator cruelly skinned a high-grade Aqua Spirit, and then used her hair to weave this legendary equipment. Compared to normal Aqua Spirit cloaks, this equipment was more powerful, but it also had the curse of the dead left on it. Equipment requirement: Vitality 12 and above. Equipment effect: Charm +2, up to 25 points. Equipment effect: Charm person once a day. This legendary equipment can charm a person once a day. No casting action is required, and the ability to charm a person can be instantaneously cast. Special effect: Berserk Succubus, once every 3 days. This legendary equipment can activate Berserk Succubus once every 3 days. It doesn't require any casting action. It can instantly activate Berserk Succubus with spell-like ability. A legendary equipment? Soren's face showed a hint of surprise. The Aqua Spirit Cloak was a rare grade equipment. Aqua Spirits and Dryads were both beautiful creatures that were the embodiment of nature. Dryads were slightly more common. Many legendary wizards liked to transplant Dryads as their servants or concubines to warm their beds. Aqua Spirits were much rarer. They were the embodiment of rivers, and they had many special abilities. Even wizards would have a hard time finding them. These two creatures belonged to special supernatural life forms, and had the innate ability to charm magic. Dryads, Aqua Spirits, Succubus, and lustful demons. These were 4 creatures that were born with extraordinary charm. When they reached adulthood, their charm would be 20 points, and they had the ability to instantaneously cast special charm spells. Ordinary Aqua Spirit cloaks were made with their hair, and then enchanted with special spells. Under normal circumstances, it would increase charm by 1 point, and occasionally it would have additional effects. The Aqua Spirit cloak in front of him was made with a special method. It was similar to the human skin cloak. Not only was it made with Aqua Spirit's hair, but it was also made with her skin. No wonder it had the curse of the Aqua Spirits. This equipment reminded Soren of the human skin cloak in the abyss. That cloak was also a legendary equipment, and it gave +3 charm to creatures of the evil faction. Wearing such a cloak required a certain amount of mental strength. Soren gave up the human skin magic armor because of his resistance. In the end, he wore the legendary dragon skin armor, which was less stressful. He gently touched the cloak with his finger, as if he had sensed something. It was a wailing illusion, and there was indeed the curse of the dead soul entwining around it. Soren's wisdom wasn't high enough. If his wisdom was high enough, he could feel more, and he could even communicate with the souls on it. Soren quickly put away the legendary cloak. Then he began to deal with the corpse. He would arrive at Shipwreck Bay tomorrow, and he had to do a little cleaning to make sure no one would find it. As for what would happen later, he didn't care at all because he had already left. Chapter 172. Shipwreck Bay. This was a unique port city. The location of the port occupied a third of the city. A 10-meter-tall lighthouse divided the port into two. On the left were merchant ships that ran river transport, and on the right were large ships that ran sea transport. The city seemed to be a bit noisy. Men with swords and knives could be seen everywhere. Due to the special geographical environment, Shipwreck Bay was a bit chaotic. The forces of the gods were also intertwined. It was also the largest port near the south coast to sell stolen goods. Soren glanced around and found that 3 or 4 groups of people had gathered. They were either local gangs or pirates who hunted on the sea. The forces of the temples here were more mixed. There were priests who believed in the Lord of Storms, priests who believed in the sea goddess, and other gods who protected the evil and illegal trade in the shadows. This was a chaotic area, and it was best not to cause any trouble. Soren was wearing a dark red cloak, which made him slightly eye-catching. The others could not help but take a second look at him. A young man looked around sneakily and then stumbled over. "Huh." Soren frowned and instantly grabbed the young man's wrist. He then twisted his hand and put the young man on the ground. There was a scream. There were obviously 3 or 5 men who wanted to come over, but Soren had already let go of his hand. He coldly looked at the young man kneeling on the ground and slowly said, "Keep your eyes open. Next time be careful not to lose your life." This was a thief. There was a group of people like this in almost every city. They liked to rob foreigners, and under the protection of the local gangs, they would hand over most of the stolen goods to the local gangs. Soren used to do this kind of thing. He would steal from the docks and look for easy targets. Foreigners were the priority, because they were unfamiliar with the place and were easier to deal with. However, this guy was a bit blind to steal from him. Maybe it was because Soren did not wear any weapons, and because he had changed his cloak, no wizard symbol could be seen. Black silk gloves and a delicate dark red cloak. Soren was a little eye-catching. Occasionally, some women would look at him, and when they saw his handsome face, they would blush or stare at him a few more times. Due to his half-elf bloodline, he was already quite charming. Now that he was equipped with a cold, arrogant, and luxurious cloak, it was obvious that he was even more handsome than before. No matter how you looked at it, the cloak made Soren look cold and gloomy, like a noble with a slightly arrogant air. The external manifestation of this kind of charm was to leave a deep impression on people after seeing it, or to be inadvertently stunned. The former was for men, the latter was for women. Soren's charm was originally 16 points, and now that it had increased to 18 points, he felt as if he had just met Gloria for the first time. He was shocked by her aura, and it left a deep impression on him. Even though he had never seen her face before, Soren seemed to be a little uncomfortable with this kind of attention. He couldn't help but frown slightly, then turned and walked toward the alley. Having high charm had its benefits, but it also had its corresponding troubles. People with extraordinary charm could easily become the main character in a crowd. At first glance, they would look like cranes in a flock of chickens. This was not necessarily a good thing for a rogue. Someone sneakily followed him, and after a few glances, they walked away. Gangs liked to pay attention to some special people, and sometimes these guys would even sell information. However, Soren was looking for a different group of people. Gangs were mostly people who couldn't be seen in public. He was looking for an organization that specialized in selling information. These people were the real well-informed local bullies. People who had never entered the Grey Realm would not recognize the code signs on the streets and alleys. Even adventurers would need experienced rogues to lead the way. Soren had come into contact with almost all the top Grey Realm organizations, so he quickly found an inconspicuous sign, and then turned to the location of an underground casino in the depths of the alley. There was a strong thug at the door. When he noticed that Soren was an unfamiliar face, he couldn't help but frown, but then he forced a smile because Soren showed a special emblem. "I want to ask for some information. Take me to your boss, or I'll twist your head off." Soren's expression was indifferent, but the other party could not help but shudder. He quickly led Soren to the back. Inside was a group of gamblers, nearby residents, coolies who made a living at the docks, and occasionally ferocious-looking pirates. Soren followed him up the stairs. There was a circle of thugs standing around lazily. There must be a lot of people in a place like this. When Soren reached the second floor, he heard a woman yelling, He kicked the door open and walked in. There were two seductive prostitutes in the room. Their faces were covered with heavy smoky makeup. Their eyelids were black, and their lips were bright red. These women even dared to apply arsenic on their faces. The two women were stacked together. The one in front was moving up and down, while the one behind was twisting and rubbing. Below them was the person Soren was looking for. He was a big man with a somewhat cold face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the intruder. His face instantly turned ugly, as if he was about to get angry. "Get them out of here." Soren sat directly opposite him, and then flashed an emblem in front of the other party's eyes. The next moment, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he hurriedly asked the two women to get out. It was a special mask symbol. At first glance, it was a little scary. He didn't dare to carefully observe the authenticity of the emblem, so he quickly tidied up and stood up. The expression of the local bully was surprising. The two women looked at each other and walked out honestly. Before leaving, they looked at Soren a few more times. One of the women even shook her chest at him. "Your Excellency." The man in front of him stood up and looked a little restrained. "What do you need from me?" Soren's expression was still very arrogant. He glanced at him as if he didn't care, and slowly said, "I want to know all the news about the Son of Fear." Clang. He directly threw out a money bag, and a few glittering Kindler coins jumped out. The man's eyes were immediately attracted. At this moment, Soren's pupils became a little evil. He looked directly at the man's eyes and said, "Tell me everything you know. Don't hide anything, or you should know the consequences." Fear eyes. Charm humans. The man in front of him seemed to be shocked by the gaze, and then his expression was stunned for a moment. The next moment he returned to his original appearance. He stood up respectfully and nodded. "Your Excellency, don't worry. I will never hide anything." Time passed quickly. When Soren came out of the room, he frowned slightly. Only after his men had left the underground casino did the gloomy man come back to his senses. He muttered, "What happened to me just now? Why did I tell him everything?" He couldn't help but tremble, and his expression seemed to be a little scared. But when he saw the money bag in front of him, he quickly took it. Anyway, the other party paid for it. The man shook his head and said, "This guy is too dangerous. There's no need to provoke him." In the alley, Soren walked towards the location of the hotel. Charm spells were still so useful in inquiring about information, but it used to be done by warlocks. Now he could also cast spells himself. The effect of charm humans was not very strong. It could not forcibly change people's will. At most, it could achieve the effect of psychological suggestion. It was a bit like hypnotizing the target, but the target would remember the process. This was a will-determining type of spell, which had many evil uses. Unfortunately, the probability of spell immunity was very high. It was far inferior to Berserk Charm, and the higher-level control spell in battle. Mind Control was the real useful spell. The information given by the other party was actually quite limited. Soren only knew that the Sons of Fear had caused riots all over the south. 7 or 8 Sons of Fear had appeared one after another, causing considerable chaos in the killing of each other. Among these Sons of Fear, the one with the most information was a vampire. It was unknown how the Dread Lord cultivated the vampire son, but this guy was the most dangerous one among them. He had killed 3 or 5 Sons of Fear one after another, and his strength was close to the realm of high-grade legends. This guy's traces were all over many areas. It seemed that he was constantly hunting other Sons of Fear, and was currently close to the coastal area. The latest information was that he had appeared near the City of Wealth. There was no Vivian's whereabouts. The other party was just an organization that believed in the god of rogues, and did not have such amazing intelligence. The only useful news Soren had was that the vampire son seemed to have angered some existence. Recently, a legendary paladin was chasing him. Soren was familiar with the paladin because the other party was called the Silver Hand. This was a paladin who believed in the god of truth, and there was also the Hand of Justice. These two paladins were very strong, and of course their equipment was even stronger, because they both had a divine artifact in their hands. Most of the paladins were fanatics, and the lowest was a devout believer. This kind of profession could easily make the gods look favorably upon them. They were the gods' first-class fighters. It just so happened that the paladin was one of the professions that restrained dark creatures the best. No wonder the vampire son was being chased everywhere. Soren was going to stay here for 2 days, and then continue south to look for Vivian. Chapter 173. There were a large number of prostitutes in Shipwreck Bay. When night fell, they would fill up a row. In a place like this, the erotic industry was always the most developed. There were sailors who had just returned from the sea, pirates who had just robbed and sold their loot, guards from various caravans, and adventurers who were passing by. After drinking to their heart's content in the bustling tavern, their next entertainment was to find some beautiful women and have a good night of relaxation. There were women from all over the world. If you could afford it, you could even secretly smuggle in elven slaves. However, these were not to be taken out in public. Otherwise, it would offend many powerful forces. Most of the women on the table here were half-elves. Their price was several times higher than ordinary women. They were rejected by elves, and it was difficult for humans to accept them. The status of any mixed-blood creature was actually very awkward. Of course, there were not only a large number of prostitutes here, but also countless underground casinos and all kinds of strange places to satisfy their strange habits. However, Soren did not relax here. Because he had been wandering in the gray area all year round, he knew all too well how many troublesome things there were in this place. For example, he just saw a woman who was very seductive. She had full breasts, a slender waist, slender legs, and very white skin. Her eyes were a little seductive. When she noticed Soren, she even gave him a seductive wink. Her appearance was very seductive. She was a very beautiful woman. However, Soren's expression was full of vigilance. He slightly crossed his fingers, then bowed and walked in front of her. The seductive prostitute's expression was slightly startled. Then she revealed a playful smile. She quietly nodded and showed her finger. There was a simple ring there. Then she looked elsewhere. Seeking pleasure in Shipwreck Bay also required a lot of foresight. There was never a lack of fools who lost their lives because of lack of foresight. The result of being blinded by lust was very likely to wake up as some kind of monster, or leave behind a blood-sucked corpse. It was a vampire. It should be a dark creature of the bloodkin level. High-grade vampires rarely came out to hunt. That's right. There were many vampires here. In any city with a developed sex industry, there would be many vampires hiding in the dark corners. They also needed wealth to maintain their lives, especially since these creatures were born to enjoy a more luxurious life. They also needed a sufficient source of food, and seducing lustful prey was undoubtedly the best way. If you walked in front of this beautiful vampire, you would find that she was very attractive, because the charm spell had already been cast on you. Then, you left with her and entered a dark alley. Just as he was about to pack up and rest, there was a noise outside the window. It was a woman's moan. He frowned and walked to the window on the second floor to take a look. He could see a drunk man, who reeked of alcohol, throwing himself into a woman's arms and kissing her. Under the silver moonlight, the woman's skin was pale. She pretended to moan a few times, and then her expression turned cold. Her pupils slightly changed color, and fangs appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she bit the man's neck. Large amounts of blood gushed out from the artery, and the woman sucked it like she was drunk. The man was still immersed in the bosom in front of him, and did not notice the arrival of death. Charm spell. The charm spell of vampires was very special, and it would not wake the target when it was attacked. The woman did not notice Soren's gaze. She seemed to be a newborn vampire. Because vampires with families would not hunt outside, it would cause too much trouble. They would hide in corners and sneak around in dark basements. Newborn vampires could not control their desires. Most of them were very hungry, so the man in front of her died very quickly. He did not slide to the ground until he had eaten his fill. The woman glanced to her left and right, then prepared to leave. Soren frowned slightly, and showed a thoughtful expression. He raised his hand and knocked on the window. Then he opened the window and looked down. Slowly he said, "Didn't your elders teach you how to hunt?" You just threw the body here after you finished eating? Whoosh. The woman, who was just about to leave, suddenly turned around. Her pupils shone with a dark green light, and her sharp fangs were exposed. Her fingernails became sharp and black. She slightly squatted down, which was a standard hunting posture. However, her target was on the second floor. Soren's expression was still calm. He looked at her coldly and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that. It's a very stupid thing to do. Throw the body into the sewer in front, and then deal with the blood. After you're done, come to me. I have something to talk to you about. I don't think you would refuse the invitation of a kind stranger, right? Am I right? A defector?" At the end, Soren's expression was quite playful. He slowly said, "You're quite brave. A newborn actually dared to defect. And you even succeeded." The woman's expression was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a moment, and then directly picked up the body on the ground with one hand. The man's weight was estimated to be around 200 pounds, but she effortlessly carried him with one hand. After dealing with the blood, she walked towards the sewer in front of her. Soren looked at her back and added, "Remember to deal with the wound on his neck. Make it look like he bled out." The woman gently nodded. Soren didn't close the window. He walked to the bedside and sat down. His expression was a little uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. After a while he put on the cloak next to him, and then put on the battlemaster gloves. Weapons appeared in his hands one by one, and then disappeared one by one. Newborn vampires were very impulsive and aggressive. He had to be careful because the other party could attack at any time. Educated vampires wouldn't hunt like this. Even the one he met before knew how to lure the prey to the graveyard, and then directly deal with the body after eating. This was obviously an uneducated newborn. After a vampire completed their transformation, they would be taught by an elder for a long time. They would be taught how to survive, and they would be confined to stay away from other people. Although vampires were powerful creatures, that was only in the eyes of mortals. If dark creatures dared to appear in the open, there was no need for the gods to intervene. Legendary professions could easily destroy a group of them. The one just now was a newborn, and it didn't look like a wanderer. Wandering vampires were very experienced and very vigilant. They would never do something that would expose themselves. This was a defector. The fact that a newborn vampire was able to defect undoubtedly aroused Soren's curiosity. He seemed to have thought of something interesting. Patter. The sound of climbing came from outside the wall. The sound was very soft, but it didn't escape Soren's notice. The newborn vampire twisted her body with amazing flexibility, and then came in through a narrow window. She landed lightly on the ground, and then stared at Soren with her green eyes. She slowly said, "Who are you?" Soren smiled, slightly raised his eyebrows and said softly, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I know you're in trouble, and I can help you. Of course, I need you to do me a favor." He slightly narrowed his eyes, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 174. Newborn vampires were very impulsive. They still couldn't fully control their strength, especially when they had just turned from a living person to a dead person. They had to face the choice of hunting humans to survive. Many newborn vampires would enter a period of madness during this period of time, and then they would be forced to be imprisoned in the coffin for a long time. This process was called hiding, and there would usually be other older vampires watching over them. These older vampires would be nurtured for a period of time, either for a few years or more. When the newborn gradually stabilized and their emotions were under control, they would then be released. This was a very difficult process. Vampires seemed powerful, but their growth cycle was too slow. They needed to spend hundreds of years to reach the 4th grade. The newborn in front of him was actually only at the 3rd grade. It seemed powerful because vampires were creatures with higher biological levels. They had innate attributes such as agility and strength that were much higher than ordinary people, and they also had spell-like abilities. The one in front of Soren was a defector. She had just turned into a vampire and defected, so she lacked the survival experience of a vampire. If a defector like her was caught, They would either be imprisoned for a period of time or directly executed. Because defectors were uncultured people, it was easy for them to expose the vampires' tracks. Moreover, their uncontrollable thirst for blood would attract powerful enemies, which was a disaster for vampires. The woman in front of him had already lost her initial beauty. She stared at Soren and said, "Help me? How can you help me? Can a mere human help me?" Soren smiled inexplicably and said slowly, "It seems that you overestimate the abilities of vampires. I'll stand here and not move. As long as you can force me to take a step back in 3 attacks, then it'll be your win. How about that?" What an arrogant tone. However, Soren now had to increase the psychological pressure on his target. For a newborn who only had brute force and not much skill, what he said just now wasn't an exaggeration. The current Soren was no longer the Soren of the past. He had the ability to fight back against a quasi-legend. All right. The newborn vampire had a ferocious look on its face. Without hesitation, it launched an attack. It leaped onto the wall and crawled on it. Then it pounced on Soren. Like an eagle hunting for its prey, it slashed its sharp claws at Soren's throat. It seemed like it wanted to kill him in one move. However, Soren's expression didn't change at all. He even closed his eyes and opened his palms slightly. Just as the vampire was about to pounce on him, Soren leaned back 90 degrees and dodged the vampire's sharp claws by a hair's breadth. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his hand, and with a plop, the newborn vampire fell behind him. Soren's hands were still empty. The newborn vampire looked at her abdomen in disbelief. There was a half-foot-long wound on her abdomen, and there was frost on it. She had almost been cut open. If it wasn't for Soren's mercy, the sword would have cut her abdomen. Even with the body of a vampire, half of her body would have been cut in half. Although this kind of injury wouldn't take the vampire's life, it was enough to fill her heart with fear. She lowered her head slightly and pressed her fingers on the wound. Soren's expression was cold and arrogant. He said indifferently, "Do you want to try again?" The newborn vampire shook her head and said, "No need. Your Excellency, I already believe in your strength, but I don't know why you want to help me. What do you need me to do for you?" Soren felt that his acting skills had improved a lot. Maybe it was because he had more contact with women. In the past, he only interacted with men, so his acting skills didn't improve much. Now his acting skills had increased by at least 10 points. Sure enough, dealing with women required acting skills. The basic skill of acting was surprisingly useful in many cases. He gently moved his wrist and said slowly, "I just happened to meet you. I need something useful, and the elder who was hunting you has it. So, I want to help you kill him. As for what I need your help with, we can talk about it after you're done with your problem. What's your name?" The newborn vampire hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Ariana." It was a bit of a mouthful. Soren repeated it and said, "Very good. Ariana, tell me about you. I need to judge the strength of the elder who captured you. After all, someone who can turn you into a vampire isn't easy to deal with." Ariana was a little hesitant, but then a trace of hatred appeared on her face, and she slowly said, "It was my sister, my cousin, who turned me into a vampire. My hometown is in the town of Solid, and it is a down-and-out aristocratic family. My mother died early. My father has been trying to restore the family's glory. Unfortunately, he never came back after going out on an adventure. 12 years ago, his cousin married a nobleman who was on a journey and left with him. This year, she returned to her hometown. We were very happy, but we didn't expect her to become like this. She killed the others and then turned me into a vampire as a servant of her master. I escaped, and then I escaped to Shipwreck Bay." What a melodramatic story. Although the woman in front of him didn't explain it in detail, Soren could guess the process. Her cousin who turned into a vampire went on a killing spree. She seemed to have killed the other family members, and then left her, who was quite beautiful, to be turned into a new vampire servant. Vampires were creatures that were based on appearance. If they weren't handsome or beautiful enough, they would rarely be turned. Especially female vampires, most of them were above average in appearance. Very good. Soren nodded slightly and said, It seems that your cousin came to capture you. Of course, it's more likely to be her master. But it doesn't matter. I'll help you kill them. You'll be free from now on." He stood up and walked around, then said, "You'd better take a rest. This kind of injury shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, vampires have a strong regenerative ability. I suggest you learn how to hunt. Such a poor method of hunting can easily lead to trouble." Vampires were a very strong creature template. They had an innate defense of +6 and a base HP of 12, which was similar to the barbarians. At the same time as their strength increased, they would gain various types of magic abilities, various types of resistance, and various types of negative energy corrosion. Moreover, when they were in their higher form, they would gain a bonus of +6 in strength, +4 in agility, +2 in intelligence, +6 in constitution, +2 in wisdom, and +4 in charisma. In some ways, it was almost comparable to the additional abilities of a dragon disciple. They had a +10 racial bonus in deceit, hide, listen, stealth, search, detection, and other basic skills. Vampires had a base creature level of 8, and they were naturally close to grade 3. These dark creatures didn't have many weaknesses. Many things in folklore were fake. They had shadows and weren't afraid of mirrors. Garlic was just the smell that they hated. The only thing they were afraid of was sunlight. It would greatly reduce their strength and could even kill the weak vampires. Their fatal weaknesses were their heart and brain. High-grade vampires could transform into bats in gaseous forms. They were a type of creature that was very difficult to kill. The rest of them were similar to undead creatures. Soren had killed many of them before. Vampires had a very important part on their bodies, and that was their spine. This was a special casting material, and it was also a key tool for the evil bloodline purification. The bloodline purification ritual was a transformation of a supernatural life form. There were many special casting materials in it. They could increase the effectiveness of the bloodline purification ritual, but they wouldn't change the bloodline of their own race. There were more core materials for the evil bloodline purification ritual. They came from more than 10 different sources, such as vampires, werewolves, liches, demons, devils, dragons, and so on. The simplest bloodline purification ritual was directly blessed by the gods. Soren naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that the gods would be willing to bless him. The second most convenient material was dragon blood. However, it had to be a purebred dragon, and the minimum requirement was a white dragon. In the stories, there were many professions that became stronger after bathing in dragon blood. This was actually a bloodline purification ritual. They were still humans. However, these people had unconsciously completed the bloodline purification ritual, and their vitality had been increased by the dragon blood. This ritual was like they could have grown to this level of vitality, but because of some defects such as insufficient nutrition when they were young, lack of training, or other defects, they didn't reach the peak of their vitality. This ritual allowed them to reach the peak of their vitality, and it might even increase their attributes that didn't grow well during their childhood due to other reasons. The probability is extremely low. This was Soren's goal. He needed to stimulate the potential of his vitality through the bloodline purification ritual. He didn't have the confidence to slay a dragon, and he didn't have the time to look for one. Vampires were a good substitute, and using high-grade vampires as materials to purify their bloodline would give him an additional, sturdy ability. After completing the bloodline purification ritual, his HP would increase by at least 2 to 3 levels. In other words, his vitality would be equivalent to a warrior of the same level who didn't have the bloodline purification ritual. The night passed quickly. Soren left the hotel the next day and began to prepare tools to deal with vampires. Holy water was the best thing to use, followed by other items that could restrain dark creatures. From Ariana's mouth, Soren learned a lot of information and judged that it was a small family of vampires who converted her. They used the innate control ability after conversion to enslave servants. In this regard, Ariana's willpower attribute was good. She actually resisted the mind control of the vampire elders. Now he just had to wait for the elders who were looking for her to appear, and then lure them to a suitable place to kill them. P.S. Today's update. Everyone, go cast your annual vote. Chapter 175. Don't provoke those local snakes. Although Soren already had the idea of purifying the bloodline, he never planned to attack the local vampires. The main reason was that these creatures were able to survive in the area for such a long time. Whether it was their connections or their strength, they were very difficult to deal with. He was basically sure that the newborn was not a local vampire, or else she would have been captured long ago. If Soren remembered correctly, the leader of the vampires in the shipwreck harbor was an earl, who had existed for more than 800 years, and at the same time controlled a group of pirates. It was an old-fashioned and mean old thing, a standard high-grade legendary creature, with a morbid pursuit of the rules. Although vampires had long lives, unfortunately, they did not live for too long. Unless they were willing to hide in the cemetery and not come out. Sooner or later they would be killed by adventurers, paladins, or other people who believed in kindness and justice. Because even legendary vampires could be directly killed by an eighth circle sunburst, not even leaving a speck of dust on the spot. Vampires were famous for being rich. During the Age of Chaos, who knew how many quasi-legendary wizards and priests were looking for vampires everywhere, completely on the rhythm of making a fortune. If Soren mastered sunburst spells, or had a sunburst scroll, he would dare to challenge legendary vampires. The priests of the god of light killed the vampires in batches. Soren prepared high-density holy water, which cost him nearly 200 Kindler coins. This holy water was a special item made after a ceremony, and its effect was stronger than ordinary holy water. It could cause 60 holy damage to any evil creature, and it could even cause double damage to undead creatures. If it wasn't for the obvious weakness of dark creatures and undead creatures, many people would have changed their race. After all, the attributes provided by vampires were too high. Sunburst spells could cause double damage to them, and control undead creatures could also directly control them. Soren did not come back until night time. Vampires did not move during the day, so there was basically no problem during the day. When he came back, he saw Ariana wiping the corner of her mouth, and a trace of blood could be seen. This made Soren frown and said slowly, "You went to kill people again?" Hearing this, Ariana was startled and then whispered, "I have already dealt with the body." Soren nodded slightly. His expression was a little uncertain. The newborn in front of him was way too thirsty for blood. She had just killed an adult yesterday, and today, she couldn't help but want to suck blood. Although this could increase the speed of her strength, the possibility of being exposed was very high. If she didn't know how to control herself, she wouldn't be able to live for long. Catch! Soren threw a large cloak over and said slowly, "Let's leave this place. You go and lure the tracker out." Ariana nodded and put on the cloak. When they went downstairs, the sturdy lady boss was scolding someone. It seemed that one of the workers was lazy and didn't show up. When Soren heard this, he couldn't help but look back at Ariana. She obviously avoided his eyes. It seemed that this matter was related to her. This discovery undoubtedly made Soren's heart sink. Vampires rarely hunted around him. The newborn in front of him was a guy who had no education and didn't know anything. Even the waiter in the hotel did the same. Fortunately, she didn't expose herself. Otherwise, Soren wouldn't be able to protect her. He might even be implicated. The lady boss looked like a third-grade adventurer. The other people in the hotel weren't easy to deal with either. In this world, there were too many adventurers who retired and changed to some simple jobs to support themselves. It seems that I miscalculated a little. Soren was quite dissatisfied and said to himself, "A newborn vampire is a time bomb. She can't control her desire to suck blood." The two of them walked out of the shipwreck harbor. Soren didn't walk with her. Ariana left from the front door alone. When she walked to the street, there was obviously another female vampire standing in the same position that Soren saw yesterday. These female vampires seemed to appear in shifts. This time, the beautiful vampire looked at Ariana, and then directly walked in front of her. With a cold expression she said, "Leave here immediately, wanderer. Otherwise, the ancestor will kill you." The internal conflict among vampires was very fierce. The battle between families was extremely cruel. It was difficult to accommodate another vampire family in one place. Even wanderers would be excluded because the vampire's food was human-like intelligent creatures. The appearance of another family meant that there was a fight for food and territory. If wanderers hunted in their territory, the consequences and mess would be dealt with by the vampires. If they weren't on the street, the vampire just now might have directly attacked Ariana, and then killed her or brought her back to the nest. Vampires could live for a long time. Therefore, they lived more cautiously. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any place for them. Ariana's expression didn't show much fear. It seemed that she wasn't a vampire spawn. Instead, she directly drank the blood of high-grade vampires. She was a vampire with a higher starting point. Therefore, the beautiful woman didn't realize that she was a newborn, and only thought that she was a wanderer. Otherwise, she might have already planned to attack. Newborns were too dangerous. Ariana slightly bared her teeth. Her expression was a little fierce, and then she walked outside. It seemed that she knew how to control herself and knew that she couldn't be exposed in the crowd. Soren followed behind with a frown on his face. Before they separated, he had already told her the direction to go and then silently followed behind. The elders could track their descendants and even control the target, but there was a limit. If it exceeded the range of their ability, the descendants would be freed. There were many wanderers among the vampires. They committed crimes to increase their strength. And then when they reached a certain stage, they would create their own family. These vampires were slaves at first, and it would take a long time for them to be free, unless they betrayed them like Ariana. The law and order in Shipwreck Bay were chaotic. When Ariana went out, she was stopped by a drunk sailor because of her appearance. If she didn't remember Soren, she might have seduced him and killed him in a deserted corner. However, she still punished the drunkard a little. She directly raised her hand and broke his arm. When she smelled a trace of blood, her pupils dilated slightly. After a while, she recovered and quickened her pace to run outside. Soren had been silently following behind. Night was his best cover. He seemed to have heard something. He looked up at the roof in the distance. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything, but he couldn't help but slow down and catch up with Ariana from the other side. The elder who turned her into a vampire might be nearby. The other vampires in Shipwreck Bay could confuse the other party's senses, but it was much easier to track her in the wilderness. Ariana's pace gradually increased. She seemed to feel something. Her expression was a little scared, and she fled further away. Time passed little by little. She had walked more than 10 kilometers in the night, and Soren was following behind. Even Ariana didn't know where he was. The woman was obviously afraid because she wasn't sure of Soren's position. She was even a little worried that he didn't follow her. But now she couldn't retreat. The consequence of exposing her whereabouts was that she would soon be discovered by the elders. One figure after another flew through the forest. Soren frowned slightly. He noticed that there was more than one enemy. At least 3 vampires followed them. Haha. A strange laughter suddenly came from the front. And then a charming woman walked out from behind a tree. She was wearing an exquisite noble dress, and her fingers were wearing white gloves. Her fingers were playing with something, and she said playfully, "My dear little sister, where do you think you're going? Do you know that your behavior has made the master very angry?" Defection was more serious than usurping the throne. This was a serious challenge to the authority of the vampire clan leader, and also a violation of their long-standing rules. They were lawful evil beings. Vampires strictly adhered to the rules that had been passed down for thousands of years. They rejected any existence that brought chaos. When necessary, they would directly execute the target. Ariana opened her mouth and revealed sharp fangs. Her pupils turned green, and black claws appeared on her white fingers. She looked at the woman in front of her with hatred and said, "I don't have any master. I'm free. You killed my family. You killed my family. You monsters. You monsters. Monster." The charming woman laughed, and her whole body trembled. Her expression suddenly became cold and said, "Aren't you a monster? Look at yourself now. To be able to enter the bloodline form so quickly, you must have killed a lot of people, right?" Ariana's expression was a little ugly. She looked at the woman in front of her, and her expression was slightly absent-minded. She said as if she was comforting herself, "It's all you're doing. You made me like this. You made me like this. Oh. All the people I killed were people who deserved to die. None of those men were good. Is that so? A cruel smile appeared on the charming woman's mouth. She suddenly made a gesture, and her figure instantly rushed over. Two other figures rushed out from the side, and it seemed that they intended to subdue her at once. 3 afterimages attacked. Ariana let out a low roar and directly rushed toward the charming woman in front of her, as if she wanted to die together with her. Chapter 176. Stupid. The charming woman twisted her body and attacked with her elbow, turning Ariana's body into a shrimp. Before she was transformed into a vampire, she was just an ordinary girl. She basically had no combat training, and now she only relied on her instincts to fight. Compared to the experienced charming woman in front of her, she was like a clumsy child. Vampires had a long lifespan, which led to many older vampires having very powerful combat skills, among which there was no lack of masters who were proficient in all kinds of weapons. The charming woman in front of her had undoubtedly undergone a considerable amount of combat training. The dagger in her wrist gently cut Ariana's hand tendons. This kind of injury was not a threat to the vampire, but it could temporarily affect her activities. The two vampires locked Ariana's arms, and then used brute force to put her down, kneeling in front of the charming woman. Tsk tisk. The charming woman chuckled, stretched out her dagger, and cut Ariana's face, leaving a bloody mark on her beautiful face. She stretched out her scarlet tongue and licked the blood on the dagger, and slowly said, "What a beautiful face. No wonder the master dotes on you so much. But after you are caught, you won't have such a good life anymore." As if with a trace of hatred, she drew the dagger and slashed across Ariana's face. Streaks of blood could be seen. Ariana's face suddenly became bloody, but the vampire's powerful regenerative ability was still there, and the wound gradually recovered. "I'm going to kill you." Ariana opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs, and glared at the charming woman in front of her. She glanced around a little, but she did not see Soren's trace, which made her heart sink to the bottom. The two vampires behind her firmly held her arms, completely suppressing her in place. Because she struggled too hard, one of them directly stepped on her and said slowly, "Take her back. The master will give her the punishment she deserves." The charming woman glanced at him and said coldly, "I don't need you to teach me. Break her limbs and take her back." Vampires had a strong regenerative ability, so it didn't matter if their limbs were broken. It was undoubtedly much more convenient after their limbs were broken. A look of despair appeared on Ariana's face. She struggled desperately, letting out a beast-like growl. Her pupils gradually expanded, turning from green to blood red, and finally, her entire eyeball was blood red. This strange change shocked everyone. The charming woman frowned and said, "Berserk bloodline? Damn it. It was her father's bloodline." Her father was a berserker. Just as they were about to break Ariana's limbs, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind one of the vampires. With a flash of cold light, the scimitar directly pierced the vampire's heart. Traces of frost appeared on the vampire's body. The vampire's skin that touched the scimitar sizzled, as if it had touched sulfuric acid. Before he could scream, Soren twisted the scimitar and crushed the vampire's heart. A corpse was left on the spot, its skin and flesh rapidly aging. This was a low-level vampire that had lived for over 100 years. There was an enemy? This sudden attack caught them off guard, and they lost control of one of the vampires. Ariana roared and rushed over, then opened her mouth to bite the charming woman in front of her. Soren withdrew his scimitar in an instant. When his figure escaped into the darkness, he disappeared. He used the ability to hide from sight and re-entered the state of stealth. The charming woman was entangled in place by the berserk Ariana. The other vampire wanted to help, but he was very afraid of Soren, who was in stealth. He couldn't find this enemy at all. "Kill her." A cold light flashed in the charming woman's eyes. She didn't show any mercy and directly stabbed Ariana's heart. She was just an ordinary girl not long ago. She couldn't dodge at all, and was hit in the heart in an instant. She seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Ignoring the wound on her chest, she turned around and bit the enemy's neck. "Ah!" There was a scream. The charming woman's neck was stained with blood. Her face became violent. Sharp fangs appeared in her mouth, and her expression was quite ferocious. She grabbed Ariana's arm and broke it, then tore it off with a crack. Ariana still clung to her tightly, biting off a large piece of flesh from her neck. Blood gushed out. She clamped her waist with her legs and bit down on her neck. Swoosh! Another cold light appeared in the darkness, and Soren's figure appeared in an instant. He waved his scimitar and pierced through the chest of another vampire, and then sprinkled some liquid on his body. There was a sizzling sound, and the vampire's body seemed to be corroded by sulfuric acid. In the blink of an eye, he was unrecognizable. He withdrew his scimitar and disappeared expressionlessly. The next moment, the nearby shadows distorted, and his figure appeared behind the enemy in the darkness. He waved his scimitar at the charming woman in front of him. The opponent's instinct to dodge was very amazing. She actually predicted it in advance and turned around to block the attack with Ariana, who was entangled with her. The scimitar was already in full force, and Soren couldn't withdraw it after activating Shadow Jump. Poochie! The scimitar pierced into Ariana's back. Even though Soren had shifted his position, the holy water on the scimitar still corroded her flesh and made a sizzling sound. She let out a painful howl, but then Ariana did something that no one expected. She actually hugged the charming woman behind her, and the scimitar pierced through her abdomen from her back, and then pierced into the charming woman's body. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Soren had no time to think about anything else. Another scimitar immediately appeared in his hand, and then he instantly slashed at the charming woman's head. A charming head fell to the ground. The scimitar in Soren's hand cut off the enemy's head by a hair's breadth, and then it stopped right in front of Ariana's head. Thump! The headless body fell to the ground, and blood gushed out in large amounts. Ariana weakly loosened her legs, and her eyes seemed to be a little dazed. The heart in her chest had been crushed, and she didn't know why she didn't die on the spot. Before a vampire reached the higher order, the head and heart were fatal, but she could still continue to fight with a heart injury. The charming woman wasn't a high-order vampire. Although she had sucked the blood of high-order vampires, she didn't have the ability to turn into a bat or gaseous state. Why are you doing this? Soren's expression was a little inexplicable. He looked at Ariana, who was getting weaker and weaker. Her heart had been crushed, and this kind of injury was basically incurable. He let out a sigh and slowly said, "As long as you hold them back, I'm sure I can kill them. Why do you have to fight so hard?" Soren hesitated for a moment. Then he waved his scimitar and cut his wrist, put it in front of her mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Drink. Maybe it can heal your injury." Blood was flowing. Ariana's expression was a little sober, but she looked very weak. She used her remaining arm to move Soren's wrist away from her mouth, and then murmured, "I saw my brother. I saw a lot of dead people. I don't want to kill anyone. I really don't want to kill anyone." A drop of blood-red liquid appeared in the corner of her eyes. It was said that the tears that vampires sometimes shed were blood, but this was the first time Soren saw it. "You'll die." Soren knelt in front of her and said with a complicated expression, "Drink my blood, and you may come back to life." Ariana slowly shook her head, and her pupils became more and more unfocused. She said in a low voice, "I am finally free. Thank you. Thank you, Soren. My soul. Will it be redeemed? I don't want to fall into the abyss of hell." Soren was silent. Vampires were destined to fall into the abyss of hell, unless a legendary priest or a saint held a redemption ceremony for her. Her soul was very likely to be reborn in the abyss of hell. This was a pure soul. Such a soul wouldn't be drawn into the cycle of reincarnation by the river Styx. If there was no one in the heavens to receive her, then the abyss of hell would be her final destination. Vampires were cursed creatures. Not to mention that she had killed so many people. Even the gods she believed in wouldn't do anything, and they might not have the energy to pay attention to such an insignificant soul. Soren slowly held her hand and whispered, "Yes, I'm sure of it. You're free. No one can enslave you anymore. As long as your heart is still pure, no one can desecrate your soul. May you be redeemed. May your soul rest in peace." Ariana's mouth showed a smile with difficulty. Her pupils gradually dimmed, and she murmured with her last words, I'm sorry." Her hand fell weakly, and no one knew what her last words meant. Soren inexplicably felt a little suffocated in his heart. He slowly put down her arm, and then walked to the charming woman's body. He cut open her spine, and took out the central half of her spine. He silently cleaned the battlefield. Although he wasn't injured at all, he still felt a little uncomfortable, as if he was suppressing something. He bent down and picked up Ariana's body, and took her arm that was torn off by the enemy. A complete body. This was respect for the dead. Sauron carried the corpse and walked into the darkness, heading into the distance. This was a good girl. No matter what she had experienced, no matter what she had done, her soul was still pure. She should have a quiet and beautiful place to bury her bones after death. That place would be full of flowers in the spring next year. P.S. Looking for an annual vote. Chapter 177. Am I really drunk? Aladdin shook his head and saw a water tank next to him. He tiptoed and dipped his head into it. When he came out, his eyes were obviously sober. Although he was not tall and had a small belly, in fact, Aladdin's alcohol tolerance was much better than Soren's. Some halflings could even drink barrels of wine that were as tall as their height. Maybe it was related to their living habits. Tobacco, ale, and delicious food were 3 indispensable parts of their lives. Aladdin still trusted his eyes, so he felt that what he just saw should not be an illusion. So he tidied up a little, and then went in the direction where he saw Vivian's figure. The city of Wealth had a large population, and he could find fat sheep everywhere. However, Aladdin was a person who knew how to restrain himself. He actually had a lot of rules that only he knew. For example, he only stole once a day, and did not steal from the same person repeatedly. If he stole a lot of money, he would do a little good, or offer it to the temple of his faith to pray for the blessing of the gods. His camp had always been swinging between chaotic good and lawful neutral. At present, he was still more straightforward. If he did not meet Soren, he would probably drift to chaotic neutral. However, because he made a small fortune, Aladdin actually restrained himself a lot in stealing. After all, the kindler that he stole was really not as good as the benefits of adventure. Aladdin rarely stole from professions, because the probability of being discovered was too high. He turned along the street, and then went in the direction of the market. He lost track of Vivian. Because of the initial hesitation, it seemed that her figure had gone far away, but he still judged the direction according to the flow of people. The market area was the place with the most people and the most thieves. Aladdin glanced slightly and saw several people looking for their target. Similarly, thieves also had their own rules and territory. It was best not to cross the line. Aladdin did not see any trace of Vivian, but he seemed to see the woman who first appeared with Vivian. The woman was buying a carriage, and because of her extravagant spending, she attracted a lot of attention. The city of Wealth mainly hired mules and horses, and buying directly here would cost a lot of money. Aladdin quietly followed her. The other party seemed to be quite alert, frowning and glancing at the other thieves nearby who pretended to pass by. Then she slowly opened her mouth and said one word: "Get lost." This was a profession's. Aladdin judged it with a few glances, and even inferred that the other party was good at using short weapons, maybe a dagger, or a short sword. Her strength was about grade 3, and belonged to the agile fighting style. However, he had no way to determine the target's profession. Warriors, rogues, rangers, and so on. Many of them would not wear logos on their bodies. Aladdin could only guess that she might not be an easy person to get along with based on her attitude and tone. The woman quickly negotiated the price, and then asked someone to drive the carriage to a certain location. Then, she turned and walked in another direction, looking around vigilantly. Aladdin followed her stealthily. He kept a distance of about 100 meters, and came to a rather remote inn. This location was 2 streets away from the beginning, and there was an alley in the middle. Over there was the fish market, and a little fishy smell could be smelled from here. The woman quickly entered the inn. Aladdin hesitated for a moment, but still did not enter from the front door. He was still not sure if he saw Vivian, or if it was an illusion, or someone who looked like her. Aladdin took a detour to the back of the inn. He spat on his hand and climbed up the wall at the back of the hotel. He didn't need much help and easily climbed to the second floor. There was almost no movement in the process. The halfling rogue was first class in this regard. He quietly listened to the sound in the first room, and there seemed to be no one inside. Then he carefully walked to the second room. There seemed to be a man in this room, and there was a snoring sound in it. He seemed to have heard the sound of the door opening, so he quickly went around a position, and then approached the room in the corner. Who is it? Before he could sneak in to observe, there was a clear cold snort in the room, followed by the voice of a little girl. How dare you run in front of me? You're courting death. Hold human. Aladdin's figure was stiff in place, and soon the woman came out, looked at him coldly, then picked up the puppet like Aladdin and carried him directly into the room. Huh. Sitting on the bed was a very beautiful little girl. She frowned and looked at Aladdin, then said, It's you? Aladdin? Aladdin could not move his whole body, and he could only move his eyes slightly. The little girl frowned slightly, waved her hand gently to remove the spell, and then said in a condescending tone, Why are you here? How dare you follow me? The halfling sat on the ground with a plop, looked at the little girl in front of him with a surprised expression, and murmured, Vivian? When did you become so powerful? The little girl's expression was a little angry. She glared at him and muttered to herself, I'm not that idiot. I'm Lily. Yes. I'm Vivian. Is it strange that I've become powerful? Speaking of this, the little girl raised her head, and her voice was raised a lot. It looked like she was full of momentum and took it for granted. Why is she talking so incoherently? Aladdin had some doubts about whether the little girl in front of him was Vivian, or her twin sister or something. Anyway, Aladdin's intuition was very good. He found that the little girl in front of him was very different from the one in his memory. Although her appearance was almost the same as in his memory, her expression, tone of voice, and so on were not the same as the Vivian he knew in the past. In his memory, Vivian was a very obedient and well-behaved little girl. She was very gentle and kind to everyone, and would not have this kind of condescending feeling. Moreover, Vivian seemed to like white, right? She used to wear a lot of white dresses. But the little girl in front of him was wearing a black princess dress and black silk gloves on her little hands. At first glance, she looked a little arrogant, quite like a spoiled little princess in the royal family. But she really seemed to be Vivian. Aladdin believed that his eyes would never be wrong, because even twins could not be exactly the same. As a clever rogue, he could still distinguish this difference. Vivian. The halfling's expression was a little hesitant, and he whispered, Why are you here? Didn't you go to the north with Soren? The little girl's big eyes rolled around. The expression on her cute little face seemed to be evil for a moment, and the corner of her mouth showed a little evil smile, but it quickly disappeared. A trace of moisture quickly appeared in her beautiful big eyes, as if she had been reminded of something sad. She looked a little scared, and her eyes were misty with tears. She said in a very tender voice that made one's heart ache, It was like this. But my brother and I met a bad guy. As a result, we got separated. Fortunately, I met this big sister. She was very kind to help me and brought me here. Women were born with a natural talent for acting. The beautiful woman next to her immediately changed her expression, and her face showed that she was right. The little girl then stood up and glanced at Aladdin, who was about the same height as her, and said in a pitiful voice, I thought you were that bad guy, so I used magic on you. Don't blame me, okay? Acting cute was a success. The little girl's pitiful appearance quickly let Aladdin put down some doubts, because at this time, Vivian was very similar to what he remembered. Maybe it was because she was in trouble, so she looked a little different? Who attacked you? Aladdin's eyes were slightly dazed, but he didn't notice it himself. He was quite angry and said, Don't be afraid. If a bad guy bullies you, I'll help you deal with him. The charm was successful. The little girl's mouth showed a sly smile, and her expression was a little naughty. There seemed to be a strange light in her eyes, and she continued to say in a pitiful tone, It's a very, very bad vampire. But he seems to have offended others. There's a very, very powerful paladin chasing after him. You look like a great rogue. Brave Aladdin. Can you help me find his location? Then we'll tell that paladin. Let him deal with that vampire. The halfling patted his chest without hesitation and said, No problem. In the vast wilderness. Soren's figure came from afar. It had been some time since he left the shipwreck port. He now planned to go to the City of Wealth, which was the most prosperous and well-informed place along the coast. If a son of fear appeared, he should be able to get some information. Moreover, one of the sons of fear seemed to have appeared there. Soren felt that the other party would not leave so soon. After collecting the materials for the bloodline purification ceremony, Soren immediately took the time to complete the ceremony. The requirements for non-legendary advancement were not high. In the future, the legendary bloodline ceremony would require the help of high-grade spellcasters. Soren had an additional ability, Sturdy. Sturdy gifted ability. You are far stronger than others. This is a powerful bloodline ability that can be obtained through the blessings of the gods. With this talent ability, you will gain an additional 1 HP for each profession level, and an additional 2 points of sturdy immunity. When receiving some judgment of death, you may also enter a state of near death instead of dying directly. Epic sturdy prerequisite. Chapter 178. You'll kill him like this. An anxious voice suddenly sounded in the little girl's mind, but her expression was as if nothing had happened. She curled her lips and said, How can that be? He looks quite powerful too. Besides, the halflings have good luck. If we don't let him help us find the son of fear, do we have to find him ourselves? There is telepathy between the sons of fear. This idiot is so useless. I can't even beat him. Now we can only wait until we find him, and then find a way to make him and the others suffer so that we have a chance to kill him. The voice in her head seemed a little angry and said discontentedly, Let me out. How can Aladdin deal with that vampire? He can't even block one of your spells. If he is found, he will be killed by the son of fear. The little girl played with her hair in boredom, walked to the window, and said with a smile, I won't let you out. Who told you to use up all your energy, you idiot? If you want to come out, wait until my energy is used up. If he's killed, then he's killed. Anyway, except for my brother, the others die. It doesn't have much to do with me, right? You useless idiot. You think we won't take the initiative to attack? Will my brother just sit back and do nothing? Brother already knows that we are the sons of fear. He will definitely find a way to kill the other sons of fear. If we don't take the initiative, the gap between our strength and theirs will get bigger and bigger. At that time, it will be my brother and us who will be in danger. Do you want to be a burden and hide behind your brother all the time? My brother is already fighting very hard. But he's just a mortal. We have to rely on ourselves for this matter. Otherwise, do you think I don't want to be with my brother? The little girl's mouth showed a cold smile. She looked at the street outside the window and said slowly, This is a fight to the death. If we don't kill them, they will kill us. My brother will definitely find a way to help us. At that time he will be in danger. If we die, my brother will definitely avenge us. At that time, my brother will be in even more danger. Put away your lamentable weakness and goodness. Vivian, we can't lose this battle. The voice in his head went silent, and the will that had been trying to seize control of his body also went silent. However, there was still a faint thought, and it said in a somewhat sulky voice, Big brother is my big brother, not your big brother. You're not allowed to call him brother. The corners of the little girl's mouth revealed a playful smile. She lifted her small white hands to untie her headband, and then tied her hair into a pair of beautiful ponytails. She blinked her eyes and said with a mischievous smile, What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Lillian won completely. As the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, while the devil is 10 feet tall. The smell of the sea breeze blew in his face. Soren's figure walked out from the mountains in the distance. There was a mountain range near the City of Wealth. It was very similar to the result of Gloria's prophecy. The only thing that still confused him was what the key to finding Vivian's key card, Snake, represented. Until now, he still had no clue. At most, he encountered a few venomous snakes along the way, but this obviously had nothing to do with the meaning of the card. Now he could only hope that there were clues in the City of Wealth. Otherwise, he could only go to the Soros Islands to have a look. Vivian shouldn't have run to the outer islands, right? After completing the bloodline purification ceremony, Soren's strength had improved a lot, especially in terms of vitality. He felt that he was now full of inexhaustible strength, and slight injuries seemed to be ignored. Now his HP had become Rogue Profession HP 6+, 21 to 10 *0. 5 *7+, Shadow Dancer Profession HP 8+, 21 to 10 *0. 5 2+, Wizard Profession HP 4+, 21 to 10 *0. 5 6+ 21 Constitution plus 15 Sturdy Ability equals 200 HP. Soren gained a total of about 50 HP. It was equivalent to his vitality increase of more than 3 profession levels. At this stage, his HP was equivalent to a vampire with a creature level of 14, or a purebred warrior with a profession level of 12. It might not be as good as a barbarian because a barbarian had many additional abilities, and they were born with the ability to comprehend the sturdy ability. This was only the third-grade bloodline purification ceremony. There was still the legendary bloodline purification ceremony. If he could master Epic Sturdy, the profession could increase his HP by an additional 30 points at each stage. The maximum increase was 10 times. In total, he could increase his HP to 300 points. At that time, the vitality of a legendary melee profession was not far from that of a giant dragon. Soren still had a chance to get Epic Sturdy, because one of the prerequisites of this legendary ability was that it required 25 points of Constitution. Soren was not far from this attribute requirement. The attribute points gained from the profession level were definitely not enough, because he mainly improved his agility. In this aspect, he could start from Divinity. Minor Divinity could increase all attributes by 1. Soren was not completely without the possibility of mastering Epic Sturdy. As he was getting closer to the City of Wealth, Soren could not help but quicken his pace. The vision in the distance gradually widened. He could see the vast beach and the sea. There were more reefs near the south coast. The possibility of ships hitting the reefs was very high. Therefore, most of the cities were built in relatively safe waters. The City of Wealth was near the port in the bay ahead. It was a route to the Soros Islands. Vaguely, he could still see a very small shadow of a ship. However, the first thing he saw was not the sails. Although many of the environments were similar to the previous world in Soren's memory, this world was flat. This was not a planet. It was more like a flat world frame. There were only ups and downs in the terrain. This kind of parallel continental shelf was quite common. Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the Bator Inferno, they were all layers of continental shelf structure. Another kind of power of law maintained the operation of the world, and at the same time connected to other planes of space. The upper and lower planes were like layers of pyramids. When the bottom of the two pyramids were put together, it would be the material plane with the largest space. There were many things that Soren was not very clear about. What was the structure of the entire multidimensional universe? He only saw a little bit when traveling in the astral world. The astral world could connect most of the planes of space. When traveling in it, it was possible to see a half-plane flying at high speed. It felt a bit like a person standing in the universe traveling, but what he saw was not a planet, but a suspended, motionless, moving plane of space. It was like a planet wrapped in eggshell-like power of law. Above the astral world was the kingdom of the gods. The four sides were the elemental planes, and below was the abyss. When traveling in the astral world, it was possible to encounter the dead kingdom. Rogues were not very suitable for cross-plane travel. In addition to the shadow plane, Soren did not even go to the spiritual world. In this regard, spellcasters had a natural advantage. A day passed quickly. Soren could already see the port in front of him. There were many large ships parked outside. The center of the southern maritime trade was the City of Wealth. It was also a transit station for cross-sea continental trade. Soren even saw the ships of the Soros Islands, as well as female warriors living in the tropical rainforest. These women bargained like merchants, occasionally showing off their beauty, breasts, and muscles. When you saw a strong but wild woman showing off her muscles that were more developed than yours, you would suddenly feel uncomfortable. The port was outside the city of wealth. It was a very prosperous large city. You could see the magnificent temple from afar. It was the giant temple of the goddess of wealth. It was said that there was a mountain-like kindler stored in it. Anyway, no one had entered it so far. During the turbulent times, a legendary team tried to break through here. Unfortunately, they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. The other gods did not seem to have the idea of robbing money from here. So no one could judge the level of the guards, but it was definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. The symbol of the city of wealth was the statue of the goddess in front of the temple. Looking at it from afar, one could see that it was glittering in gold. It could instantly blind one's Krypton gold dog eyes. That statue of the goddess weighed about 50 tons. It was not coated with a layer of gold foil, but a statue made of pure gold. That's right. It was pure gold, a 50-ton pure gold statue. Soren used to feel uncomfortable every time he saw it. Even if he had seen it many times, he still felt itchy in his hands and heart when he saw it. This golden statue could not be touched casually. It was covered with divine power, but there was a blessing ceremony to touch it. Unfortunately, it had to pay a high price. This thing was simply irresistible to thieves. Back in the day, so many people had died because of it. What was a tycoon? This was a tycoon. Among the gods, there was no one more generous than the goddess of wealth. This woman was so rich that it made people collapse. How many people fell under her skirt, crying and shouting to hold her thigh and serve her? Wasn't it because she was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end? If Soren had to choose a god to believe in, then the goddess of wealth would definitely be in the top 3. Among her high-grade believers, there might be a special legendary spell that could be mastered. The name was Dragon Covenant. This was a legendary spell that basically did not require much mana, nor did it require too much power. It did not even matter if one's profession level was not high. It could be used directly. The effect of the spell was to summon a dragon or a group of dragons. A pure-blooded dragon species. It was possible to summon an ancient dragon that descended from the plane, or an ancient dragon that lived in seclusion in the cracks of time and space. It was a very abnormal legendary spell, but it was also very expensive. The legendary spell Dragon Covenant started at 100,000 Kindler coins. How much money could be used to summon powerful allies? It did not rule out the possibility of summoning the demigod dragons of the Kingdom of Dragons. Anyway, this legendary spell could only be used by the top tycoons. Soren had only seen it once so far. He used the mountain-like kindler to summon 3 adult red dragons, and then directly destroyed a small city. Soren did not dare to look at the Temple of Wealth. He was afraid that he would be impulsive. Impulsiveness was definitely the devil, so it was better to not see it. It was getting late. Soren was going to find a place to settle down first. There were many people in strange clothes nearby, and many of them had strange faces. These were the people who lived in the outer islands. Some of them directly painted their faces with large amounts of oil paint. The city of wealth attracted any race that pursued wealth. Other intelligent creatures could be seen everywhere, such as dwarves, elves, orcs, halflings, and so on. Every year, many adventurers from all over the continent came here, wanting to find a chance to make a fortune in the city of wealth. This was the territory of the tycoons. Just walking on the street, you could see merchants wearing thick gold chains, or at least 8 out of 10 fingers wearing gold rings. Behind them were strong guards who also wore a gold chain. The aura of the tycoons in the city of wealth was still so strong. Soren felt his hands itching, but he was still very restrained and did not make a move, because the guards in the city of wealth were also very powerful. They were the top city army on the road, and almost all of them were equipped with 1 or 2 rare grade equipment. This was the core city of the goddess of wealth. It was also an important source of her faith, and the birthplace of spreading her faith. She allowed the believers of the god of theft to move around here, but she absolutely did not allow them to destroy the normal source of wealth. In short, it was no problem for small thieves to make a living, But if they dared to count on stealing to make a fortune, they would be unlucky. If they caught one, they would throw one into the mine. The priests of the goddess of wealth would definitely not mind using more slaves to mine. At least hundreds of people were sent into the mine every year, never to come out again. There was a sudden commotion on the street. Soren frowned and took a look. His expression could not help but show a trace of doubt. Because it was a complete mess in the distance, the crowd was running back in a panic. Some of the big-bellied merchants were sweating profusely, and the gold chains on their necks were shaking. They had a lot of guards under them, so they would not be driven like stray dogs, right? The chaos was gradually expanding. There were more and more people hiding in the crowd. There was a shop next to Soren that seemed to be selling stolen goods. The fierce-looking boss looked into the distance, closed the door without saying a word, and then drove all the other workers in. Further away, some merchants were in a panic and did not know where to go. They directly went into the alley with their guards. The fat figures ran very fast and disappeared in an instant. This scene was rare. People were running everywhere, as if they were hiding from the plague, but there was no murderous intent. Could it be that there were people who dared to behave atrociously in the city of the goddess of wealth? Soren's expression became more and more puzzled. He jumped lightly to the second floor, and then looked toward the place where the chaos was happening. At a glance, he almost staggered. Soren jumped down from the roof without saying a word, and then his figure went directly into the shadows. Then he went into stealth mode, and quietly entered the alley next to him. It was indeed the plague. To be able to make such a big commotion in the city of wealth and scare others to run around without alerting the city's army, there was only one existence so far. That was a sacred warrior. And it was a very powerful sacred warrior, so much so that others turned around and ran without saying a word. In the distance, a team of silver knights riding on horses could be seen. They were all wearing silver white knight armor, with a knight's sword at their waist. They did not wear a helmet, but their whole body was wrapped tightly in armor. Even their arms were covered in silver white fish scale armor. These silver knights looked majestic and full of a sacred aura. With a kind smile on their faces, it was easy for people to have a good impression of them at first glance. They were a group of very charming existences. If such silver knights were to walk in other places, they would definitely be welcomed by the civilians and make countless noble girls' hearts beat faster. But unfortunately, this was the city of wealth. In fact, the effect of their appearance was that wherever they went, a large group of people ran away in panic. Why was it like this? You see, even Soren ran away, and you know what this group of guys meant. Who the F***ck released the paladin? At this moment, countless people in the city of wealth were stomping their feet and cursing, especially those who were involved in the dark side of their business. It was as if they had two heads. There were not many businessmen with a clean background. There was a saying, all businessmen are evil. Most of the businessmen could stay neutral, and the businessmen who were good could be counted on one hand, especially those who ran overseas trade. They would occasionally make a cameo appearance as pirates. If they won, they would get double the benefits. How could they not be tempted? It could be said that in the entire city of wealth, at least 1/3 of the people leaned towards the evil camp. It was just that the degree of evil deviation was not very high. As for those businessmen who were neutral, their hands were more or less stained with blood and human lives. Basically, it was impossible for them to be clean. They would not detect their own camp inclination, so they could not be sure whether they were leaning towards evil or not. Regardless of whether they were leaning towards evil or not, it was certain that their hands were not clean. If the sacred warrior saw that they were not pleasing to the eye and wanted to kill them, then it would be really bad luck. It was actually not early anymore. It was supposed to be the time for prostitutes to stand on the street to solicit customers, but now the whole city of wealth was quiet. Fights could not be seen, prostitutes were also gone. All the underground casinos were closed. As long as their bodies were not clean and had been stained with blood from murder cases, they were all hiding. The local gangs and organizations were hiding one by one. At least half of the shops on the originally bustling street were closed, and the remaining half of the bosses were basically nowhere to be seen. This was the power of the sacred warrior. because they were really kind. They could not tolerate evil in their eyes. They were the guardians of justice. It was a pity. Half of the world was evil. Everyone was swinging between good and evil. Even those in the neutral camp only had a small difference in their inclination. This was the city of wealth. In the pursuit of wealth, there must be many people who use shady means, and even took human lives. Few people here thought that they were completely clean. So when they saw the sacred warrior appear, their first reaction was to frown, then panic, and then turn around and run away. Because it was the Silver Knights that appeared. They were the most powerful sacred warrior organization in the world. Those seemingly heroic Silver Knights were not just for show. At least half of them were high-grade professions. If they suddenly lost their minds and threw out a large-scale detection camp, the entire city of wealth would be shrouded in a bloody light amidst the golden splendor. People from all walks of life were contacting the city hall, hoping that they would expel these sacred warriors. Unfortunately, no one dared to do so, because there was also the current leader of the sacred warriors, the legendary Silverhand. The age of the leader of the sacred warriors could not be seen, but his face was very resolute. He frowned and looked straight ahead at the chaos, and could not help but sigh softly. "Your Excellency, the Silver Hand." Behind him, a young knight with a face full of indignation said in a deep voice, "Do you want to purify this dirty city? I have seen too many evil people." The Silver Hand could not help but frown, turned to look at him, and said seriously, "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Our mission is to eliminate the evil son of fear. He has killed thousands of people. A town and 5 villages have disappeared because of him. This is our mission. After the mission is completed, we will go back." The atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. Some young sacred warriors who had just come out to perform the mission could not help but show indignation. It seemed that they did not understand why His Excellency the Silver Hand, who they had always believed in, was indifferent when they saw so many evil people. Naturally, they would not doubt the piety of the Silver Hand, because if the Silver Hand could not be called a sacred warrior, then no one in the whole world could be called a sacred warrior. He was pious, strong, brave, fearless, kind, humble, loyal, sympathetic to the weak, protective of women and children, and firmly believed in justice. Almost any knight's virtue could be used to describe him, because he was the Silver Hand. The most powerful and most pious sacred warrior in the world. At his waist was one of the few artifacts in the world, the Star of Day. Only the most orderly and kind existence could use its power. It was as if there was a sadness brewing. The Silver Knights walked on the messy streets, and there were almost no people on the road. Their expressions gradually became a little sad and indignant. Some people even hammered their chests heavily and opened their mouths to make a silent roar. They did not understand. They did not understand why they, who believed in justice and guarding the good, were like the plague that made people run away. Only the older sacred warriors still looked calm. They followed behind the Silver Hand silently. It seemed that this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Behind them were the young sacred warriors. The faces of these young people gradually turned into sadness, and some even shed tears inexplicably. Maybe some people would leave the ranks of the sacred warriors in the future, but those who stayed would undoubtedly be more pious and firm. The crowd in front gradually increased. Some people in rickety clothes came out of the dirty and filthy alleys. Their faces were full of traces of vicissitudes, and they were bruised and tortured by life. When they saw the figures of these Silver Knights, there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. That light was called hope. Many people knelt on the ground, and some even cried and kissed the ground they walked on. A white-haired, crippled old man staggered over. He knelt in front of the Silver Hand, trembling, and bowed his head deeply to express his piety and humility. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "Justice has finally appeared. My son, my daughter, they are all dead. They were all killed by someone." The old man sobbed and knelt deeply on the ground. The Silver Hand slowly leaned over, and humbly lowered his head to the old man in front of him. Then he helped him up and said in a deep voice, "The sacred warriors are immortal. Justice lives forever." These words seemed to be filled with boundless power. The young sacred warriors who had been extremely depressed, suddenly felt their blood boil. They stood behind the silver hand with a solemn face and looked at the crowd in front of them with firm eyes. Many of them held their swords tightly, and their finger bones turned white because of excessive force. Just a single sentence had awakened their hot-bloodedness and turned their initial depression into endless motivation and perseverance. Only the older sacred warriors showed sadness on their faces. There seemed to be a trace of powerlessness, a trace of loss, and a trace of emotion. In the end, all of them turned into resolute eyes and looked at the group of people in front of them. They were the poorest of the poor, the people who were exploited, oppressed, and brutalized. They were the weak, the most pitiful group of people. They were not evildoers, they were victims. P.S. There was not enough time. I don't know if it was written well, but Futu did his best. Chapter 179. Something big is going to happen. Soren's figure stood in the distance. Next to him was a dark attic, and nearby was a gathering place for prostitutes. He silently watched the paladins in the distance, as well as the poor people kneeling in front of them. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Every time a paladin appeared, it meant the beginning of a massacre, which could eventually evolve into a destructive disaster that would turn the whole city into a river of blood. Because the paladins could not tolerate evil, and evil was a part of the world. The paladins were the most special group of professionals. They firmly believed in order and kindness, and they had strong will and faith. Becoming a paladin was far more difficult than becoming a wizard. It was not just a matter of talent, but more importantly, whether you believed in justice and kindness in your heart. Without faith and justice, the paladins would quickly fall, and their power would disappear. They might become an ordinary warrior, or they might fall and become a dark warrior. Pursue kindness, protect justice, and destroy evil. These were the three tenets of the paladins. Very few people could achieve the faith, courage, and kindness of a paladin. Therefore, the number of paladins in the world might be even fewer than wizards. Most of the knights were inclined to the good camp, and at most, they would advance to the field of temple guardian knights. These temple knights might be kind, brave, and believe in justice, but they were not as extreme as the paladins. They would not be so paranoid that they could not tolerate any evil. They were a group of great people, but also a group of sad people. Soren respected all the paladins, even if they would be his enemies, because he almost joined the paladins' camp. Unfortunately, he chose another dark path in the end. The first belief of the paladins was justice and kindness, and the second belief was God. Therefore, when the Silver Hand said, "As long as the paladins are alive, justice will last forever," Soren realized that a great purge was about to begin. The Silver Hand probably already had plans to fall out with the Church of the Goddess of Wealth. He would kill anyone who stopped him from pursuing justice and kindness without mercy. The paladins killed a lot of people. This profession was very powerful. They had the ability of a warrior, could cast divine spells, and were protected by holy energy. They were forever immune to diseases and could ignore any fear. Sacred samurai were naturally immune to fear-type spells, immune to disease-type spells, and could cast healing divine spells. This was the only class that could summon mounts from the outer planes. Moreover, it was possible to summon Pegasi male and Unicorn female. Moreover, it was easy to ride them. No matter which city it was, there would always be people who committed crimes. Dark organizations, gang members, gray areas, officials, nobles, and so on. Not to mention the current world, even in Soren's previous life, if paladins were allowed to clean up evil, a large number of people would be executed. Corrupt officials, judges who disregarded human lives, deceitful businessmen, black-hearted fake medicine, poisonous food, and so on. These people were at most sentenced to death in the eyes of the Saint Samurai, but they were heinous criminals who had harmed thousands of people. They were the kind that could be put to death directly. This was the City of Wealth. Almost none of the people in power in the City of Wealth were clean. Corpses could be seen in the sewers here every day. Even the kindler here could smell the smell of blood and filth. The Saint Samurai were rarely dispatched, but their appearance meant a great purge. Because there was a sentence in the creed of the Saint Samurai. You can't ignore evil, chaos, and sin. Even if you have to pay with your life, you must guard the side of justice and kindness. If they died, their souls would return to the upper planes. Whether it was mountain paradise of the seven heavens, or twin paradise of Eden, they would welcome the arrival of these noble souls. In other words, the saint samurai were not afraid of death. These guys were destined to go to mountain paradise after death. Even if they died in some evil rituals, or their souls were blasphemed, as long as their faith was still firm and they did not commit any sins, the legendary Holy Spirit of Heaven would personally come to receive their souls. It was difficult for people to evaluate the saint samurai. Some people loved them and regarded them as the light of hope, as the embodiment of justice, but there were also people who hated them and wished they could disappear forever. How many people loved them? How many people resented them? The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Soren had a neutral attitude towards the saint samurai. He did not want to kill them like other evil people. If there was evil in the world, there was justice. He believed that the world also needed such a group of people. As long as the saint samurai did not detect evil randomly, Soren could even bow slightly to show respect after seeing them. But if they detect evil randomly, Soren would draw his sword in an instant. There was once a story. In the story, a saint samurai entered an adventurer's tavern and immediately quieted down the place. This young saint samurai suddenly detect evil. And then in an instant, 1/3 of the people in the tavern drew their swords. 1/3 of the people in the tavern were ready to retreat, and 1/3 of the people in the tavern were shocked and uneasy. In the eyes of the noblewomen, the saint samurai was the best lover. However, in the eyes of the noblewomen, the saint samurai was the last in the list of husband candidates, even lower than the barbarians. The noblewomen hoped to have a lover who was trustworthy, brave, steadfast, and loyal. They would even seduce the saint samurai and see it as proof of their charm. However, almost no women were willing to marry a saint samurai, and they did not want their husband to be a saint samurai. It was a very ironic thing. A large number of saint samurai would never marry, and they would not be easily seduced by women, because it was easy to fall under temptation. They liked to adopt orphans, teach them justice and kindness, and raise them to become saint samurai from a young age. Being able to make a saint samurai fall was also something that the noble women loved to talk about. Therefore, saint samurai rarely appeared. City Hall. An angry roar was heard, and the roof trembled slightly. Inside the hall was a very strong man with a shiny body. He was wearing a lot of gold jewelry, and there was an expensive jewelry necklace around his neck. 6 of his 10 fingers were wearing all kinds of expensive rings. At this moment, he was roaring at a row of people in front of him and said angrily, "Bastards! Idiots! Why didn't you idiots stop them? I really want to wring your heads off. You bunch of swine beasts. You actually believed that the group of saint samurai was only here to track down the son of fear. Don't you know that the places where the saint samurai appeared were all disasters? What do we do now?" All the untouchables ran over to complain. When the time comes, the saint samurai will detect evil on a large scale. All of you idiots will be slaughtered one by one. A group of officials and nobles stood in the hall with cold sweat. One of the big-bellied guys hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency, we can't stop them." This time it's the silver hand that appeared. Clang. The strong man smashed the chair directly over, and the fat official's head was full of blood. He lost half of his life. Bastard! He let out an angry roar and shouted, "What do we do now? If that group of stubborn people is determined to purify evil, the city of wealth will become the city of death." You, Sir Carlos, your fleet has done a lot of pirate things, right? And you, Baron Mosley, you take tens of thousands of kindler every year from the gray income of the city of wealth, right? Your son recently forced a pair of untouchables, mother and daughter, to death, right? And you. Which one of you guys doesn't have a butt full of blood debts? Which one of your juniors hasn't stained their hands with blood? One detect evil, and all of you will be covered in blood. Damn it, this is the city of wealth, not the damn city of holy light. Every kindler here is stained with blood. You idiots actually let the saint samurai into the city. Don't you know that they are all crazy? A middle-aged man dressed as a noble hesitated for a moment. Then his expression turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "How about we take all these Saint Samurai?" At this point, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Clang! The strong man picked up another chair and smashed it over, roaring, "Stupid pig! What do you think the Silver Knights are? Was he a pig waiting to be slaughtered? That team of Saint Samurai just now can't be defeated without an elite legion of more than 300 people. Do you want to start a war in the City of Wealth? Not to mention that there is still the Silver Hand here. Do you want to provoke a battle of legends? How do you think the reputation of the Silver Hand came about? In the southernmost kingdom, this guy even cut down the king. You're just a baron and you're nothing. Unless the Temple of Wealth makes a move, he can kill all of us by himself." Southern Principality. Since the destruction of the Arcane Empire, there had not been a strong empire in the south for thousands of years. It was more like a city-state system, but under the name of a kingdom, there were many smaller principalities. There were quite a lot of royal family members within the human race, but their control in the kingdom was limited to their own territory in the kingdom, and they were also in fief to their own subordinates. Nearly half of the cities in the entire southern region were controlled by nobles, parliaments, and temples. They were inextricably linked. The battle that made the Silver Hand famous. It was he who single-handedly challenged a kingdom and almost killed a cruel tyrant of lawful evil, forcing him to forcibly abdicate to his kindest and youngest son. After this battle, no one did not know the Silver Hand. Chapter 180. What do we do now? One of the old aristocrats frowned and said slowly, "Over the years, mines, trade, slaves, black markets, none of us have not touched them. Everyone is more or less stained with blood. If those lunatics really do mess around, I'm afraid we will be implicated. Can we ask the Temple of Wealth to expel them? It's not a problem to spend more money." Towards this old man, the strong man's attitude was obviously much better. He said slowly, "I'm afraid it's difficult. The goddess of wealth is neutral. Her priests and churches are also neutral. It's impossible to deal with the paladins. It's tantamount to telling the world that they have leaned towards the evil camp. What's more, the Silver Hand has the artifact Star of Day. That artifact was given to him by the Holy Spirit of the God of Light. If the Temple of Wealth dares to attack the Silver Hand, it's tantamount to a frontal war with the God of Light. At that time, not only the paladins will come, but I'm afraid the clergy army will also come." Clergy. They were more of a headache than the paladins. Although they were not so extreme, their numbers were quite large. These guys were mainly active in the Glorious City. Occasionally they would help fight against the evil drows, but their main energy was still on demons and devils. They were quite tolerant of the evil in the secular world. After all, the ruling class must exploit the civilians. As long as their table manners were not too ugly and there was no outrageous behavior, they would pretend not to see it. Otherwise, they would not be able to control it at all. The paladins were rarely dispatched. The reason was that they could not ignore evil. But if they went out and met a victim, what if the other party asked the paladins for help? Ignore him? That was against the path of the paladins. Help him? How much could the paladins change? The order of the world was like this. If an evil person was killed, would there not be a new one? As long as the interests and power were there would always be people who would be corrupted and depraved. A kingdom had a wise king and a tyrant. Could the paladins overthrow a kingdom because of a tyrant? After all, the Silver Hand was a special case. He had the artifact in his hand. He was the most powerful paladin. He was also the descendant of the God of Light. At the end of the day, it was still a matter of strength. Today, the paladins were not strong enough. As long as these people dared to detect evil, the dark domain and the gray domain would kill them all. But it was because the strength of the paladins that appeared this time was too strong. So strong that even the City of Wealth did not dare to act rashly. So strong that the Church of Wealth did not dare to expel them. So such a headache occurred. A group of poor people sought justice from them, and they could not go against their beliefs. In the end, it became a situation where they had to do something. Ignoring evil went against the faith of the Saint Samurai. Fighting against evil was almost equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire City of Wealth. That was why Soren felt sorry for the paladins. Paladins don't have the right to judge nobles. A man with a cold and gentle face suddenly said, "The Church of the God of Light will not allow paladins to wage war against nobles. The wealth that we have accumulated over the generations has always come from killing mines, slaves, and the black market. Even if we don't do them, someone else will take over. At that time, the City of Wealth will no longer be the City of Wealth." I think the Silver Hand also understands this. If they have the ability, they can go and purify the abyss of hell. Our sins are not worth mentioning at all when compared to the devils and demons. At least we maintain the order of the city, so that those untouchables work and have food to eat, and not completely become a place of chaos and killing. If we didn't maintain the law, that group of untouchables may not even have the days they have now. The pirates, adventurers, and the fallen from all directions, which one doesn't covet the wealth here? These words caused a lot of agreement. There were even nobles who shouted that if they did not provide protection to the poor and provide land for farming, these untouchables would all starve to death and all of them would be eaten by monsters. The strong man thought for a moment and slowly said, "The problem is not these. It's how we deal with these paladins now. They won't give up, or they will go against their beliefs." The cold man looked around and slowly said, "Scapegoats. The leaders of those gangs, responsible for the slave trade, the black market trade, and the organizations that are obviously not very obedient, we can catch them and use them as scapegoats. These people are all blood debts, and we can use the hands of the paladins to eradicate them. This will appease those untouchables, and also give the paladins an explanation. I don't think the Silver Hand is crazy enough to judge the nobles of the entire City of Wealth, right? The last thing the ruling class lacked was lawful evil. They were not as cruel as the devils, but not many of the things they handled were good and noble. There's more." The cold man stood up and looked around, and said in a deep voice, "We must find the demigod vampire as soon as possible. It was because of him that this group of paladins was attracted. If we don't get rid of him, this group of paladins may stay for a longer time. I propose to send the army to search for his traces, and then let the Silver Hand deal with him." This sentence made the surroundings silent for a moment, and then the others nodded and said, "Yes. We must find the Son of Fear. Otherwise, the paladins will not leave so easily." The cause of all this was the demigod vampire. If he had not run to the City of Wealth, the paladins would not have come to chase him. The poor would not have sought justice from them, and the nobles would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. If there was no Silver Hand, it would be a small problem to just send some people to expel the paladins, or even make them disappear. But since the Silver Hand had appeared, some attitudes must be made clear. If the aristocratic council was willing to help him deal with the demigod vampire, then the paladins would not be crazy enough to put them on trial. Could it be that the world would be in chaos? Good. The strong man slapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Send out the garrison, send out the city legion. Search the City of Wealth thoroughly. We must find the demigod vampire. Then catch those disobedient guys. We don't need the paladins to do it. We will execute these guys according to the law. We can't break the rules of the City of Wealth just because of the appearance of the paladins. As for those untouchables, there will be time to deal with them later." Speaking of this, the strong man showed a cruel smile. It was impossible for him not to be angry in his heart when a group of untouchables unintentionally used the paladins as a tool to force him into such a situation. Orders were issued one by one. The cold man at the beginning could not help but show a smile, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. "This should be able to force you out, right? Stupid guy. Do you think you can suppress everything with strength? I'd like to see if you can die this time." A conspiracy had begun to brew. When the paladins appeared, they had become a knife. The weak used this knife to seek justice, and the evil used this knife to deal with the enemy. The paladins were a sad profession, and a very fragile profession. As long as a kind and honest victim was found to ask them for help, then they would have to face a choice. Should they help or not? If they did not help, they would kneel in front of you, hold your thigh and kowtow. At that time, would you help or not? It was okay not to help once, but after 2 or 3 times, their faith would collapse. That was why there were so many former paladins in this world. There was no problem in helping. There were many people in this world who needed help. There were ordinary people who were harmed by gangs, and poor people who were oppressed and bullied by nobles. In this world, there are powerful forces everywhere. If you help a poor and kind-hearted person get rid of the gangsters who destroyed his family, then why don't you get rid of the gangsters at the same time? After this gang was eradicated, would you also eliminate the officials and nobles behind the scenes? After you maintained justice and left, it would not be long before a second gang appeared. How many times could you fight? How many people could you defeat? Retreating was a decline in faith. The power of the paladins would become that of ordinary warriors. If you could not tolerate evil, evil would naturally not tolerate you. Want to maintain justice? It was too simple. There were bullies and bad guys in every town. A detection of evil would immediately identify those who had killed innocent civilians. Could you kill them all? How much evil could you judge? The paladins were very powerful, but also very weak. They could not change the world. They could only protect the justice in their hearts in the difficult path. That was why there was sadness in the eyes of those older paladins. Because they had been tested again and again, not only in strength, but also in heart and will. Without the silver hand, they were nothing at all. One silver hand could force the city of wealth to compromise. 2 silver hands could cleanse the city of wealth of evil and corruption. 3 silver hands could reformulate the rules of the city of wealth and make it closer to the rules of order and good. 5 silver hands could turn the city of wealth into the next glory city. Unfortunately, there was always only one silver hand. They could not change the city of wealth, nor could they change the world. The abyss and hell had existed for countless years. How many good gods had fought for it? The God of Light regarded it as a cancer and launched many wars in the kingdom of God. What was the final result? The abyss was still the abyss and hell was still hell. The paladins were such a group of stubborn and pitiful people who stuck to their faith. They could only believe in the justice in their hearts and could not make the world become righteous. Because the world was the world, and they were still too weak. Soren seemed to have seen something. He heard the horn of the army and could see the emergency assembly of the city guards. The garrison had begun to set off. It seemed that the aristocratic forces of the city of wealth had made a compromise. They began to carry out the cleansing in their own way to prevent the paladins from destroying the order here. Small-scale cleansing to appease the civilians in exchange for the paladins not to make a move. This was undoubtedly a very smart choice. It seemed that the aristocrats of the city of wealth were not simple. Chapter 181. It was a very restless night. Soren heard the sound of fighting and explosions, and there were fires in some places. The city of wealth, which was originally rich and relatively orderly, had now become a place of chaos. None of the gangs in the evil faction were simple characters. They were all violent and evil members. Their equipment and strength may not be as good as the city guards, but they could definitely cause chaos if they fought desperately. No one would be naive enough to think that these bloody people would surrender without a fight. It was impossible for them to do so without a fight. A curfew began to be imposed on the streets, and the city guards lit torches to open a line of defense to avoid the chaos affecting ordinary people. There were sounds of cursing and crying everywhere. Their originally relatively peaceful life was broken, and many people locked the doors and windows tightly to prevent the chaos outside from affecting their families. There were traces of rogues shuttling in the dark. Rogues had always been the backbone of the gray area. From time to time, the screams of the city guards could be heard. In the dark, they could not easily deal with rogues above grade 2. Soren's figure was hidden in the shadows. He stood on a clock tower and looked at the city in front of him. In just the middle of the night, this bustling city revealed a sense of depression. There was a fire in a warehouse in the dock area, and the city guards were controlling the spread of the fire. Sporadic fighting occurred everywhere, and there were members of the Umbral realm trying to escape. The fire seemed to have spread a little, and there were cries and howls in the direction of the slums. The paladins had also joined the battle, but the southwest corner of the slums had been set on fire. It was not known whether it was because of the chaos or because of the deliberate revenge of the Umbral realm. Their behavior today would undoubtedly make many people hate them. The City of Wealth was a very prosperous city, but these prosperity were also evil prosperity. Now that some people were being purged, their armed forces would inevitably resist. In the future, the trade of the entire City of Wealth would be affected. Ordinary people in the lower class would lose their jobs, and there would be less smuggling trade and black market trade. In the next few months, nearly 30% of the dock workers would be unemployed. Then they would not have a good new year this year. Sigh. Soren sighed softly and said slowly, "Sure enough, it will only turn into a farce in the end." The City of Wealth compromised, and so did the paladins. The victims did not get the justice they deserved because they were too weak. Perhaps in the future, the evil forces in the City of Wealth would be restrained a lot, but the current chaos would also affect and change their lives. They might not be able to live well in the future, but it was certain that the present and future days would be very difficult. The purge of the paladins would severely hit the trade of the City of Wealth, cutting off smuggling, slavery, and black market trade. Who knew how many people would lose their jobs as a result? These poor people who had lost their jobs would have an even harder time. They might even have to sell their children. The wealth was still here. However, it would be transferred to the hands of the strong, and would never fall into the pockets of the weak. Temporary justice was nothing but a false justice. Soren's figure shuttled through the darkness. His agile shadow leaped from roof to roof, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. He shuttled through the darkness like a ghost, searching for his target. This was a time of chaos, and it was also a time to take advantage of the situation. There were many people who had the same goal as him. Whether or not they could get a sum of money from those organizations that had been purged would depend on their own strength. Taking chestnuts out of the fire. People in the evil camp were never afraid to take risks. They were originally in a dangerous industry. The City of Wealth was too rich. Those organizations that had mastered smuggling trade, and so on, had accumulated more than 100,000 Kindler coins. This wealth was enough for many people to take risks and take advantage of the chaos to get a sum of money. They could easily get thousands of Kindler coins. This income was comparable to an adventure. If they were more evil, they could even rob ordinary people directly. Anyway, after the event, they could push the blame to those organizations. Without order, evil would descend. Daughter. Mira. My Mira. A man with blood-red eyes stood in front of the fire. He was wearing tattered clothes, and his thick arms showed that he often worked. He looked at the house that had turned into a sea of fire, and let out a sad howl. There were no living people inside. The fire was so strong that his wife and daughter couldn't run out. No. The middle-aged man let out a shrill howl, and rushed to a white-haired old man next to him. His whole body was trembling. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. He roared, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you didn't beg the paladins, those bad guys wouldn't retaliate against us. My daughter wouldn't have died. You damned old ghost. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang. A young paladin raised his hand and knocked him out. The old man suddenly fell to the ground. He looked at the sea of fire in front of him. His face was full of tears. It seemed that he didn't think that things would turn out like this. He murmured like a fool. Why did it turn out like this? Why did it turn out like this? The young paladin also had a complicated expression. He also didn't think that things would turn out like this. In the end, it led to an uncontrollable chaos. He didn't know how many innocent people died in this chaos. For the first time, he doubted his faith. He doubted whether the justice he upheld was right or not. Because after the chaos spread, they couldn't stop it, even if they had great power. Firm faith. An older paladin appeared behind him. The other party raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. In a deep voice he said, "There must be sacrifices to maintain justice. Why did it turn out like this?" The young man murmured in a low voice. There was a trace of sadness and regret in his eyes. He was full of passion and justice. Why did he kill so many people? Why did the maintenance of justice turn into a war in the end? How many people did this war have to kill before it ended? Devil! Shrill screams echoed over the city. Everyone was dead silent for a moment. Then the paladins turned into shadows and rushed in the direction of the sound. Detect evil. In the end, they still used this spell. The power of the sacred samurai began to spread, and a faint aura appeared on the bodies of everyone nearby. Many of them were white, but more were gray. There were also many pale red, dark red, and blood red auras. For a long time, these ordinary people worked for the evil, carried goods for them, guarded forbidden goods for them, and covered up their sins. Under the aura of the paladins, these people were also guilty, but their sins were very light. They were all gray areas. These people walked between good and evil. They may not be aware of the crime, but they were part of the evil. In the fire all over the sky, a trace of blood appeared in the city of wealth. The wealth accumulated here for a long time was also accompanied by sin. Finally, under the detect evil, it turned into a blood-red light and rose into the sky. The power of the aura of the spell was no longer under the control of the paladins. The supernatural power gathered on its own for some reason, turning the whole sky into a bloody light. The devil had come. No one knew who had summoned the demons, but from the moment they appeared, a frenzied massacre had already begun. Perhaps the more evil existence hidden in the city of wealth had long noticed this place. They had been waiting for an opportunity to cause chaos and slaughter. The appearance of the paladins was an opportunity. The good people turned the paladins into a knife to fight against the evil. How could the evil not use this knife to sow discord and stimulate more violent contradictions? No one could stop it. In the fire, a 3 or 4 meter tall Hezru appeared. It let out a crazy laugh and waved a battle axe to cut a group of civilians in half. There was only killing and satisfaction in the eyes of the devil. Even Soren was not willing to deal with these guys. From the moment they arrived, they had been satisfying their thirst for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were killed. Heads rolled in the ruins, and severed limbs were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Bastards! The strong man led the army and roared in grief and anger. He roared. That group of damned paladins. That group of damned degenerates. My city of wealth. Send someone to the temple to ask for support. Go. Idiots. Go and ask the Saint Necromancer to help. Quasits, demon-hunting spiders, Vrox, Hezru, and four-armed snake demons. The figures of the devils appeared from the fire. They howled excitedly and rushed toward the city in front of them. The glory of the paladins was so small in the face of evil. These devils whose strength exceeded grade 3 and above were like a wild current. In an instant, they crushed the city army in front of them, and then crazily slaughtered any creatures in front of them. Ha! A distorted shadow appeared in the fire. It turned into a ferocious figure and slowly stood up in the fire. It laughed and said, "Stupid mortals! Finally, the moment has come. This evil city should have been sublimated in the fire long ago. I heard the cries of the souls. Bring them to hell, and I will be stronger. I'll let these idiotic demons kill first." The devils are the real victors. The distorted shadow gradually turned solid. A devil stood up in the raging fire. It did not join the battle in front of it, nor did it vent its desire to kill. Instead, it walked directly into the sea of fire. The scorching flames did not seem to hurt it at all. It disappeared in the fire little by little, as if it was brewing a new conspiracy. Chapter 182. Demons. Soren's jumping figure suddenly stopped. He turned back and looked into the distance. The fire had gradually spread to the point where it was almost out of control. He didn't have any detection spells, so he couldn't see the situation behind him. But after hearing the shouts, he found that the army of the City of Wealth was gathering behind him. And there were also some priests who appeared in a hurry. The priests of the City of Wealth, who had intended to stay out of it, finally decided to suppress the chaos. No. Soren jumped onto the chimney, then frowned and said, "Demons don't have such a big hand. It's obvious that someone has aggravated the conflict. Are there still demons lurking here? Only demons could be so powerful. These guys liked to play with people's hearts the most. If they took advantage of the appearance of the paladins, combined with the power of suggestion and other spells, they could be used to provoke the people of the Dark Faction and the Grey Domain. Then it would easily evolve into a war. The evil ones who were unwilling to wait for death would unite to resist. Once they resisted desperately, the scale of the battle would escalate. It was possible that other people would be involved in it, and finally, it would become a chaotic slaughter. Where are the legends? Soren stood on a high place and looked at the whole city, murmuring, "Why haven't the legends made a move yet? Would they let things get to this point? What about the Silver Hand? He's not a stupid person. Where is he now?" The chaos was spreading. The city's army was facing the summoned demons. These summoned demons were still summoning more demons. A Hezru with a spell-like ability actually found dozens of dretches. A four-armed snake demon with a profession level of more than grade 4, and close to the legends, was rampaging. The snake moved at an amazing speed. 4 giant swords slashed through the sky. Wherever it passed, there were corpses everywhere. Except for the legends, almost no one could stop it. The four-armed snake demon's creature level was 18, which was already above the middle grade. Greater dual wielding, greater multi-strike, greater cleave, greater slam, intermediate spell resistance, intermediate damage reduction, poison immunity, greater strong acid resistance, combined defense with offense, battle reflection. A series of abilities made the four-armed snake demon's danger level rise. It was simply a highly mobile killing machine. Soren stopped moving forward. The situation had begun to get out of control. It was very dangerous here. Dong dong dong. Soren's body suddenly swayed, and he almost fell off the roof. His heart started to beat faster, and his heart rate was 50% higher than before. His heart was squeezing, and blood was flowing all over his body, exposing his blood vessels to his skin. Soren's body temperature was rising bit by bit. His eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils were dilating. This feeling lasted for about 3 minutes, and then Soren's condition recovered little by little. "Vivian." Soren seemed to have sensed something and mumbled, "She's here too." The sound of weeping came from the alley ahead. Soren frowned as he looked around. Then, he gently landed on the ground and glanced in that direction. He couldn't help but take half a step back and reach out to grab his scimitar, because the person in front of him was a young Saint Samurai. The Saint Samurai was wearing a silver-white knight's armor, and there were some scars on it. There was a faint holy power around the blade of his sword, and drops of blood were dripping down. The young Saint Samurai didn't seem to notice Soren. His body was trembling slightly, and he stabbed his sword into the ground. Then, as if he was trembling, he stretched out his hands and picked up a petite body. It was a little girl who was at most 10 years old. She was the victim in this mess, an innocent and pitiful little girl who died in this mess. Then, there was a faint sound of weeping. The young Saint Samurai trembled as he picked up the little girl's body. His eyes were blank, and his face was full of regret and helplessness. He let out a suppressed and soundless roar and murmured in a sorrowful voice, "Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Aren't we protecting justice? Why did we kill so many people? Why?" Tears fell drop by drop. The Saint Samurai in front of him cried like a child whose hope was shattered. Perhaps he really wasn't that old. Judging from his face, he was at most 20 years old. Soren had a little impression of this Saint Samurai. It was the young Saint Samurai who spoke first during the day. At this moment, the holy power on his body was already wavering, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. His faith was shaken. If he couldn't stand firm in his beliefs, then he would lose the power of a Saint Samurai and become an ordinary warrior. His faith was close to collapse. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. He didn't understand why so many people had died. He cried like a child, because he was just a young Saint Samurai. He might be kind and hot-blooded, but he was still too young. He was crying. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he was sad. He might not be afraid of bloodshed, evil, or death, but he was afraid of what he saw in front of him. All of this happened because of them. Because of their actions to uphold justice, they started a killing war, causing the entire city to fall into chaos, causing many innocent people to lose their lives in this war. He lost his way. He didn't know if the justice he believed in was still justice. Soren was silent. The light on the young Saint Samurai's body was getting dimmer and dimmer. He was about to lose the power of his faith. The holy power was leaving this young man, because his heart was full of confusion. Because you're not strong enough. Soren suddenly spoke. He woke up the Saint Samurai in front of him, but the Saint Samurai didn't pick up his weapon. He just looked at him with blank eyes, still holding the little girl's body. Soren looked at him with pity and said slowly, "Because you're still too weak. You don't have the power to destroy evil, but you started a war between good and evil. Your ignorant actions will only bring about slaughter and death. It will only destroy the order and kill more innocent people. What do you have to fight evil? You're not as strong as the demons. You're not as cunning as the demons. Those evil people have countless insidious and cunning means. Unless you have the power to completely crush them, the justice you've always believed in is just a joke. The fallen used you to start a war. They achieved their goal, but you have to bear the sin." The light on the young Saint Samurai dissipated. His eyes were full of endless pain and regret. He held the little girl's body tightly in his arms, and let out an angry roar. The young man had lost the power of a Saint Samurai. There was a strange light in Soren's eyes. He looked at the young man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You're not strong enough. You're not cunning enough. You don't even know what evil is. How can you protect justice? If you're strong enough, stronger than a legend, you'll be able to stop everything that's happening tonight. You'll be able to destroy the fallen as easily as crushing dry weeds. If you're cunning enough, more cunning than the demons, you can use other means to destroy them. They won't have the chance to weave a conspiracy, and they won't have the chance to stir up chaos and slaughter. You're just a pathetic puppet. An idiot who thinks that by believing in justice, you can change the world. You'll only make the world worse." Every sentence was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. The young Saint Samurai trembled. He seemed to be struggling, but he gradually understood something. The silver armor on his body gradually dimmed, and the holy power on the knight's sword dissipated. Gradually, a strange aura appeared. He stretched out his hand and slowly grasped the hilt of the sword. He whispered in a hoarse voice, "As long as I'm stronger than them and more cunning than them, I can destroy them?" Soren's expression was quite playful. He said in a deep voice, "Yes. This is just the beginning of chaos. The world will become worse in the future. You can't do anything without power. Give up those pathetic creeds. If you really believe in justice, then you must fall into evil. Only evil can fight against evil. Go and find your own path. Young man, there's a group of beings called the Holy Avengers. They will show you the way." Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a young man who had lost the power of a Saint Samurai. He slowly picked up the cold body of the little girl, and then pulled out the long sword that was emitting a strange aura. The power of a Saint Samurai didn't seem to have disappeared, but it had changed into another kind of power. He turned around and walked into the darkness. The silver-white armor became mottled in the darkness. The holy power that was originally attached to it had dissipated due to the dissipation of faith. The darkness shrouded the silver-white armor. It could cause him to fall and become an evil dark guardian. Or it could also allow him to find new justice. He had fallen. But it didn't seem like he had fallen. This was a battle of faith and will. There was no blood in this battle. If he won, he would become a legend in the future. If he lost, he would lose himself. This was the Saint Samurai that Soren wanted to see. They were also the Saint Samurai who fought on the front line. 3 million Saint Samurai held up the backbone of the world. They couldn't change the world, but they stopped the gods from breaking the world into pieces. Welcome to the lawful evil. You should be qualified to be the Holy Avengers. Perhaps the glory of the Saint Samurai would never appear in this world again, but Soren hoped to see the Holy Avengers in the time of troubles. It was time for them to appear. Good and evil weren't that important. Chaos was the real disaster. P.S. I've been writing the plot very slowly recently. I have to edit it from time to time. I've been keeping the minimum 2 chapters. Chapter 183. The Holy Avenger. A very special advanced profession. This name originated from a weapon called the Holy Avenger. It was hard to say whether it was a divine artifact or not. It was only known that it was stronger than the divine artifact, Star of Day. Unfortunately, it had been lost in history. At that time, the legendary paladin who held this weapon had experienced a lot. No one knew what exactly he had experienced. They only knew that he fell in the end and became the first Holy Avenger. In that era, the God of Light was still the King of Dawn. Not long after the chaos of dawn, the goddess of luck and the god of decay died because of the King of Dawn's stubbornness. Then, the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune were separated from the corpses. The gods also tried to stop his selfless, passionate, and stubborn beliefs to prevent him from causing more damage to the world. Unfortunately, the gods still could not stop the chaos of dawn. After the death of the goddess of luck, the goddess of misfortune and the goddess of fortune caused the gods to split again. Knowledge, the birth of the twin goddesses. From then on, the camp of the King of Dawn had already deviated. He went from neutral good to lawful good. In the end, the most powerful god of light was born. His children inherited the priesthood of the light of dawn, and he replaced the god of justice as the most powerful god in the lawful good camp. The second belief of the paladins also began to deviate towards him. Now the paladins who believed in the god of justice were far less than the paladins who believed in the god of light. After the King of Dawn became the god of light, Mother Earth began to retire. The goddess of agriculture replaced her as the new god. No one knew what happened during that period, but so far, the god of light had been on the front line against evil. The god of light even launched a counterattack against the abyss. If the elemental gods were willing to help him, the abyss might have been directly sealed by him. After all, the four elemental gods were great gods. They had defeated the demon army more than once. At first, the abyss wanted to unify the multiverse, but it was defeated by the elemental army. The four elemental gods worked together to defeat the first batch of the demon army. Later, the demons wanted to focus on winning the blood war first. Soren shuttled through the shadows. In his memory, the city of wealth had never been destroyed, so today's chaos should soon subside. The temple of wealth should be about to act. True enough. Not long after Soren left, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky from the temple of wealth. Teams of fully armored golden knights appeared, led by a priest of wealth who was decked out in jewels. The foundation that giant god temple had accumulated over thousands of years was on full display at this moment. Squads of temple knights began to assemble. Several hundred high-ranked knights were equipped with shining golden armor, as they rushed in the direction where the demons had appeared. An illusory figure appeared above the temple of wealth, seemingly observing the city. That was a Saint Spirit priest. After the legendary priest gave up his physical body, he turned into a Holy Spirit to protect a place. He had existed for hundreds of years. His heart began to beat faster and faster. Soren could sense that Vivian was in the city, but he couldn't pinpoint her exact location. The gushing blood gave Soren a headache, and his temples were throbbing. He didn't know why it was like this. Vaguely, he smelled the smell of blood. It wasn't the smell of blood after a massacre, but another smell of blood, a smell of blood that made people feel uneasy. There seemed to be only one kind of magic that could leave a deep impression on Soren's memory of the smell of blood. A silver light broke through the sky. The figure of the silver hand finally appeared in the eyes of the world, but they didn't rush to the place where the demons had appeared. Instead, they flew toward the tower in the distance. There were strange figures approaching from all directions. The Saint Spirit priest seemed to have noticed something. He turned into a solid body in the golden light, and then flew toward the tower. Soren's heart was beating faster and faster. The muscles all over his body bulged as if they were exploding. Twisted blue veins emerged like earthworms. Even his face had a dark green color. His heartbeat gradually slowed down. Soren gasped and knelt on one knee on the ground. This strange change was not under his control at all. It seemed that it was because of other forces that caused the change in his body. This change was most likely related to the divinity of fear, because Soren had never encountered such a thing before. He felt that his heartbeat was out of control. and something in his body was about to burst out. Soren's eyes were a little red when he saw something. This was because his pupils were too bloodshot. He saw the traces of vampires. These dark creatures moved on the roof with amazing agility. Their innate dexterity could reach about 20 points. Some other people also appeared. As if telepathically, Soren suddenly noticed a man with a cold face. He rushed over from the direction of the city guards. He seemed to have seen Soren's trace, but he didn't stop at all, and moved toward the direction of the silver hand. Something big must have happened over there. Soren gritted his teeth and walked over. His body was gradually out of control. His rapidly beating heart and boiling blood almost made him lose his ability to move. He staggered over. Maybe if he found Vivian, he would be able to figure out the reason for all this. Drops of sweat poured out from his body and quickly evaporated. His body temperature was getting higher and higher. His skin was as red as a shrimp. Soren's consciousness gradually became a little blurred, and his vision was almost blurred. His heartbeat would occasionally slow down a little, but it would quickly speed up. He even felt that his heart was about to explode. Rumble. Suddenly there was an explosion in the distance, and then the ground shook. Soren. A familiar and exaggerated voice sounded, and then a sneaky short figure escaped from the corner. He glanced at Soren, who was staggering, and seemed to want to reach out and support him. But then he retracted his hand as if he had touched a red-hot iron. He muttered, "Oh my God! Why is it so hot? You're about to be roasted." Sauron regained some of his senses. He raised his head and opened his eyes. He saw Aladdin's figure standing in front of him, and behind him was a beautiful woman. But Soren saw two other faces. One was a human face, and the other was a face covered with silver scales. The woman's whole body was covered with tiny scales. Only one kind of creature would have such a characteristic. Snake woman? Soren seemed to have remembered something. He said with an unusually hoarse voice as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time, "Snake? Snake woman? Vivian. Where is Vivian?" He suddenly moved as fast as lightning, even faster than his previous speed. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed the woman's arm. The woman's arm quickly turned red, as if it had been put into boiling water. She showed a trace of pain and screamed, "Let me go! Master! Master went to deal with the Son of Fear. It's so hot. Let go." Son of Fear? Vivian? Not good. She's in danger. Soren's spirit seemed to have recovered a little. Vivian's figure appeared in his mind, and his will gradually took control of his body. His pupils had enlarged by 2 times, and his body temperature was almost 80 or 90 degrees. His body was almost smoking. He slowly took a deep breath. Unknowingly, Soren's fingers were a little black, and his eyes were densely bloodshot. After taking a few deep breaths, he suddenly jumped up to the height of 3 or 4 floors, and then flew towards the direction of the sound. How is this possible? Only the stunned Aladdin was left. He murmured, "This strength, this speed, this jumping ability. Has Soren become a legendary?" At the top of a tall tower, a man with a devilish face stared at the city that had turned into a sea of fire. His pupils were blood red, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was like the king of the night as he looked down at the city from above. He was intoxicated. Blood, slaughter, and madness. The stupid clowns have come on stage. I smell the breath of fear spreading. Go crazy. Kill. Fear. Feel despair and fear. You smart idiots. Give me your final performance. Vampire Feast. Legendary spell. A blood-red wave swept out, and the blood of all living creatures within a radius of 500 meters boiled. A trace of blood overflowed from their eyes, ears, mouth and nose, like a torrent sweeping out. These creatures within the range of the spell turned into dry corpses in the blink of an eye. Countless blood swept out, and then shadows appeared on the corpses. These half-spirit creatures stood up from the corpses, and then escaped into the darkness, gradually disappearing into the night. The whole tower was dyed red with blood, as if hell had come to earth. P.S. It seems that the daily mission of Black Pagoda is popular recently. I went to the backstage to look at the results, And it's really better than before. No wonder there are more people who are black. Speaking of which, my work is full of sincerity, and the words in the line are all painstaking efforts. Recently, in order to fix the plane, I had to read Relativity to learn more knowledge. Can you guys be a little merciful? In the end, although I can't understand those books at all, I feel that they are very powerful. The Dizzy Stupa. Chapter 184. Soren's speed was getting faster and faster. The surrounding scenery was passing by rapidly. In the eyes of others, Soren was like a shadow passing by. This was not a speed that an ordinary person could achieve. Even a legendary profession could not do so. There was a river in the middle of the City of Wealth, about 20 meters wide. After Soren landed, he did not stop at all, nor did he go around to the bridge. Instead, he rushed directly toward the river. He was running on the water. Although it was only a distance of 20 meters, he was really running on the water. Soren's figure came to the street across the river. He stomped his feet and jumped up. There were cracks on the ground, and the solid marble floor was shattered. He jumped directly to the height of nearly 5 stories. In the distance, he could see a blood-red tower. The sword light of the silver hand was as dazzling as the stars. In front of him was a figure as fast as a ghost. The opponent was not afraid of the power of the Star of Day at all. He was actually on par with the silver hand. A row of data appeared. Entered the realm of demigod. You are affected by the effect of Vampire Feast. Triggered the test of Blood Surge. Toughness passed. You have successfully resisted the residual effect of the legendary spell, Blood Feast. You have been affected by the effect of Aura of Fear. Triggered the test of Will. Test of Will passed. You have successfully resisted the effect of Aura of Fear. It was as if he had passed through an invisible eggshell. Soren suddenly entered an area covered by a force. This feeling was so familiar. When he fought against the Saint of Gods, he had encountered this powerful force more than once. A demigod vampire? How many Sons of Fear did he kill? Where is Vivian now? Soren's pupils became redder and redder. He gradually approached the battle area. Most of the surrounding buildings had been destroyed. The battle of the legendary level was a complete disaster. The area in front of him was almost turned into ruins. A strange tattoo appeared. It extended from the side of Soren's face all the way to his arms, and then gathered in front of his chest to form a strange vortex. As he got closer and closer to Vivian, his blood surged madly within his body. His heart rate increased by 3 times, and his body temperature rose to over 100 degrees. Soren's spine crackled, and his entire body grew a lot taller. His slender fingers became thicker, and his fingernails became sharper with a metallic luster. He couldn't help but let out a painful growl. When he opened his eyes, his pupils had become blood red. This blood-red color was gradually spreading, and it seemed like it was going to cover his entire eyeball. Bang! Soren's figure leaped up like a cannonball into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to a height of tens of meters. His upper body's clothes were broken, revealing a strong and muscular upper body. Only a dark red cloak was still on his body. He was almost 2 meters tall, and there was a strange tattoo on his chest. Runes appeared on his thick arms, and his palms looked a little like claws. Even he couldn't adapt to this change, but he didn't have the time to think about it. He could feel Vivian nearby. Soren's body turned into a ray of light, and he leaped from roof to roof. He easily jumped up the 20 to 30 meter tall clock tower, and any obstacles that were difficult to jump over were easy for him. He could even run horizontally across the walls like a gust of wind. Only when he landed on the ground could one see the cracked marble floor. Every time Soren landed on the ground, a spider-like crack would appear on the ground, and it would spread to a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Suddenly, as if by telepathy, Soren found Vivian's position. He saw Vivian, who was a little different from what he remembered. The little girl was wearing a black princess dress, and she had a pair of scarlet eyes. She was looking around vigilantly. She seemed to be fighting. There were strange shadows around her, and Soren could vaguely see something. However, he couldn't catch the traces of her movement across the plain. She was also a legendary class holder. Vivian. Why did she become like this? Was she Vivian or Lillian? Big brother? The little girl opened her mouth wide. She seemed surprised, as if she didn't expect Soren to appear. When Soren saw her, she had already noticed Soren. Although Soren's appearance had changed a little, she still recognized him at a glance. But at this moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared. It was a man with a cold face. Soren seemed to have seen this person before. He raised his finger, and a dark ray of light shot out, directly attacking Vivian, who was slightly distracted. Energy absorption. Legendary spell. Be careful. Soren's pupils suddenly enlarged. He knew this spell, and he had even been tortured by it for a long time. When he heard Vivian call out Big Brother, Soren had put down all his worries. He gritted his teeth, and his figure disappeared almost instantly. Then he escaped into the shadows. Then the shadow behind Vivian distorted, and Soren's tall body appeared behind her. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged Vivian's petite body, then turned around and blocked the legendary spell with his back. Evade sight. Shadow jump. All this happened in an instant. A man with a cold face suddenly appeared behind Vivian, and then took advantage of the moment when she was slightly distracted to launch a legendary spell. Soren escaped into the shadows in an instant, and then moved across the plain to behind Vivian, not to kill the enemy, but to block the spell with his own body. Big brother. Big brother. Vivian's figure suddenly trembled. At this moment, even she didn't have time to react. The only thing she could feel was a figure as heavy as a mountain behind her. Soren opened his arms to protect her petite body in his arms, and then blocked the spell with his back. Crazy negative energy burst out in an instant, and Soren's skin withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful negative energy eroded his body in the blink of an eye, and transferred the vitality and power in his body to another dimension. In an instant, Soren's pupils were a little lax, his face gradually aged, and his flaxen hair quickly turned into mottled gray. Big brother? No. Vivian let out an extremely sharp cry, and then a wave of air burst out with her as the center. The sharp cry was filled with endless anger and killing intent. With her as the center, the creatures within a 1-kilometer radius died in large numbers, and all the living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius had blood flowing out of their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Vivian turned around and hugged Soren's fallen body. Her pupils were already scarlet, and a pair of small demonic wings opened up behind her. The pink hairband turned into powder, and her long hair danced in the wind. Big brother! Big brother! Vivian hugged Soren's body with her small arms. A formless negative energy was wreaking havoc in his body, and his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a withered plant. Soren's gray hair gradually turned silver, and the frequency of his breathing became slower and slower. The flesh and blood on his body had severely shrunk, and he seemed to have become light as a feather. A series of data appeared crazily. Affected by the legendary spell, energy drain. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. Affected by negative energy corrosion. Resistance failed. Permanent loss of 2 profession levels. The data kept jumping. The first thing that disappeared from Soren's data was 2 Shadow Dancer levels, followed by 2 Rogue levels, and then 2 Wizard levels. The crazy negative energy was wreaking havoc in his body, reducing his life force and corroding his body. Soren lost 8 profession levels, and at the same time, lost hundreds of HP. He directly entered a state of near death under the corrosion of negative energy. His heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, and his breathing gradually stopped. But when Vivian transformed into her demonic form with a sharp cry, Soren, who was in a state of near death, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils turned scarlet red. Then it spread to the whole eyeball, and it looked like there was no pupil, just a scarlet eyeball. Soren's body strangely floated, and his whole body made a crackling sound. His originally withered flesh and blood rapidly expanded, and his pale skin became more and more tough. A strange tattoo appeared on his forehead, and his palms turned into sharp claws. His skin turned dark green, and his breath exhaled heat waves. He looked like a demon, but not completely a demon. A row of data suddenly appeared. Divine power synchronized activation. Activated slaughterer form. Slaughterer form activated. Divinity of fear transformed into divinity of slaughter. Son of slaughter, form activated. Bloodline purity insufficient. Slaughterer, complete form, activation failed. Divine power synchronized conversion. Slaughterer, half-demon form, conversion completed. Time froze at this moment. Sauron slowly opened his eyes. Vivian's face was full of surprise, and the gloomy man had an inconceivable expression. He murmured in a tone of disbelief, "The breath of slaughter. This is the breath of slaughterer. Son of slaughter. Impossible. How can there be a son of slaughter in this world?" Chapter 185. The Sons of Slaughter. This name had not been mentioned for a long time, because what it represented was disaster. A disaster that even evil feared. The predecessor of the Sons of Slaughter was the divine Son of Slaughter, a direct descendant of the three death gods, and also the legendary Son of Slaughter with the strongest combat power. The number of demigods who died in their hands was more than one hand. The number of pure-blooded dragons could not even be counted with 10 fingers, and several ancient dragons had also died. As for the other giants, beholders, high-level demons, oracles from another world, high-level vampires, and so on, the total number was probably more than 3 digits. It was simply a massacre. The number of quasi-legendary and legendary professions who died in the hands of the divine Son of Slaughter was close to 4 digits. They went on a killing spree on the elven divine tree, broke through the dark zone, slaughtered the entire beholder tribe, and even killed some demigods and true gods. As for the various beholder elders and tyrants, they killed a large number of them, including the blind god, ancient red dragons, demigod liches, drows, and high-level demons. The number of high-level legends who died in the hands of the divine Son of Slaughter was uncountable. They killed more than 1/3 of the quasi-legendary and legendary creatures that had been accumulated on the continent for thousands of years. But they were still not satisfied. They also went on a killing spree in the abyss, slaughtering a large group of demons. At that time, almost all the dragons on the continent were killed by them. How powerful were they? There were very few records of the divine Son of Slaughter. The only thing that could be understood was the existence that was now regarded as a grandmaster by the legendary monk. That was the legendary monk who taught the Dark Moon Force, Flaming Sun Force, and Traceless Steps. He was one of the divine Sons of Slaughter, and he was not the most powerful one. There was a record of this legendary monk. He was once completely immune to the legendary spell, Time Stop, and his magic resistance had reached more than 90%. When he burst out, he could dismantle the most powerful diamond golem with his bare hands. Diamond Golem. Monster level 24, rune life characteristics, immunity to most spells, physical resistance close to 90%, and immunity to any weapon attack below Transcendent rank 2. From beginning to end, more than 1 million people had died directly or indirectly at the hands of the divine Son of Massacre. This group of Sons of Slaughter had even killed a dozen of the apostles of the god of lies and murder, the half-chosen. Everyone, whether good or evil, had suffered heavy losses at their hands. Cities were destroyed by them one after another. The divine Son of Massacre was a nightmare. Even though so much time had passed, the name of the divine Child of Massacre still made many people tremble. The Son of Slaughter was the descendant of the Son of Slaughter. Back then, the Son of Slaughter was basically all dead. Even if they didn't die, they gradually went into seclusion after the chaos ended. However, their descendants still remained. As time passed, the blood of slaughter in their bodies became thinner and thinner. In the end, they were basically no different from ordinary people. But in this world, there was still the possibility of atavism, so Sons of Slaughter would appear from time to time, especially those potential Sons of Slaughter who had reached the legendary realm or obtained divinity, divine power or divinity. These Sons of Slaughter might reawaken the blood of slaughter. The power of divinity strengthened their thinning bloodline, turning them into a weakened version of the Son of Slaughter. They were also the sons of slaughter, in other people's mouths. Since the god of murder fell into madness and was sealed, the divinity of slaughter and the divinity in the field of reproduction had always been the main force that the evil gods fought for, but in fact, no one had been able to fuse the divinity of slaughter. This also led to the thinning of the bloodline of the son of slaughter, but as long as there was a sudden atavism, it was possible to regain the blessing of divinity and divine power. The sons of slaughter once appeared densely for a period of time during the Arcane Empire, but they rarely appeared in the recent hundreds of years. Divine power transformed. The divinity of fear transformed into the divinity of slaughter. Soren's attributes changed dramatically almost in the blink of an eye, and the biggest change was his main attribute. Name: Soren, son of slaughter. Race: slaughterer, half-demon form. Attributes: strength 20 plus 6, dexterity 24 plus 2, constitution 23 plus 2, intelligence 20 plus 1, wisdom 15, charm 18 plus 2. Special talent: slaughterer form. When you transform into a slaughterer, your attributes will be comprehensively improved. Strength plus 4, dexterity plus 2, constitution plus 2, wisdom plus 2. Combat ability is equivalent to a warrior of the same level, and resistance to any abnormal status increases by 10 points. Special talent: slaughtering will. The desire to kill has filled your heart, and you will be immune to most mind control spells, including but not limited to charm, fear, mind control, and so on. Special talent: slaughtering desire. After transforming into a slaughterer, you will be affected by the desire to kill. You will become extremely sensitive to blood, and your perception of anything related to slaughter will be strengthened. But after transforming into a slaughterer, you must kill at least one target to satisfy the desire to kill in your heart. Otherwise, you will enter a state of madness. This desire to kill will gradually increase with the number of transformations you undergo. Soren suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils were full of killing intent, and the darkness could not block his vision. All living and dead creatures were captured in his vision. He instantly jumped out, and his speed was almost so fast that he almost pulled out a shadow. The legendary curved sword Icing Death appeared in his right hand, and another curved sword appeared in his left hand. Soren's figure suddenly spun, and when he rushed to the front of the enemy, there was a flash of light. The overwhelming sword light shrouded the target, and Soren slashed out 10 times in a second. The high-grade mage's armor shattered like an eggshell. The energy shield on the cold man's body couldn't even hold for half a second. 5 more wounds appeared on his body, and blood suddenly soaked through his clothes. Law command: reinforced iron bones. Lesser spell nullification barrier. Greater energy shield. Greater energy damage protection. 5 consecutive spells appeared on the gloomy man's body due to serendipity, and a piece of equipment was suddenly activated. Sauron's next attack was as if he had slashed on steel. Decree: Intimidate was directly resisted by him, but the greater energy shield that was activated continuously blocked all 15 of his attacks. This was a level 8 spell, which was once jokingly called Golden Bell Shield. It was an all-around defensive protection spell. It was directly immune to physical attacks with a strength of less than 50 points. It was difficult for Soren to break through the energy shield while holding 2 curved swords. Occasionally, an attack broke through the shield and hit the opponent, making a metallic sound. Vivian. Soren let out a low roar and turned into the shadow. The surface of his skin was covered with shadow energy, and his whole person looked like a shadow. The little girl's reaction was extremely fast. Just as Soren rushed out, she had already begun to prepare to cast a spell. In an instant, she opened a shield and at the same time, chanted a spell and raised her hand to throw out an energy whip. Kelbin's Whip of Protection. A dark energy whip appeared in Vivian's white little hand. She violently swung it at the cold man in front of her. The moment it touched the opponent, the energy shield had already dissipated. Then the energy whip wrapped around his body, and a dark energy eroded the energy shield. This was a special dispelling spell attack, which could last for a period of time, and dispel 3 defensive spells below level 9. Dimensional Lock. The cold man clearly felt the danger. The sudden burst of power from Soren, and the transformed Vivian almost left him no time to cast a spell. He could only rely on his equipment and the defensive means prepared by accident to protect himself. He decisively wanted to use a teleportation spell, but a faint white light appeared on his body, and then his figure stayed in place. Vivian had already sealed the surrounding space, directly restricting the effect of all teleportation spells. Vivian's casting speed was far faster than his. Spells under 3 seconds were basically instantaneous. The effect of this was very amazing in battle. The gloomy man in front of her had just finished casting a spell, and Vivian had already thrown out an advanced spell that was above level 6, and an intermediate spell that was below level 6. If it wasn't for the fact that her opponent had cast a weak spell nullification barrier that made him immune to level 1 to 3 spells, she could have even thrown out more than 10 low-level spells in one go. Greater disjunction. The little girl's white fingers shot out a light, and the equipment on the cold man's body suddenly turned into powder. He couldn't even activate it in an instant. All that was left on his body was the defensive effect of reinforced iron bones. Soren waved his 2 swords and turned into a shadow. The cold man's body was slashed up and down by him. When reinforced iron bones could no longer withstand Soren's attack, he let out a shrill scream. The legendary curved sword Icing Death directly cut through his waist, almost cutting him in half. A row of data appeared. You have learned something in the battle. As the number of battles increases, you have mastered some of the skills of sword form, waist cut. A golden light flashed across the sky. The figure of the Saint Necromancer appeared around. He frowned and looked at the demigod vampire, then glanced at Soren and the others. In the end, he still focused on the demigod vampire. Obviously, the target was more threatening. The Saint Necromancer cast his spell at an astonishing speed, and soon, a glittering teleportation gate appeared in the sky. Then, an angel-like creature in golden armor walked out. Angel from another world. Legendary spell. As a priest of the goddess of wealth, the other party summoned the angel of heaven. Chapter 186. Not good. Soren's pupils shrank slightly. He instantly waved his curved sword and slashed upwards. At the same time, he twisted his body and slashed at the opponent's neck. As blood splattered out, the gloomy man's head was directly chopped off. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Because of the unknown vitality, it moved for a while, and then gradually stopped twitching. A row of data quickly appeared. Target killed. Extracting soul energy. You've gained 4500 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 3 divinity. Target has the divine power of fear. Extraction of the divine power of fear failed. Divinity storage failed. Divinity storage failed. You don't have any divinity level or divinity field to store the divine power of fear. Target's divine power of fear has been transferred. The cold man was directly beheaded by Soren, but the divine power in his body did not seem to be stronger than the elven ranger. Soren only got 3 divinity, and at the same time the divine power began to transfer to others. He was a little worried that the divine power would be transferred to the demigod vampire, but it seemed that there was a connection between him and Vivian. The other party's divine power was obviously transferred to Vivian, and then the little girl's figure directly floated up. The power of the 3 demigods was fusing. Vivian's expression seemed to show a trace of pain. Her petite body trembled slightly, and suddenly fell from the sky. The fusion failed. Soren's expression changed slightly. After killing the demigod of fear, the desire to kill in his heart subsided, and he actually felt full. He rushed over to catch Vivian, who fell from the air, and then retreated with her in his arms. The demigod vampire was a demigod, the Silver Hand was the most powerful paladin, and the Saint Cardinal was in the form of a saint, which was also close to the strength of a demigod. This situation was very unfavorable for them, because Soren and Vivian had almost no allies. The Silver Hand could attack them, and the Saint Cardinal could also attack them. It could be said that the half-vampire couldn't wait to kill them immediately. If he had not been entangled by the Silver Hand. The Oracle from another world was a legendary creature. With the Saint Necromancer joining the battle, the situation of the demigod vampire immediately became a little bad. At the same time, the divine artifact, Morning Star, that the silver hand was holding suddenly emitted a strong light. The light seemed to have the power to destroy everything, and it directly purified all the shadow spirits within a 300-meter radius. At the same time, Soren's body, which was illuminated by the strong light, also made a sizzling sound, as if he was being roasted on fire. Sunburst. Powerful spells against evil creatures and undead creatures were sometimes more effective than legendary spells. The demigod vampire's body was charred, but his flesh and blood were recovering at an amazing speed. The legendary spell, Vampiric Feast, was still in effect. This degree of injury could not kill him at all. Demigods were a very special kind of existence. They had divinity and divine power. They might even have divinity, but they didn't have the corresponding divine title. That was to say, demigods had no believers and no corresponding domain of divinity. Divinity was a very important part of the gods. Only with the corresponding divinity could one be regarded as a true god. Therefore, many gods killed each other, and the core power of the competition was the domain of the other party's divinity. This was the source of divine power, and the source of improving divinity. Only after obtaining the corresponding divinity could the gods be regarded as having a complete cycle of divine power. The demigod vampire had the divine power of fear and the divinity of fear. It was even possible that he had a weak divinity. But after all, he was not the god of fear, and the divinity of fear was still not on him. Many powerful liches could transform themselves into demigod liches, but very few liches could truly become gods. This was because if they wanted to obtain a divine position, they had to kill other gods and transform their own domain into divine positions. Then, through a slow process, they would have to fuse with the divine positions that they could transform into. At that time, they would be regarded as real gods and could develop their believers on a large scale. Unfortunately, so far, there were only a few liches who could become gods. Most of them were used by other gods, and given a small number of weak divinities. Demigods could condense divinities by developing believers. However, in this process they would be called false gods, and they were the main targets of many gods. If they wanted to condense divinities that were similar to other gods, they might be attacked endlessly. Since ancient times, most of the demigods had reached the level of saints and chosen. There were very few who were qualified to be called false gods, unless there were gods who were willing to give up part of their power and transfer some divinities to the demigod. Why is this happening? Soren blocked the strong light of Sunburst with his body and flew out of the domain. Vivian's current situation was a bit similar to the last time. After absorbing the power of the Son of Fear, she directly fainted. Soren was not very clear about the reason for this situation, but the root may be related to the divine power. Under normal circumstances, Vivian should have absorbed the divinity, but now the divinity had been transferred to Soren's body. If Vivian's divinity could not control the divine power, then it would be very difficult to integrate the divine power of fear. But the divinity could not be absorbed by Vivian. Soren knew too well how terrible the will of the Dreadlord was. It was very difficult for him to fight against it. If Vivian absorbed too much of the divinity of fear, her whole body would be disturbed and controlled by this terrible will, especially when Lillian the Witch of Fear might be in her body. There were 3 kinds of power that could be used as carriers of divine power. The first was divinity, which was why the demigod vampire could be strengthened all the way to become a demigod. The second was divinity, which was a huge container that could accommodate a considerable amount of divine power. The last type was the divine position. The divine position's capacity for divine power was much greater, because as long as one had a divinity, they could develop believers, directly convert divine power into divine spells to give believers, and condense divinities on their own. The divinity was the most critical and core part. That was why the Dreadlord firmly controlled the divinity of fear, and only distributed the divine power and divinity to his descendants. The Saint Cardinal obviously noticed Soren's escape. However, his expression was a little hesitant. In the end, he raised his hand and sealed the dimensional space, ready to deal with the demigod vampire in front of him. An ordinary son of fear and a son of slaughter with a thin bloodline were obviously not as important as the demigod vampire. The other party's danger and destructive power could be said to be 10 times more than Soren's. That was why the Silver Hand focused on him. They didn't even try to stop the demons. They just wanted to find him. A demigod vampire. If he was allowed to develop and grow, he could turn into a vampire and then turn into a believer. The consequences would be a disaster. No one wanted to see the birth of a new Dread Lord. Soren quickly left with Vivian in his arms. As time passed, the demonic wings on Vivian's body gradually disappeared, and her scarlet pupils returned to their original appearance. The tattoo on the side of her face also gradually disappeared. Other than the black princess dress on her body, she was almost exactly the same as Soren remembered. At the same time, the changes in Soren's body gradually subsided. The two changed almost at the same time. When Vivian changed back to her original appearance, Soren almost returned to his human appearance. Boom. An unprecedented sense of weakness hit Soren. As the power of the Slaughterer faded, the effect of the legendary spell, Energy Drain, began to take effect. His profession level was permanently reduced by 8 levels, and all his Slaughter EXP was sealed. Unless he found a high-grade priest to cast Restore on him, he would never be able to level up again. The negative energy corrosion had been permanently left in his body, and this corrosion had almost turned him into a useless person. Damn it. Soren glanced at his own data. His attributes were reduced by 4 points, and the ability of Shadow Jump could no longer be used. His combat power was almost less than half of what it used to be. The only lucky thing was that he had an extra ability to transform into Slaughterer. It seemed that in the case of transforming into a Slaughterer, he could offset the effect of Energy Drain and temporarily return to his original ability. He quickly left the City of Wealth with Vivian in his arms. His intuition told him that the reason the demigod vampire started such a big massacre was definitely not just to kill 1 or 2 of his kind. He seemed to have other purposes. Hehe. The demigod vampire stood up with a strange smile. He was a little weak after taking the sunburst, but his expression was very excited. He glanced at Soren and Vivian, who had already gone far away. He did not seem to be in a hurry to chase after them. The demigod vampire took a step back and looked at the Silver Hand in front of him, who was also seriously injured. He jumped lightly to the top of the clock tower, and then smiled strangely. It's finally about time. Fear is already spreading. This city has provided me with enough power. Then now there's only one last step left. My dear sister, Father has arranged so much for you. He even tried to find a way to wake you up first. But you were incompetent and failed to live up to his expectations. In the end, everything was taken advantage of by me. But our incompetent father probably didn't expect it either. His will is not as strong as imagined. His death is already doomed. And I am the real Dread Lord. But now let me have one more chip to fight against him. The demigod vampire murmured like a neurotic. Suddenly his pupils turned blood red, and the blood around him surged like a tide. He let out a sharp howl toward the moon in the sky, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared behind him. It was as if some kind of powerful force was brewing. The moon was gradually dyed red, and the red light of the entire City of Wealth went straight to the sky. Countless spilled blood surged, and with the blood-red light, the moon seemed to have turned dark red. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have sensed something. Countless legendary masters looked up at the sky, and the bright moon in the sky had gradually been dyed red. They murmured in a low voice, "Son of the night? Who is it? Who is going to become a god?" Light appeared on the altars one by one. Scattered all over the continent, where the son of the vampire had appeared, groups of people wearing blood-red robes gathered in some dark corners. They had pale faces and sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, they were kneeling devoutly in front of the altars, praying with a voice like madness. "My Lord Reinhardt, you are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of the night. My Lord Reinhardt, you are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. My Lord Reinhardt, your name will become sacred among the vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you more powerful. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today onwards, the souls of the vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of the vampires, our souls will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Reinhardt, you will raise the kingdom that belongs to you. Become the stars in the sky. Chapter 187. This is the investiture ceremony. Soren stood at the corner of the City of Wealth, looked up at the sky, and his face showed a trace of shock. He didn't expect to see such a familiar scene again so soon. Soren couldn't help but stop and listen carefully. At this time, almost all the legendary professions in the world would feel it, because everything in front of them meant that there would be a new god. It was just unknown whether the demigod vampire would succeed in becoming a god in one go, or first become a false god to increase his power. It was definitely not an easy thing to become a true god. Soren doubted if he had collected enough faith. Vaguely, Soren seemed to hear the prayer through time and space. This was an important process of the investiture ceremony, and also to tell the world that he had the divine title. The prayer was a very important part. If you dared to say a word in the prayer, or even inadvertently say a few words, you may be attacked and retaliated by other gods, and the final result would be a disaster and destruction. My Lord Reinhardt, you are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of the night. My Lord Reinhardt, you are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. My Lord Reinhardt, your name will be sacred among the vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you stronger. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today onwards, the souls of vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of the vampires, our souls will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Reinhardt, you will raise up your kingdom. Become the stars in the sky. The faint sound of prayer became clear. Soren's expression gradually became a little playful, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "This guy is really bold. Is he not afraid of the other gods joining forces to deal with him?" The first prayer represented the divine name of the demigod vampire. No matter what his name was in the past, from now on he was Reinhardt, and this name was his divine name. From today onwards, anyone who uttered this name would make him feel something in his heart. As his god power and godhead grew stronger and stronger, he would be able to see what happened to anyone who uttered his name for a period of time, even though it would consume a lot of energy. If his godhead grew stronger and stronger, he would even be able to sense and see those who thought of his name in their hearts. This was the power of the gods. God stood above all living things and looked down on this world. His name would become sacred. Therefore, there was a sentence in the prayer: your name will become sacred among the vampires. This was a very important sentence, which meant that the followers he developed were mainly among the vampires, and he would not compete with other gods for followers. If Soren dared to change his prayer to "your name shall become holy among all things," Soren could guarantee that all the shrines in the world would immediately attack his followers and forces. If there were a few wrong words in this prayer, there would be a vague concept, and it would be possible for the gods to fall into eternal damnation. You are the master of the vampires. You are the incarnation of fear. You are the most powerful son of night. This was the prayer in the first row. It represented that Reinhardt's core godhead was the god of vampires, and then his important domains were fear and son of night. Son of night was a synonym for vampires, and also a generic name for many creatures in the dark domain. This meant that he might extend his godhead to other dark species. However, his core was still vampires and fear. As the son of fear, he was very smart to put vampires first. Otherwise, he would not be able to become a god at all, because the will of the Dread Lord still existed in the world. The godhead of fear was still in the abyss. You are the protector of the vampires. You are the hunter of the night. The meaning of this sentence was very unusual. It meant that he wanted to become the main god of vampires, and because of the characteristics of vampires, he expanded his domain to the hunting domain. In the future, if he killed the god who had the godhead of hunting, he could use it as a springboard to take over the godhead of hunting. But obviously, this prayer would also make other gods who had the godhead of hunting, or the godhead of hunting hostile to him. Unsurprisingly, the believers of the god of hunting would attack him, and kill his believers mercilessly. Your name will become sacred among vampires. You will be greater than the ancestors. The fear of mortals will become your divine power. Their fear will make you stronger. Your kingdom will protect our souls. From today on, the souls of vampires will not return to nothingness. As long as we believe in the great master of vampires, our souls will be reborn in your divine kingdom. This was the core of the prayer. It represented the sacred contract after he became a god, as well as the gift to his believers. He would protect the souls of the vampires so that they would not perish. He would be higher than the ancestors and bring fear to the human world. His power came from fear and reverence, not from worship and kindness. This was tantamount to telling the mortals that he was a new evil god. He relied on spreading fear to strengthen his power, so that the mortals would revere and believe in him. He would become one of the demons of the evil camp. Vampires would be his core domain, and fear would be the source of his power. This was the most primitive prayer. In the future, it would gradually increase and decrease as the gods changed. The changes in the prayer were very important. For example, the Lady of Silvermoon's recent prayers had words such as women, children, protectors, and so on. This meant that the Lady of Silvermoon had intended to extend her godhead to other domains. Knowledge God. As for the last sentence, it was just a routine ending. Even a true god would find it difficult to open up a god's kingdom in a short time and turn it into a star in the sky, unless he was a legendary wizard who had created his own half-bit wall and turned it directly into a god's kingdom. Otherwise, the god's kingdom would need to open up space bit by bit, and then expand the space into a kingdom. Finally, at a certain stage, the god's kingdom would evolve into a star. This process may take hundreds of years. If one did not inherit the god's kingdom and created it himself, this process would consume a lot of faith in his own divine power. It was equivalent to a god creating a new world. Hunting temple. A ferocious hunting priest suddenly stood up. He let out a low roar that shook the whole temple. A large group of hunting believers knelt on the ground. It could be seen that his prestige and power were very high. The hunter shaman looked down and roared, "False god! False god! How dare you touch our Lord's domain? Immediately send out hunters and find those damn vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. We want to massacre those vampires. No one can touch our Lord's domain." Vampires were hunters themselves. They fed on intelligent creatures, so it was very easy for them to extend their hunting domain. A group of hunters who were close to high grade stood up. Among them were temple fanatics with skull masks. They silently bowed their heads and knelt on one knee in front of the priest. Then they turned and walked out of the temple. Any existence that touched the domain of the gods would be their enemy. Not to mention that the domain of hunting was the core power of the god of hunting. This was tantamount to threatening the most important priesthood of the god of hunting. The gods were merciless in suppressing potential enemies. Silvermoon Temple. A graceful female priest looked into the distance. She was wearing a pure white priest robe with a crescent moon on her chest. She frowned slightly and said, "The god of vampires? The growth of vampires will bring disaster to mortals. This is something that the Silvermoon Lady will not allow. Send out the knights in silver to find out their whereabouts. Find a way to destroy these false god believers. The power of evil cannot be strengthened again." A group of Silvermoon guards took the order and left. At the same time, there was a sound of movement in the temple. The birth of a new god was a very serious matter. Perhaps it would become more common in the future, but after all, this was the first one in hundreds of years. Church of Holy Light. A man with a solemn expression stood up. His gaze passed through space and he said in a majestic voice, "The power of evil has been strengthened. Although the God of Light did not respond to our prayers, The power of the holy light will never dissipate. Pass down my order. Gather the clergymen. Find that false god and his vampire followers. Purify them. Night Temple. A female priest with a wicked face looked at the sky and whispered, "Has a false god been born?" As the son of the night, he did not show respect and surrender to the great lady of the night. He is indeed a vampire who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Pay attention to them, and wait for the lady of the night's oracle. Scenes after scenes happened. However, the biggest reaction was the believers of the dread Lord. Somewhere in a dark basement, a blue flame roared and roared. Shameless thief. He stole the divine power of our Lord. Damn thief. Our Lord's power has declined. He took away part of the realm of fear. You bunch of trash. Hurry and find the witch of fear, Lillian. Only she can stop this thief. The power of fear cannot be dispersed. Send out all the apostles of fear. Immediately carry out a great purge of all the vampires. We have to kill as many of his potential believers as possible. Investiture was just the beginning. When the investiture ceremony was completed, a greater massacre was also brewing. A large number of vampires might gather around the only vampire god, and other believers of the god would also attack them. This was an extremely tragic process. It might last for hundreds of years if nothing shocking suddenly interfered with them. This battle would last until one side was destroyed or retreated. Chapter 188. False God. The roar of the Saint Necromancer came from afar, followed by a violent explosion. The other party even had plans to ignore the City of Wealth, and wanted to directly destroy the demigod vampire in front of him. Apotheosis was actually a behavior that was very easy to be rejected, especially if the fame of the apotheosized person had not spread throughout the multiverse. The legendary point that Soren got was one of the core elements of apotheosis. The higher the legendary point, the smaller the backlash after apotheosis, because your reputation had already spread throughout the world. So for you to suddenly apotheosis, the sense of rejection in other people's hearts would be much smaller. If your name was heard by even the gods, and left a deep impression in the abyss, then when you decided to apotheosis, others would take it for granted. Yes. I have heard this name more than once. This name already has such prestige. This name has spread all over the world. He has defeated so many enemies. He has been to so many places. The mortal world is almost at the peak for him. So if such a person does an apotheosis, what else can he do? The legendary point may directly help the apotheosized person become a true god, because your existence has been known by too many people. When you decide to apotheosis, those who respect you will provide you with power. Those who love you will also provide you with power. When they remember your name and your existence, the first batch of faith will appear. Maybe this is not pure enough, but the power of faith is in it. Those who are afraid of you will tremble when they hear your name when you apotheosis. Those who love you will cheer when they hear your name when you apotheosis. This is a kind of power. And it is a kind of power that is comparable to a fanatic, although it will only be effective at the moment of apotheosis. Unfortunately, the legendary point is not so easy to get. Soren now only has 10 legendary points. According to the normal procedure, the legendary point needs to be at least 200 points. Let your name resound throughout the abyss, spread throughout the dark realm, and even let the gods remember your name. Only then can you really reach the standard of apotheosis. Whether it is a bad name or a good name, you have to at least let the world know that you are qualified to be apotheosis. The demigod vampire was undoubtedly the kind of trickster. He relied on spreading fear to gather power, and then relied on the divinity and divine power of the dread Lord to maintain faith. Therefore, he could only be regarded as a false god, estimated to have reached the level of a saint at most. Soren was still unable to determine if the other party had any other tricks up their sleeves, but based on the current situation, he was afraid that the days ahead of him would be very difficult. This was because after he became a god, the number of enemies suddenly increased dramatically. Any god who became a god without a golden thigh or a strong background would have a period of extremely tragic fighting. Even when the goddess of agriculture was apotheosized, Backed by Mother Earth and the Lord of Light, who were the two most powerful gods in the multiverse, there were still gods looking for trouble with her. They wanted to fight for the priesthood of agriculture, plants, nature, and so on. One could imagine the difficulty of ascending to godhood, and the challenges one had to face after ascending to godhood. The new god was very weak, but killing the new god would make it possible for him to inherit the new god's priesthood. If the demigod vampire was killed, the core priesthood of the god of vampires may be inherited by others, but there were certain conditions. At the same time, the realm of fear was a realm that could be strengthened by almost any god. If that god did not have the realm of fear, he could get the divinity of fear and become a springboard for further mastery of the priesthood of fear. If he originally had the realm of fear, he could use it to improve his power and even extend it to other realms of fear. Even a good god could rely on the realm of fear and the divinity of fear to turn it into a part of courage, such as fearless fear, and overcome fear. It was just that the transformation of the realm took a relatively long time. The power of the gods needed a springboard, and there were many extension realms that could be used, so the competition for the priesthood was very fierce. Soren went far away from the City of Wealth. He had to avoid this kind of saint-level battle. The Saint Cardinal was a weakened version of the saint form, and the demigod vampire was also a standard saint form after being apotheosized. The Silver Hand belonged to the high-grade legends, and it was better for him to not get involved in this level of battle. The most important thing now was Vivian. Although Vivian's breathing was stable, she had not woken up, which was definitely not a good idea. If she really couldn't control too much divine power, then Soren had to help her strengthen her divinity or fuse with a piece of shard of divinity. The divinity of fear was absolutely not to be absorbed, because the Dreadlord's interference with the demigod vampire was too strong. The demigod vampire seemed to have defeated the will of the Dreadlord, but he was probably deeply affected. A row of data appeared. Apotheosis Ceremony, God of Vampires, Legendary Battle. New Moon Era 1675. Late October. In the City of Wealth, the demigod vampire Reinhardt conspired to be apotheosized, spreading fear and killing in the city. The Silver Hand came to stop him but failed. The life priest of the goddess of wealth joined the battle. In this serious legendary event, you transformed into a slaughterer and killed another son of fear. The news about the appearance of the son of slaughter will gradually spread, and many existences will be shocked by this name. A group of special people will also spread your existence further and further. Legend level +6. This was the most legend level that Soren had ever received. Even he was a little surprised by this value, because even if he killed a pure-blooded white dragon, he might not be able to get 6 legend level. In the Battle of Whiterun he only got 1 legend level. In the hunting ceremony he destroyed the hunter's sacrifice ceremony and killed a son of fear, but he only got 3 legend level. But now he got twice as much legend level as he did in the hunting ceremony. Some nobles of the kingdom might not have such fame. Soren held Vivian and walked further and further away. Although his strength had decreased a lot, he was not too worried, because he could just turn into a killer again. He was most concerned about Vivian now. It was obviously impossible to find Gloria, because they had been involved in the legendary battle. The demigod vampire had become a false god, and his strength had increased a lot. It was very likely that he would attract a large number of vampire believers. At that time, his power would be unprecedentedly huge, and the other sons of fear would become very dangerous. Even if there were many churches suppressing him, there would be differences in distance, time and position, and the other gods would be sleeping. It was impossible to eliminate a false god in a short time. If he could survive until the time of troubles, then there would be fewer people who would have time to care about a god of vampires. Soren was looking for the future. In fact, he already had one of the plans, but it was not until he could turn into a killer that he had the possibility to implement the plan. He planned to take Vivian overseas. Originally, Soren planned to level up all the way to the legendary realm, and then wait for the opportunity to become a saint. But now the mainland was becoming more and more unsafe. Their enemies were also increasing. He was going to take Vivian overseas. On the one hand, he could slightly avoid the power of the demigod vampire, and on the other hand, there were many important opportunities overseas. Due to the small population overseas and the special geographical environment, ferocious beasts and poisonous insects were rampant, and the entire civilization was relatively barbaric. Therefore, many weaker gods and false gods were active there. Some of them could not even be considered gods, but were only monsters close to demigods. Of course, monsters were Soren's personal opinion, and they were mainly called spirits. The product of totem belief. There were many primitive tribes scattered overseas, and many of them were based on totem belief. There were many demigod spirits in the tribes. They were still far away from the gods, but their strength was above the legendary realm. This place was originally gradually explored after the Avatar crisis, but now Soren undoubtedly had the ability to challenge it. Many of these spirits were below the demigod level. They had divinity, but no divinity and divine power. Some of the more powerful ones were false gods. They may only have tens of thousands of believers, but they had multiplied and passed down for thousands of years. Many creatures were originally spirits because of totem worship for too long, and gradually a trace of divinity appeared. That place was behind the tropical rainforest, near the Amazons. Because the Storm Lord did not care about these weak false gods, there was no church to attack them. The Storm Lord was too powerful. These false gods might not be qualified to jump in front of him even if they had developed for 10,000 years. Those places were very wild and primitive. Occasionally, legendary wizards would travel there, but other professions rarely went there. Because divinity was a very powerful force, it could be compared to nuclear fuel. It was useless to add it to a car engine like gasoline. Soren and Vivian could transform divinity, but it was almost difficult for other legendary professions. Even the demigod might not succeed, and it would take a long time to succeed. If one's strength did not reach a certain level, it was impossible to understand what divinity was. Even legendary wizards had to study it for a long time, and it had to be a relatively powerful research target. Otherwise, there was no way to extract the divinity if it was too weak. In the records, there were legendary wizards who stripped the divinity from the demigod of massacre, and even took away the power of the demigod of massacre. As for the other reason Soren planned to go overseas, there were probably very few top priests on the continent who were willing to remove the legendary spell, energy drain for him, and they might even attack him. But overseas was the territory of many evil gods, and those legendary priests who served them only cared about money. For example, in the camp of the Storm Lord, he was the standard chaotic evil. These places had unique rules, and they were very tolerant of people from the evil camp. As long as you could afford it, they did not care if you were good or evil. P.S. The overall camp on the continent is neutral, and the overall camp in the overseas area is neutral. Chapter 189. A fishy sea breeze blew in his face. Soren walked across the deck with the petite Vivian in his arms. Beside him were other people who were slightly surprised because a young man holding a sleeping little girl was undoubtedly very eye-catching. The scarlet cloak was quite eye-catching. Two people with unkind faces looked at each other and seemed to be plotting something. But then a strong man came over, reached out and patted them on the shoulder, and said in a cold voice, "Don't think about them. A man dares to bring a little girl here like this. He's not someone you guys can deal with." This was Port Tylon, a transit station to the Soros Islands. From time to time, there were voices of discussion behind them. Some were guessing the identity of Soren, and some were talking about the news from the City of Wealth. It was said that a very serious event had happened there. 1/3 of the City of Wealth had been destroyed, and at least thousands of people had died. Many ships that had originally planned to go to the City of Wealth had docked at other ports, ready to leave after unloading their goods. Because of the legend of an evil false god, many churches were now hostile to them. The City of Wealth was now a place of dispute. The ascension of the demigod vampire had undoubtedly attracted most of the attention. Whether it was the local churches that hated the Son of Fear, the believers of fear who were secretly manipulating them, or the sons of fear scattered around the world, almost all eyes were attracted to him. The churches wanted to defeat him, the believers of fear wanted to regain their power, and the other sons of fear whether to protect themselves or to become stronger. The demigod vampire was a hurdle that they could not get around. It was even possible that other sons of fear would be forced to unite, because he was too strong. After the demigod vampire became a false god, he was in the form of a saint, and he could almost easily suppress any son of fear. The other party had drawn a lot of hatred. Soren was sure that before the demigod vampire fell, he and Vivian would be very safe. In fact, he even hoped that the demigod vampire could hold on for a while, because as long as he did not fall, no one would be bored enough to pay attention to the little Vivian and the inconspicuous son of slaughter. Even the believers of fear did not have the energy to pay attention to them, because as long as the demigod vampire existed, the power of the Lord of Fear would decline. He was stealing the divine power and priesthood of the Lord of Fear, because he also had the fear domain. Soren would be an idiot if he didn't find a chance to grow stronger now that the other party's aggro was almost all gone. Port Tylon. Soren carried Vivian down the merchant ship. They couldn't depart from the inland port to the outer islands because it was easy to encounter some annoying creatures. Port Tylon was a transit station. There were big ships going to the tropical rainforest. After passing through the territory of the Amazons, it was a primitive and wild land. There were many valiant aborigines there, and cannibal tribes were scattered all around. Other than the crazy pioneers, not many people went there. Especially after some of the gold mines had been mined out, there were even fewer pioneers heading to the outer islands. In fact, there were still many gold mines. Soren didn't know much, but he did know that there was a treasure island in the outer islands. This place was only discovered many years later. Currently, it was controlled by a group of powerful cannibal tribes. Perhaps due to geographical reasons, the mineral resources in the outer islands were more densely distributed and easier to mine. However, there were too many aborigines scattered in these places. Among them, there were totem spirits that they believed in. Even a legendary wizard would have difficulty dealing with a large tribe. Moreover, legendary professions didn't need to make a fortune from this, so the minerals in the outer islands were probably only about 1/10 of them. This was how the maritime trade developed. Although the level of civilization of the Aborigines was not high, there was a lot of foreign trade. Even if a large ship of food was brought over, it could be sold at more than 3 times the price. And Soren also remembered that the exchange ratio of gold and silver on the mainland was 10:1. In many places in the outer islands, the ratio of gold and silver was 6:1. Because the proportion of gold was larger, the silver coins in the outer islands were far more valuable than on the mainland. Just the exchange of gold and silver was a large profit. Therefore, there were very developed trade routes and a large number of pirate groups. One of the major forces was the Amazons. Soren set foot on the land of Port Tylon with the sleeping Vivian in his arms. It was an island about 30 kilometers in diameter. There was a small town inside, which had been controlled by other forces for many years. He vaguely heard crying and begging for mercy coming from the front. There were sturdy sailors nearby who were looking at them with a smile. Soren was not in the mood to see what was going on. However, when he walked over, he still saw a young man whose fingers had been chopped off and 3 bloody fingers on the ground. This was a thief. Here, stealing was not a crime if it was not discovered. But if it was discovered, the owner could deal with the thief himself. Even if he used lynching, no guards would care. There were guards wearing half-body armor next to him, but they just looked at him with cold eyes. There were crowds of onlookers around, and some of his companions who didn't look good. They didn't intend to help. Because if you were caught stealing here, you would have to admit defeat. You would have to cut off your fingers or even your palm. However, it was not allowed to kill a thief casually. If you used lynching to kill a thief, the guards had the right to fine you. You're lucky today. A burly man with a valiant face kicked the young man who was rolling on the ground and screaming miserably. He then spat out a mouthful of saliva, weighed his money pouch, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to get rich, go find One-Eyed Jack. Rely on your own strength to earn money on the edge of the blade. Next time, you may not be so lucky. If it was someone else, your arm would have been cut off today." The surrounding sailors only looked on with smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. No one would sympathize with them. Soren didn't even look over there, and walked over with an indifferent expression. Port Tylon was a little noisy. There were noises everywhere. During the day, there were prostitutes standing on the street to solicit customers. Sometimes, they would go directly into the alley to start the prostitution business. The ground here was quite dirty, and there was a strong fishy smell. The people here all had bad breath because there were many sailors here. And at the same time, there were also pirates. No matter if it was overall or in all aspects, it was much more chaotic than the mainland. There were many taverns in Port Tylon. There was one next to the inn that Soren found. There were sounds of fighting coming from inside. Occasionally, there were guards patrolling, but they didn't seem to care. Nearby, there were big men with their arms crossed in front of their chests. From time to time, there were roars of laughter, shouting obscenities like kicking his balls. The tavern owner wiped the table in front of the bar calmly. Occasionally he would look up. Perhaps he had seen too much, so his expression didn't change. The winner of the tavern fight was another group of people, led by a strong and muscular woman. She laughed and lifted a man, then threw him out of the tavern with a shoulder throw. At this time, the owner looked up and gave a look to the thug next to him. Here, no matter who started first, no matter who was right or wrong, as long as something was broken, the tables and chairs in the tavern would be compensated by the person who lost. Unless it was an unreasonable thing, or a malicious fight that was too obvious, the tavern owner and the thugs would not interfere. It was normal to fight because of a quarrel here. As long as no one died, everyone would just watch the fun. The guards passing by were not interested in interfering. The thug threw the guy who lost out and took out the money bag. The other people who were watching the fun quickly quieted down. However, there were quite a few people who looked at the strong and muscular woman with interest. Many of them even wanted to buy her a drink. This was a female warrior of the Amazon. This kind of woman was full of wildness, and was more attractive to them than many women. The guy who was knocked out was quickly robbed by the second wave of looting. Some sneaky young men stripped him of all his valuables, leaving only a thin pair of underwear. Then he was thrown into the alley, and almost no one cared about him anymore. Soren was quite used to this place. The chaos in front of him was nothing at all. If there was a murder in the Underdark, as long as no one saw it and no clues were left, it was not a murder. Almost no one would care about it. The chaos here was just child's play. At least everyone was quite restrained, and would not easily kill people. The managers here did not want too many deaths. There were a large number of criminals in Port Tylon. As long as they were not wanted, recognized, and reported, they were legal civilians. So there were a lot of pirates here. This was a port second only to the City of Wealth for selling stolen goods. Because of the incident in the City of Wealth, this place was much more prosperous than before. Soren looked up at the sky. Port Tylon had a sea temple, which was a temple to serve the sea goddess. There were many such temples in the coastal areas. Pirates, villains, sea creatures, and so on. They mainly believed in the Lord of Storms and the sea goddess. The relationship between these two gods was quite complicated. They were both chaotic and evil, but they were full of competition between each other. From time to time, they would fight. These two gods fought once hundreds of years ago, so their relationship was relatively cold recently. However, the possibility of them hooking up again was not ruled out. The hotel Soren found was very expensive. It cost 15 Kindler a night, but it was also very safe because there were two resolute female warriors standing at the door. This was a hotel owned by the Amazons as a post station for their stronghold. No one dared to make trouble here. Even the guards did not dare to check. These women were barbaric and unreasonable. Whether it was a guest or a guard, as long as they dared to break the rules here, they were their enemies. There was a large basement under the hotel. Soren could feel it when he walked on the floor. There were also traces of magic traps nearby. There were at least 3 high-grade professions here. He entered the room quietly and then put the sleeping Vivian on the bed. Soren was going to the sea temple to try his luck. If the other party was willing to remove the energy absorption spell for him, it would not be a problem even if he had to pay a little more. The effect of the energy drain spell on his body was too unbearable. The hotel was very safe. People who had been overseas knew how strong the Amazons were. Among the 3 pirate kings on the Soros Islands, the Amazons accounted for half of them. These women were very favored by the Storm Lord, and the sea goddess also liked these fierce female warriors. When Soren walked out of the door, a woman came up the stairs from the corner. It seemed that she had just come out of the basement. It was a wild woman, playing with a strange dagger in her hand. It seemed that it was not a weapon but a torture instrument. The other party was stained with a lot of blood and a little bit of flesh, but it was all someone else's. After seeing Soren, she said calmly, "Guest? Don't worry. I just dealt with a guy who did not follow the rules." She seemed to notice Soren's appearance and the power contained in his thin body. This made her eyes light up slightly. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She said as if she was teasing him, "Do you need some pleasant service? We have the most difficult to tame horses here. Maybe with your appearance, they will be happy to provide service for free. Of course, you have to be able to satisfy them. Otherwise, they will throw you out of the bed." Speaking of this, she smiled inexplicably and moved her eyes to Soren's lower body. Soren seemed to be a little silent. Sure enough, the Amazons were as fierce as ever. Chapter 190. On the noisy street. Soren walked forward with his whole body covered in a cloak. He did not have a good impression of Amazonian women, especially their attitude of treating men as mating tools. There were 2 kinds of females with the worst attitudes in the world. The first was the drows, and the second was the Amazonian women. If you didn't have eyes and spent money to seek pleasure from them, you would eventually find that you were the one being played. Moreover, if you didn't have enough fighting power, they would look at you with a look of pity and contempt. Soren's combat power was beyond doubt. He could even deal with the most depraved and evil drows in the Underdark. Naturally, he would not be at a disadvantage against these Amazonian female warriors. However, these women were too arrogant. If your strength was not as high as theirs, they could ride on you for most of the night. In the end, you would feel that it was not you who was F*king her, but she who was F*king you. Please forgive Soren for being too vulgar, but in fact, these women were so difficult to deal with. It was best to keep a distance from them. Moreover, Amazonian women were known for being ruthless. One moment, they would blend with you, and the next moment, as long as there was a conflict of interest, they would kill you in the next moment. The view of ordinary women should never be used on them. The night in Port Tylon was not peaceful. Soren shuttled through the crowd, and occasionally saw some very dangerous people. These were the guys who were involved in the smuggling trade. They had a variety of goods, including human species. The indigenous people were part of the smuggling trade. Women and children were sold to the slave black market, and men could be sent to work in the mines. The indigenous people of the Soros Islands had never stopped fighting with them. The hustle and bustle in the tavern lasted until dawn. Every day, there would be unlucky fellows who would be robbed or lose their lives here. It was quieter near the temple. People's fear of the evil gods was more real than their love for the good gods. No one dared to make trouble near the temple of the sea goddess, unless they were tired of living. On the contrary, before they passed by the sea temple, they would offer a prayer to the sea goddess to protect them from disaster. The goddess of ocean was a very vengeful god. As long as you dared not to make a sacrifice this year, she would dare to set off a huge wave and send sea monsters to kill a fleet next year. If the anger in her heart was not appeased, this disaster would last for a long time. Even the pirates had to make a nominal sacrifice every year, holding a relatively large deity offering ceremony. There were almost no guards in front of the temple. However, the sea temple was connected to the underground sea. The temple was surrounded by a bottomless pool. There were sea monsters with a monster level of 16 or so. If they dared to mess around, there would be tentacles that would pull them into the water. Many of the corpses produced in Port Tylon every year were fed to these monsters through the sewers. Occasionally, giant sharks could be seen. In the center was a statue of a goddess. It was a statue of a goddess that looked quite evil. Her hair was like seaweed, and there were dark tattoos on her face. Her arms were white and slender, but there were scales on her abdomen. Her legs were very slender and powerful. She was wearing a light blue dress like seaweed. In her hand was the artifact, Drowned Death, which was a very powerful trident. At the feet of the sea goddess was a giant great white shark. She loved the shark people in the sea species. These monsters were her most devout servants. Soren bowed slightly to the guard in front of the temple. After stating his purpose, he was soon taken into the temple. There was a strange blue light in the temple. The walls were carved with the waves of the sea. Under the light, it was as beautiful as the flowing sea. The guard quickly left the hall. Soren did not dare to move around. He stayed quietly in place because the temple was a very dangerous place. There were faint traces of moisture on the ground. Soren saw a sea flowing through the temple, and then penetrating into the ground from the corner of the temple. Then there was a faint fishy smell. It was the smell of sea creatures. Human. A somewhat evil magnetic voice sounded. A female creature with seaweed hair, light blue skin, and 4 arms appeared at the back of the temple. Her lower body was a bit like the tail of a huge sea snake. She frowned and came to the front of the temple. She stared at Soren with cold eyes and said slowly, "The guard said that you want to seek help from the great sea goddess?" Naga siren. One of the ancient sea creatures. It had some kind of blood relationship with the snake demons. Yes. Soren humbly lowered his head to express his awe. He said in a deep voice, "I have been hurt by some terrible spells. I want to ask the priest of the sea goddess to help me eliminate the evil power in my body." There was a faint light in the eyes of the Naga siren. After looking at Soren, she slowly said, "Negative energy? Energy absorption damage? Is it a vampire? Or a dark species? Or other spells?" Energy absorption damage was not only a legendary spell. High-grade vampires could also use negative energy to erode the enemy. It's energy absorption. Soren did not hide anything. He said in a deep voice, "I have been hit by energy absorption. My power has been sealed. The negative energy is still in my body." The Naga siren showed a hint of surprise and said slowly, "Energy absorption? Human. It seems that your strength is not bad." Soren was not dead after being hit by a legendary spell. Naturally, his strength was not bad. Moreover, he did not look very weak. This meant that even if he was hit by energy absorption, he still retained the strength of a second-grade warrior. The Naga siren was silent for a moment. The temple would provide services to others, but they had to pay a price. The most common price was to offer money. All temples needed a lot of money to maintain. The sea goddess did not have so many concerns. Even if the evil pirates were incomparably evil, her priests would also provide help. However, this kind of help depended on the degree. A legendary spell like energy absorption must be cast with a high-level restoration spell. This was not a small price for the priests. They might even be weak for a while. Her eyes flashed a ray of light, and she said in a low voice, "Human. The sea goddess is willing to help anyone, but you have to pay the corresponding price." Soren nodded gently, then took out a large number of kindler and a large number of gems. In this situation, he had to show his sincerity first. Soren got a lot of things in the City of Wealth. The things he took out now were probably worth close to 8,000 kindler. In order to let the other party cast a high-level restoration spell, he had to pay a lot of money. Moreover, the priests of evil gods were naturally more expensive than the priests of good gods. If they were not believers or had other contributions, they might have to pay more than 50% more wealth. Not enough. The Naga siren shook her head gently. Her more than 2 meters tall body swam in front of Soren. A faint blue light appeared in her eyes. She slowly said, "The power of this spell not only hurt your body, but also weakened your soul. This little contribution can't repair the soul." Weak soul. Soren seemed to think of something. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "My respect for the sea goddess is unquestionable. How much do I have to pay to ask your excellency to remove the negative energy in my body? Just give me a little time, and I will find a way to get enough wealth to contribute." The Naga siren seemed to be thinking. The temple had its rules, and they were not providing help without a bottom line. If it was just a normal healing spell, she would not have to do it. However, such high-level spells could not be used indiscriminately, because it would consume the divine power gathered by the temple. The high-level restoration spell could save a dying person. Missing arms and legs could be regrown. Even if there was only a head, as long as the person was not dead, they could be saved. The cost of this kind of spell was naturally high, and legendary priests would use it carefully. Human. A strange light appeared in the eyes of the Naga siren. And then her expression became a little cruel. She slowly said, "If you want to get the help of the goddess, you must contribute to the goddess. I can help you remove the spell on your body, but you must do something for the goddess." Soren's heart skipped a beat, but he slowly said, "What is it?" The sea goddess was an evil god. This kind of task was definitely not a good thing. However, Soren did not hesitate. The Naga siren looked at him. After a moment, there was a trace of anger and cruelty on her face. She said in a deep voice, "Recently, a group of people have left the faith of the sea goddess. They no longer revere the sea goddess. This group of people have offered the sacrifice ceremony that originally belonged to the sea goddess to the storm lord. This group of people must be punished. They must pay the price of betraying the sea goddess." The voice of the Naga siren was like a rumbling thunder. She said with an angry expression, "I want you to kill them. Kill all of them. Leave no one alive. This group of sad mortals will remember the majesty and anger of the sea goddess. They will understand the price of betraying the sea goddess. Bring me the head of their leader. Not only do you not have to pay any wealth, but you can also get the reward of the sea goddess." Human. Do you agree? Although it's dangerous, it's worth it. Right. You should have the strength to deal with those guys. I will also help you. Don't try to deceive me, and don't try to deceive the sea goddess. If you violate the contract, the sea goddess' anger will come to you. Just because she no longer believed in the sea goddess, she had to kill her former believers? This was indeed the sea goddess style. Although it was possible to offend the Storm Church, Soren nodded without hesitation and said in a deep voice, "Yes. I'll kill them all." The Naga siren showed a cruel smile and slowly said, "Very good. Follow me to the back of the temple. I will help you remove the spell on your body, and then restore your weak soul. Remember what you promised. This is the contract with the sea goddess." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.